I was one of the hardest working corporate workhorses of the 21st century. I'd just closed a big contract, cashed in the bonus, and hit up a private lounge to book a young model. The wine wasn't finished, the girl wasn't even warm in my arms yet, and then everything went black. Transmigrated. First sensation waking up, splitting headache, numbness below the waist. I snapped my eyes open. A drop-dead gorgeous woman was straddling me, wearing nothing but a thin silk bodice, and I mean nothing else. Ah! She startled and lurched sideways, nearly tumbling off the bed. Panicked, I grabbed her and yanked her back. Well, back into position, so to speak. An hour later, I sprawled on the bed gasping, staring up at the dusty rafters as memories from the original owner of this body came flooding in like a tide. The original was also named Lu Changfeng, the village idiot of Yentu Village, Nannan County, in the Great Qi Empire. Times were chaotic, famine everywhere, and the house was bare walls. Parents dead long ago. His older brother had been dragged off to war on his wedding night, killed in battle before he'd even consummated the marriage. All that was left of the Lu family was this sister-in-law, Chu Wanru. Chu Wanru. Her name meant something like gentle grace, and she lived up to it. A face that could topple cities, curves so devastating that even coarse hemp clothing couldn't hide them. She'd treated the original Lu Changfeng with nothing but kindness, terrified the Lu family bloodline would die out. What had just happened? She'd watched me lie unconscious for 3 days, thought I was going to die, and wanted to leave the Lu family with an heir. Changfeng, I'm so sorry. She flushed crimson, dabbing at her tears. Please don't hate me. Hate her? I was overflowing with gratitude. I reached out to pull her into my arms, then suddenly remembered, right? I'm supposed to be the village idiot. Gotta keep up the character. I quickly pulled my hand back, nuzzled my head against her chest, and whined. Sis, Changfeng doesn't hate you. Changfeng wants more. Chu Wanru's face turned an even deeper shade of red. She stroked my head. Silly Changfeng, you just woke up. Your body's still weak. Let's wait a few days, okay? Be good. No. Want it. When it gets dark. Okay. Let's just go get you something to eat first. She braced her back and shuffled out of the room, swaying slightly. I lay there staring at the drafty, ramshackle hut around me, and every ounce of afterglow evaporated. Other people transmigrate and become princes and prime ministers. Me? I get the village idiot in a famine year, in a house that doesn't even have a single grain of rice. Just as I was starting to panic, ding, a voice rang out in my head. Eternal legacy system successfully bound. Take wives, take concubines, spread your seed to grow stronger. Peerless sister-in-law acquired. Beginner's gift pack awarded. 1 body restoration pill, novice combat strength, equivalent to 3 grown men. 1 cubic meter of novice storage space. 5 caddies of brown rice, 5 caddies of pork. I claimed everything immediately. The next instant, headache gone, wounds healed, strength coursing through me. I closed my eyes and swept through the storage space. The brown rice and pork were right there. I pulled the rice and pork out of the space, just as Chu Wanru walked in carrying half a bowl of wild herb soup. Changfeng, what's that in your hands? I grinned sheepishly. Sis, an old immortal gave these to me. I didn't steal them, I swear. Hurry, let's cook the meat. An old immortal? She frowned, unable to make sense of it. But since I was weak and needed nourishment, she had no choice but to cook it. The aroma of meat had barely drifted out when the door was kicked open with a bang. A scrawny, monkey-faced man stood at the threshold with his hands on his hips. Lu Eryong, the second son of the original owner's uncle. Lu Changfeng, 3 days of sleep still ain't enough for you. Get your ass up and get to work. Chu Wanru stepped in front of me. Eryong, Changfeng just woke up. He's still weak. Let him rest a couple more days. Lu Eryong's beady, triangular eyes flared. He deserves rest? Lu Changfeng, if you don't get up, I'll beat you so bad you'll never leave that bed again. He came charging over. Chu Wanru pleaded. Eryong, I'm begging you. I'll do his work for him. Just don't hit him. A lecherous glint slid into Lu Eryong's eyes. Sister-in-law, marry me. Or just sleep with me a few times, and I won't lay a finger on him. What good is an idiot to you anyway? He reached out to touch Chu Wanru's chin. I flipped up from the bed and clamped down on his wrist. Lu Changfeng, you big idiot. How dare you? I sneered. You think trash like you has any business lusting after my sister-in-law? Dream on. A twist of my hand. Crack. His wrist snapped. Arg! He tried to hit me with his other hand. I raised my leg and drove a kick into his chest. With a thud, he flew 5 or 6 meters and slammed into the ground. Watching him writhe on the ground like a maggot, I felt a warm glow inside. This system's combat stats were something else. Liu Eryong scrambled up and hobbled toward the door, still snarling. Big idiot, just you wait. I ain't letting this go. I raised my fist and gave it a shake, and he scurried off in terror. Chu Wanru looked at me with confusion. The look in my eyes just now hadn't seemed like an idiot's at all. Before she could think further, I pulled her into my arms. Nobody's allowed to bully sister-in-law. If anyone's going to bully you, it's me, at night. Her flicker of suspicion instantly wilted. Yep, still the same idiot Changfeng. Silly Changfeng, the meat's ready. Come eat. I sat down at the table. She tasted a small piece herself first to make sure it wasn't poisoned before serving me. Seeing that she wasn't eating, I said, if sister-in-law doesn't eat, then Changfeng doesn't eat either. I put down my chopsticks. Oh, you silly Changfeng. She sighed and helplessly served herself. You've got to eat a whole big bowl, or you won't have the stamina for tonight. Changfeng, you. Her face flushed crimson. After the meal, I did some calculating. The few pounds of rice and meat we had wouldn't last long. I needed to head into the mountains to hunt. Sister-in-law, I'm going up the mountain to look around. But before I go, can I have another go at you? Oh, you silly Changfeng. In broad daylight. Just teasing you. I took down the old bow from the wall, a keepsake from the original owner's father. On my way out, villagers greeted me one after another. Some asked after me with genuine warmth, others poked fun. Changfeng, if you catch anything, remember to share some with second aunt, you hear? Changfeng, give your sis-in-law here a share, and sis'll set you up with Honghwa's big girl. Changfeng don't want Honghwa's big girl. Changfeng wants one like sis-in-law. Sis, you be Changfeng's woman, yeah? I-oh, you dumb Changfeng. What nonsense are you spouting? I didn't bother reacting. As far as they knew, I was just an idiot. Out of the village and into the mountains. The nearby hills had already been picked clean of wild greens, let alone game. It took me a good 5 kilometers before I spotted a plump hare. I drew my bow and let the arrow fly. It grazed the hare's rump and stuck into the dirt. I shook my head. This old hunter's dimwit son really was useless. The hare, panicked out of its wits, bolted headlong, thunk, right into a tree and knocked itself out cold. Me. What dumb luck. 3 quick strides and I was on it, tying its 4 legs together with a strip of grass and tucking it into my sleeve before heading back down the mountain. I'd barely reached the door when I heard my sister-in-law crying. My chest tightened and I burst inside. Great Aunt Li Tzulian stood there with her hands on her hips, laying into her. Chu Wanru, you slut. My Xiaoyong having eyes for you is your damn blessing. And you had the nerve to egg that idiot on to hit him. Just wait till Lu Changfeng gets back. I'll break his legs. Li Tzulian heard me come in, whipped around, and glared. Well, you big dummy. You dare hit people now. See if I don't teach you a lesson. She raised her hand to slap me. I clamped down on her wrist. Lu Changfeng, what do you think you're doing? Let go, I said coldly. Where'd this old hag come from? Ugly as sin and still got the guts to bully my sister-in-law. One yank, one shove. I-oh. Li Tzulian went sprawling flat on her back. Lu Changfeng, you no father no mother bastard. I crouched down and smack, 2 slaps across her face. I'm your great aunt. How dare you high? Heh, I'm an idiot. Idiots hitting people is perfectly normal, isn't it? Get out, or I'll beat the shit out of you literally. 2 more slaps. Thwack, thwack, until blood ran from her nose. I hauled her up like a chicken, tossed her out the door, and slammed it shut. My sister-in-law was still sobbing. I pulled her into my arms. From now on, Changfeng will protect you. She pushed me away, panicked. Changfeng, go hide up in the mountains, quick. She'll bring people to beat you up. I pulled her back into my arms and tweaked her nose. Anyone who comes, Changfeng beats up. Then I pulled out the fat hare and dangled it in front of her. Wow, Changfeng, you're amazing, she gasped in delight. Sis, hurry and cook it. After Changfeng eats rabbit meat, Changfeng wants to eat sis-in-law's meat too. Changfeng, you. The dumb Changfeng had gotten just a tiny bit smarter, but her legs were still weak from before. Face flushed, she carried the hare outside to skin it. Li Tzulian was still wailing outside the door. I grabbed a cleaver, charged over, and set the blade against her neck. One more word, and I'll chop your damn head off. Ah, I'm going. She scrambled off on all fours. On her way, she ran into folks from the village and started whining that Lu Changfeng had beaten her. The villagers all shook their heads. Sisterly, you ought to pick a better lie. Lu Changfeng's a half-wit. Tell him to go east, and he wouldn't dare go west. How the hell could he hit you? That bruise on your face is either from a fall or from those two sons of yours. Don't go pinning it on the fool. You just want him to keep slaving away for your family. All these years he's been circling your house like a stray dog, chopping firewood, hauling water, hunting, and every animal he catches gets handed straight to you. He and his sister-in-law are half-starved, and you're still not done squeezing him. Li Tzuilian had taken a beating, and nobody believed her. She was so choked with fury she nearly burst. Meanwhile, back home, my sister-in-law Chu Wanru had boiled water, scalded the rabbit, and started peeling off its skin. I squatted next to her, playing dumb, glancing at the rabbit in the pot one moment and at the rabbits on my sister-in-law's chest the next. That pair was way bigger than the one in the pot. White, bouncy, quivering with the slightest movement. I said, deadpan, "Sis, that rabbit's making my eyes swim. I really want a bite." She looked up, saw my eyes weren't on the pot at all, and her face flushed scarlet all the way to her ears. She smacked my shoulder with a wet hand. "Silly Changfeng, what nonsense are you spouting?" I kept up the act. "Sis, I'm really hungry." Right on cue, my stomach let out a loud growl. Only then did she realize she'd read too much into it. Her face went even redder, and she quickly changed the subject. "Go fetch the dustpan and collect the fur. I'll make you a cloak later." I was smug inside. This village idiot persona was gold. I could tease her all I wanted. Her cooking skills were something else. Half an hour later, the smell of meat came drifting out. Just a pinch of salt, but that raw, primal aroma had me drooling. She swayed her hips as she carried the meat to the table and dished up my rice. "Eat up, Changfeng." I shoveled it down. Suddenly, she reached over, picked 2 grains of rice off my cheek, and popped them into her own mouth. Can't waste food. Those pink little cherry lips, my Adam's apple bobbed just watching. After the meal, she cleaned up, and I went out to sit in the courtyard and soak up some sun. The yard was a wreck, everything falling every which way, the 2 thatched huts leaking wind and rain. Lucky it was dry season. I told myself I'd better make the system pay off fast, earn some money, and get the place fixed up. Otherwise, where would all my future women live? Just as I was thinking that, a harsh, screeching voice cracked open outside the yard. "Lu Changfeng, who gave you the balls to hit my mother and my second brother?" It was Lu Yunyao, my uncle's daughter. Big and burly, flat-nosed, wide-mouthed, ugly as sin. Past 20 and still couldn't find a husband. Too picky for her looks, she'd ended up an old maid. She stormed into the yard, jabbing her finger at me and hurling curses. I sighed. This family wasn't going to shut up until they got beaten flat. I stood up and pointed at her forehead. "When did I ever hit anyone?" "Don't. You lying bitch." She stuck her nose in the air. "My second brother said it was you. And so did my mom." I leaned close to her ear and smiled. "Actually, yeah, I did hit him. And I'm gonna hit you too." Before the words even faded, my palm cracked across her face, 60% strength, and knocked her flat on the ground. Her cheeks swelled up huge, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and a tooth went flying. That finally shut her up. A few neighbors had heard the racket and were coming over. I immediately crouched down to help her up, putting on my most pitiful face. "Big sister, how'd you fall down?" Then I turned to the neighbors. "Uncle Lee, Sister Yunyao just tripped the moment she walked in, knocked her tooth right out." Sister-in-law heard the commotion and came out to help lift her too. Lu Yunyao was crying and screaming, insisting I'd hit her. I gave her a hard tug up, and she yelped in pain. I asked innocently, "What's wrong, big sister? Does the spot where you fell hurt again?" I got her as far as the doorway, then plopped down on my butt and threw a tantrum. "I'm not helping anymore. Uncle's definitely gonna say I hit her." Lu Yunyao cursed me out and stormed off. Suddenly, I scrambled up and ran back into the yard to pick up the tooth, then chased after her. "Sister Yunyao, you forgot something." I shoved it into her hand and whispered, "Better hold on to that tooth and put it back in. You're ugly enough already. Missing a tooth, you'll look like some old granny, and then no one will ever marry you." She burst into furious tears, but I looked up at her with a blank, confused face. Big sister, why are you cursing at me? I was just being nice, giving your tooth back. The villagers watching all took my side. Changfeng, that Lu Yunyao's been bullying you cause you're slow. Next time just hit her back. Your uncle's family is way out of line. Beat him half to death. I nodded. Okay, Changfeng gonna hit the bad people. Beat him half to death. Lu Yunyao ran home crying. Inside, Lu Eryong was still howling with his wrist bound in splints, and Li Zuoyan was half lying on the bed, cursing up a storm. The three of them huddled together, trying to figure out how the once-obedient idiot had suddenly turned on them. Li Zuoyan slapped the bed. It's gotta be that slut Chu Wanru putting him up to it. Lu Eryong ground his teeth. Once my arm heals, I'll take care of her. But deep down, his thoughts were even nastier. Sooner or later, he'd have her begging beneath him. For now, though, they didn't dare make a move. Li Zuoyan's husband Lu Qingyan had gone into town to sell medicinal herbs and hadn't come back, and their eldest son Lu Dakue had been gone all day, so all they could do was sit in the room and curse. Back on my end, once it got dark and I'd washed up, I started fussing about wanting to sleep. Sister-in-law made the bed for me. Go on and sleep. I'll be next door. But how could I let the duck slip out of my hands once it was already at my mouth? I pulled her into my arms and hauled her onto the bed. Sis, Changfeng doesn't want to sleep alone. Sister-in-law lay down on the inside of the bed, blushing, pretending she'd forgotten what she promised at noon. Her legs were still trembling. But I wasn't going to let her off. Sis, you promised at noon. The rickety wooden bed creaked all night, nearly falling apart. The novice combat stat the system gave me was good for more than just fighting. It worked pretty damn well in other places too. Damn, the needle really works. But by the next morning, the system hadn't sent any new abilities. Looks like I need to take more concubines. Sister-in-law had gotten up early and made porridge, mixing in yesterday's rabbit broth and diced meat. It smelled amazing. We were just eating when someone shouted outside. The government's handing out wives. I jolted upright. Talk about a pillow arriving right when you're sleepy. Sister-in-law, I'm going to check it out. She smiled. Bring one home if you see one you like. What she was really thinking. Silly Changfeng, bring a few back to help out. Your sister-in-law can't keep up with your wearing me out anymore. The open ground at the east end of the village was in chaos. Officials, marriageable women, and bachelors all crammed together. The great Qi dynasty had been at war year after year, and men were scarce. The government enforced marriage. Every male over 18 got assigned a wife. I was 19, should have been married off last year, but since I was the village idiot, the officials hadn't forced it. The villagers ribbed me. Silly Changfeng's here to pick a wife too? Wanna breed little idiots, haha. Who knows if his thing is dumb too? Does he even know where to stick it? I didn't lose my temper. The idiot act couldn't crack. An official waved his military baton. Line up. Any more noise, and you'll taste the baton. Last year someone had grumbled and gotten 30 strokes. Nobody dared make a peep now. Uncle Li, in front of me, turned back and whispered, Silly Changfeng, pick a broad-shouldered, thick-waisted one. Good for bearing children. Don't pick the skinny-armed, skinny-legged ones. They won't survive. Sure enough, the village bachelors all went for the sturdy ones. When it was my turn, the official could hardly believe it. Big idiot, you want one too? I grinned. I want to breed little brats too. The official couldn't be bothered to argue, and waved for me to take my pick. About a dozen thick-waisted, big-hipped women were left, and seeing I was an idiot, they all shied away and muttered, Don't marry me off to a fool. Curled up in a corner were two more women, skinny-limbed, hair messy, faces dirty. But I could see through it in an instant. Oval faces, cherry lips, slender figures curved in all the right places. They could rival sister-in-law. Officer, I'll take those too. The two women looked up at me, their eyes complicated. They'd followed the officials through several villages, and no one had wanted them. Marrying an idiot beat getting shipped off as army whores. The bystanders hurried to warn me. Silly Changfeng, don't pick those two. They can't carry a load or lift a finger. Your sister-in-law's already skinny-limbed. How are you going to feed two more? The official asked too. You sure? I nodded. They're skinny. They'll eat less. The official sighed and handed me their bond papers and marriage certificate. Take them. I took one by each hand and led them home. Both were so weak they could barely walk, stumbling along. I said, Don't worry. Stick with me and you'll eat. At home, I pushed the courtyard gate open and pointed at the rundown thatched hut. This is home from now on. It's shabby, sure, but you can live in it. The two sisters exchanged a look of despair. The younger one, Shun Furong, wept into her sister's ear. Big sister, I'm afraid we'll starve to death here. Shun Qingluo patted her hand. Beats being a military whore. I hollered toward the house. Sis, I brought the wives home. My sister-in-law stepped out. The two sisters froze. The village idiot had a sister-in-law this gorgeous? She smiled. So you really did bring them back. Just trying to lighten your load, sis. Her face flushed. Quit talking nonsense. Then she warmly waved the two of them inside. The house was bare walls and nothing else. The sisters stood there stiffly, afraid to move. Sis pulled them down to sit. We're family now. Don't be shy. I'll go start on the food. The moment Shin Furong heard food, she swallowed hard. Sis, let me help. Sis waved her off. You two are worn thin. Just rest up first. Shin Qingluo was on the verge of tears. Thank you, sis. I asked, what are your names anyway? The older one bowed. Husband, I'm Shin Qingluo. This is my little sister, Shun Furong. The younger one shyly echoed. Husband. I sent them out to the yard to wash up. When they came back, damn, skin like porcelain dolls, oval faces, delicate noses, cherry red lips. Beautiful beyond words. I just stood there gaping. Sis laughed. You dope. Chongfeng, come eat. She'd steamed rice and reheated yesterday's rabbit meat. The two sisters had been starving for so long their bellies were stuck to their spines. They shoveled it down. One bowl in, and they were still staring longingly at the table, but didn't dare reach for more, afraid it would upset us. Shun Qingluo said softly, Husband, we're sorry, we've been hungry for so long. I burst out laughing. If you're not full, keep eating. I scooped them each another bowl and piled on big chunks of meat. Sis chimed in, there's plenty. Eat as much as you want. They each put away 2 full bowls before they were satisfied, their first real meal in months. Then they set down their bowls, dropped to their knees, and started kowtowing through tears. Thank you, husband, for saving our lives. Husband isn't slow at all. He's a living Buddha. Every husband out of their mouth sent heat through my body. I started thinking about doing husbandly things. But the sun was still high outside, better save it for tonight. I stood up and said to the 3 women, you all stay here. I'm heading up the mountain to see if I can catch something. Sis smiled. Go on. Be careful. I pulled the bow and arrows off the wall, hoisted the bamboo basket onto my back, hung my water gourd at my waist, and strode out. Wandered around up there half the day. Dug up a decent haul of wild greens, picked over a dozen August melons, but not a single piece of game. Finally spotted a wild goat, chased it forever, and the damn thing still got away. By nightfall I was dragging myself home. Shin Qingluo and Shun Furong saw me come back empty-handed and rushed to comfort me. Chu Wanru said too, don't fret, Chongfeng. You'll come across something next time. I nodded but said nothing. Tonight depended on whether the system came through. Dinner was light, just a pot of meat-flecked congee. I made do with it. When it came time for bed, Chu Wanru. He asked considerately, Chongfeng, which of your 2 wives are you sleeping with tonight? I looked at the 2 sisters, radiant as flowers in moonlight. Either one's fine. Shin Qingluo bit her lip lightly. I'm the elder sister. Tonight I'll serve husband first. Grinning, I washed up and climbed into bed. She came in, shut the door, and slipped out of her outer and inner robes, her face full of shy embarrassment. I lifted the corner of the blanket and laughed. Come on up. I'm all ready for you. She glanced up, and her blush ran all the way down to her neck. One thing led to another, and nature took its course. The bed was poorly made and creaked half the night, nearly collapsing under us. I made a mental note to find a plank tomorrow and reinforce it. Next door, Chu Wanru and Shun Furong tossed and turned, worn out by the racket, and didn't fall asleep until nearly dawn. The next morning, all 3 women sported dark circles under their eyes, and the looks they gave me were bashful and complicated all at once. One woman had done the serving, yet somehow all 3 had been put through it. Sitting on the bed, I asked the system, Little Tong, where's my reward? Ding. Detected that host has taken in the peerless beauty Shin Qingluo. Reward, God-tier archery skill, piercing a willow leaf at 100 paces. The next instant, drawing a bow, loosing arrows, tracking by sound, reading paw prints, sniffing out scents, A flood of hunter's know-how poured into my head. I could tell I was now 100 times better than any veteran huntsman, every arrow guaranteed to find its mark. After breakfast, I told them, "Wait for me like good girls. Today I'm bringing back a big haul for sure." My 3 wives gave me gentle reminders to be careful. I pinched each of their cheeks in turn, then headed out and up the mountain. With God-tier archery, everything was different. My eyes and ears were sharp. I could make out a fly 100 paces off. One quick circuit of the hilltop, and I spotted a wild mountain goat trotting past. Well, look at that. The black patch on its back, it was the very one that had made a fool of me yesterday. The little beast was so sure I couldn't catch it. It had come back to taunt me. I closed my eyes, pinpointed it by sound, and drew the bow without hesitation. The arrow tore through the air, thwack. The goat dropped where it stood. I dashed over and jeered. "You little brute. Yesterday you led me on a merry chase. Cozy now, aren't you?" I hoisted the goat onto my shoulder. 40 or 50 pounds, enough to feed the wives for a while. Halfway home I remembered I had my inventory space, so I stashed it inside and would haul it back out at the courtyard gate. "Wives, I'm home." The 3 beauties came racing out one after the other. The moment they saw the goat, their eyes went wide as saucers. They clapped their hands over their mouths and couldn't say a word for the longest time. Chu Wanru snapped out of it first and rushed over to help me unload the meat. I waved her off. "No need, first wife. Don't dirty your clothes." Chu Wanru brightened. "First wife." Her cheeks flushed. I dumped the goat on the ground and cocked an eyebrow at her. "First wife, I've got plenty of impressive tricks up my sleeve, don't I?" She said coyly, "Silly Chongfeng, be serious." Then she covered her face and ran off to heat water. Shun Qingluo crouched down, glancing between the goat and me, her brow furrowing again and again. I pinched her cheek. "Second wife, is it? Thinking about your husband's mighty performance last night. Your awful husband." She ran off, blushing. Shin Furong tried to slip away too, but I yanked her back, kissed her, and whispered in her ear, "Third wife, tonight I'm sleeping with you. You're embarrassing me to death." She fled as well. I burst out laughing. Transmigrating to ancient times was the best. Wives came free of charge, each one a stunning beauty. Thinking back to my modern-day ex-girlfriend, that big, burly woman who demanded 388,000 yuan in bride price, not a cent less. This place was paradise. Just as I was basking in it, a ding sounded in my head again. Ding. Host detected acquiring the peerless beauty Shun Qingluo. Divine tier archery bestowed. Combat value upgraded to tier 1. Space upgraded to tier 1. The panel popped up, strength tier 1, equivalent to 6 grown men. Space tier 1, 100 cubic meters. Bonds. Chu Wanru, Shun Qingluo. Me. Why'd I get the reward twice? System. Poor signal. Announcement delayed. Me. Damn. So that's how we're playing. The system vanished again. The next moment, power surged into my limbs and every fiber of my being, brimming to the max. I hauled hot water into the yard, scalded and plucked the goat clean, then gutted it open on a wooden board. Divine tier archery came with a hunter's memories, so the work went smoothly. My 3 wives helped alongside me. Shin Furong drooled as she plucked feathers. Fur. Just thinking about eating mutton tonight makes my mouth water. I grinned. Good girl. Tonight, you'll get to eat not just goat meat, but your husband's meat too. Husband, you're so wicked. She turned red all the way to her ears. Chu Wanru pretended to scold. Chongfeng, stop talking nonsense. I gave a mischievous chuckle and played dumb. All right, Chongfeng listens to sister-in-law. Oh, I mean first wife. Just as we were working, a crowd of uninvited guests blocked the courtyard gate. Uncle Lu Qingyan holding a meter-long stick, followed by Aunt Li Tsulian, Lu Dakue, Lu Eryong, and Lu Yunyao. 5 pairs of eyes glared at me viciously. Lu Chongfeng. Lu Qingyan jabbed his stick at me. I just went to the county to sell some medicinal herbs. And you have the nerve to beat your aunt, your second brother, and your elder sister? You little jackass, you've grown some spine, huh? Shin Furong trembled in fear. Husband, what do we do? Chu Wanru and Shun Qingluo also came rushing out in a panic. I shot them a look telling them not to be afraid, then stood up and feigned ignorance. Uncle, how could I have possibly beaten them? You didn't. Lu Qingyan pointed at Li Tsualian's and Lu Yunyao's faces. Swollen like that, your elder sister's teeth are broken, Your second brother's wrist is snapped. If you didn't do it, who did? I put on a serious face. Uncle, the day before yesterday, second brother came to my house and said he'd been beaten up over gambling debts and asked me to cover for him. He said if you asked, I should say I did it. Uncle, don't beat second brother. I promised I wouldn't tell. Lu Er-young had always been a compulsive gambler, and Lu Qing beaten Anna with a stick. The moment the words left my mouth, Lu Qingyan's face changed. Li Tzuilian panicked. Lu Chongfeng, you big idiot. What nonsense are you spouting? I pressed on. Uncle, Aunt knew about it too. She slapped her own face until it swelled, then slapped elder sister's face, saying that way you wouldn't suspect second brother. Elder sister broke her own teeth that day when she fell in front of our door. Plenty of the uncles saw it. Chu Wanru chimed in at once. That's right, uncle. Everything Chongfeng says is true. Some of the villagers outside crowded in and shouted, Old Lu. That day Lu Yunyao broke her own tooth when she fell. We all saw it. Chongfeng didn't hit her. Right? Your own nephew's a simpleton. It's bad enough you don't stand up for him, but you bully him too. You even took his elder brother's death compensation. With so many people watching, Lu Qingyan couldn't bring himself to strike. His grip tightened on the stick. Then he whirled around and swung it at Lu Er-young instead. Lu Er-young howled. Father, don't listen to their nonsense. You fool, Lu Qingyan roared. You lost money gambling and got beaten, and you want to pin it on the simpleton? Clever, aren't you? Li Tzuilian threw herself forward to grab him. Lu Qingyan, you won't believe your own son, but you'll believe an idiot? Idiots don't lie. He shoved her aside and chased Lu Er-young around the yard, beating him. Lu Yunyao tried to pull him off and got knocked down too. Lu Dakawei shrank into a corner and didn't dare make a sound. He'd been caught in the bushes with the little widow the day before, and keeping a low profile was the wisest move now. When he'd finished, Lu Qingyan flung down the stick and stormed off in a rage. Li Tzuilian jabbed her finger at me and cursed. Lu Chongfeng, you doomed little brat. You're no idiot. You're a sly little fox. Not wanting to blow my cover, I put on a frightened face, grabbed the three wives, and pulled them toward the house. Auntie, don't hit me. I'm scared. The door slammed shut behind us. Even the villagers had had enough. Woman, what kind of talent is it to bully a simpleton? Get out of here. Lu Er-young's wrist was throbbing from the blow, and he'd just taken a beating from his father. Seeing the three beauties behind me only drove his jealousy to a frenzy. He leaned toward Lu Dakawei's ear. Elder brother, while father's away, let's rush in and teach him a lesson. Take those three beauties for ourselves. Lu Dakawei shook his head. We can't fight him now. Let's go back first. I have my own way of dealing with him. The whole pack of them stalked off, cursing. Inside, Chu Wanru was worried. Chongfeng, will Lu Er-young come back for revenge? I patted her head. Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. They can't touch me. I walked to the stove, lifted the lid. The ribs weren't done yet. I added more firewood and stoked the flames higher. Chu Wanru lit another stove to steam the rice. Half an hour later, the meal was ready and the meat smelled wonderful. The three women picked at one piece after another, savoring every bite, but they couldn't bear to keep eating. Once a pot was empty, they all set down their chopsticks. I could see what was holding them back. I cooked up another full pot and brought it to the table. Eat all you want. I promise from now on our family will never run out of meat. Shen Furong's eyes lit up. Really? Would your husband ever lie to you? Shen Qingluo looked at me with pure admiration. Yesterday she'd thought her husband was a fool. Today she saw he wasn't foolish at all. In fact, he was downright clever. After dinner, I sat out in the courtyard cooling off. August nights were crisp, the stars bright. 100 times clearer than the smog-choked skies back in the modern world. I took stock of my situation. Strength level 1, space level 1, God-tier archery in hand. No worries about making a living. Whatever game I couldn't eat could be hauled into town and traded for silver. But if I was hoping to get rich quick from hunting alone, that wouldn't be easy. It would take long-term planning. These were turbulent times. Who knew when the flames of war would reach this place? By then, all the wealth I'd worked so hard to build up would be snatched away in the blink of an eye, and my women wouldn't be safe either. To protect all this, I had to get stronger. And how? By relying on the 10,000 generations system, of course. Once I had the means, I'd need to raise my own force too. After sitting in the courtyard a while, I headed back inside. Tonight was Shun Furong's turn to serve me. Her older sister, Shun Qingluo, had cleaned her up nice and proper that morning and walked her through what to do. The little thing was timid, a bit frightened. I took my time, going step by step, mindful of her feelings and easy on her body. Next door, Chu Wanru and Shun Qingluo could hear everything, and their faces burned scarlet. Another sleepless night for them. When I woke the next morning, Shun Furong was already out of bed. I sat up and tried summoning the system. Ding! Host has taken in Peerless Beauty Shun Furong. Reward skill, understand beast speech. Strength upgraded to level 2. Space upgraded to level 2. The panel floated up before my eyes. Name, Lu Changfeng. Age, 19. Strength, level 2, equivalent to 9 grown men. Space, level 2, 200 cubic meters. Bonds, Chu Wanru, Shun Qingluo, Shun Furong. Rewards, God tier archery, understand beast speech. I frowned. Understand beast speech? I can understand what animals are saying. I threw on my clothes and headed outside, planting myself under the big tree in the courtyard to wait. It took ages for a single sparrow to fly down. It chirped and chattered away for a good while, and I couldn't make out a single damn word. Annoyed, I cursed under my breath. Fuck, what kind of useless garbage is this? Changfeng, breakfast is ready, my sister-in-law called from the window. Breakfast was rice with stir-fried mutton. Sister-in-law really did have a gift, hardly any seasoning, but somehow it smelled amazing. After eating, I hoisted the basket onto my back, hung a water flask at my side, grabbed my bow and arrows, and headed up the mountain. My 3 lovely wives stood at the door, telling me to be careful. I grinned. Come on now, each of you give your husband a kiss. Shun Qingluo and Shun Furong covered their faces and fled. Chu Wanru patted my shoulder. Silly Changfeng, hurry back. Sister-in-law, tonight I'll keep you. You go to sleep. You smooth-talking rascal. I walked off laughing. I circled around the nearby hills without much luck, then headed deeper in. When I reached a patch of tall grass, a fat rabbit came bolting out 5 or 6 meters away. I drew my bow, loosed an arrow, and tossed the rabbit into my basket. One rabbit wasn't enough. I needed to bag something big and take it into town to trade for cash. After another half-mile, a sudden commotion broke out overhead. An eagle was chasing a crow. Not my problem. I kept walking. A few more steps, and smack, something clipped my forehead and hit the ground. I looked down. It was the crow, drenched in blood. I bent over and picked it up. I wasn't planning to kill you, but since you dropped right into my hands, don't blame me for this. Just as I was about to toss it into the basket, the crow suddenly spoke. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I froze. Say that again? The crow stared at me with pleading beady black eyes. Big brother, you're a good man. Please, I'm begging you, don't kill me. Spare my life, and I'll do anything for you. I slapped my thigh. Well, I'll be damned. This had to be the beast's speech comprehension the system had granted me. I'd run into plenty of animals before and never understood a word, but I could understand this crow. It must be the system's gift. Take this thing hunting with me. Let it fly a lap through the sky to scout out prey. Combine that with my god-tier marksmanship, and this whole back mountain would basically be my private pantry. I lowered my voice. Fine, I won't kill you, but you have to acknowledge me as your master and swear absolute loyalty. Betray me, and I'll chop you into paste and deep fry you for a snack. The crow trembled all over. Master, don't worry. Once a crow chooses its master, we never betray that bond for the rest of our lives. As we spoke, the eagle came circling back down, and its target was the crow in my hand. The crow shook uncontrollably. Master, that nasty eagle's back. Save me. Relax, watch this. I dropped the crow into my basket, drew my bow, and took aim. The eagle was crafty, it just wouldn't dive. So I simply closed my eyes and used my hearing to pinpoint its position. Twang. The arrow flew. The eagle screeched and dropped. The crow in the basket asked excitedly, Master, is that nasty eagle dead? Dead as a doornail. I walked over, picked up the eagle, and tossed it into the basket, right next to the crow. The crow squawked in terror. Help. Master, I'm scared. It's stone dead, quit howling. I stuffed some dry grass over the crow to cover it, and kept walking. Luck was on my side today. I hadn't gone far when I ran into a boar that had to weigh 400 pounds, rooting at a tree, tusks jutting out, radiating menace. Perfect. My heart leaped for joy. The boar spotted me and, instead of running, bared its tusks and charged. I gave a cold snort and raised my bow. Twang! Straight through the neck. The boar. He hit the ground with a muffled thud. I stashed the wild boar into my space, then dug up some wild greens, chopped a bundle of firewood, and hauled it all back home. Once home, I let the boar out. My 3 lovely wives were so thrilled they jumped up and down. Chu Wanru reached out and stroked my cheek. Our Chongfeng's all grown up. Let sis-in-law check. You didn't get hurt, did you? I leaned close to her ear and murmured, Sis, there is one place that got hurt. Sleep with me tonight and see if you can find it. Her face flushed red as she pounded on my chest. Silly Chongfeng, keep talking nonsense and sis-in-law will sew your mouth shut with a needle. Shun Qingluo and Shun Furong pressed close, their eyes brimming with adoration. The 2 sisters had been dragged from village to village by the officials before, and no one had picked them. They'd thought their lives were over, never dreaming they'd end up with such a capable husband. It had to be blessings accumulated across several lifetimes. Husband, you're amazing. Just a few hours, and you brought back a boar this big. I puffed out my chest and gave them both a sly wink. Whether your husband's amazing or not, don't you 2 know best? They flushed crimson, tiny fists pattering down on me like raindrops, though neither hit hard. They couldn't bear to. The boar had to be dealt with first. I told sis-in-law to heat some water, sent Shin Qingluo to help feed the fire, and Shin Furong crouched beside me to keep me company. I pulled the crow and the eagle out of my basket. The eagle I tossed onto the ground. The crow I cradled in my palm to check its wounds. Shin Furong asked, Husband, did you catch this crow too? No. The eagle beat it up like that. Are we going to skin it as well? Caw. The crow shuddered in terror at the words. I stroked its head. Don't be afraid. I promised to save you, so I won't kill you. Caw. Thank you, master. Shin Furong marveled. It really seems to understand you. I laughed. That's right. It's a clever crow. Once I heal it up, I'll keep it as a pet. I gave it a closer look. 2 puncture holes on its back where the eagle had struck, and a broken leg. I had Shin Furong bring a basin of water, wash the blood off, and set the crow on the wall to dry in the sun. Lie there and behave. I'll fetch some medicine from the doctor for you later. Call. The hot water was ready. I dropped the boar into the big pot to scald the hair off. The pot couldn't fit the whole boar, so I had to do it a piece at a time. Once the bristles were scraped clean, I split the boar in half, took off the head and tail, and pulled out the innards. The rest of the meat I sent into my space with a single thought. The 3 women's eyes went wide. They nearly shrieked. I hurried to explain. Don't panic. The meat didn't disappear. I just put it away in my space. I figured there was no need to hide the space from them. With the system's backing, their loyalty was absolute. Living together day in and day out, I couldn't keep it secret anyway. Chu Wanru couldn't believe it. Space. Sis, remember I said the brown rice and meat came from an old immortal? Actually, it was me. There's this space. People can't go inside, but you can store stuff in it. Whatever you put in comes out exactly the same. With a single thought, the meat reappeared where it had been. The 3 women's jaws dropped, so wide they couldn't close them. My expression turned serious. Remember, not a word about this space to anyone, or we'll lose our food supply. All 3 nodded vigorously. I cut off a slab of meat, well marbled with fat and lean, and handed it to my sister-in-law. Fry this up. Go ahead and eat without me. I'm heading into town to sell the rest. Need us to buy anything? All 3 women shook their heads, only telling me to hurry back. I hoisted the back basket onto my shoulders, grabbed the crow, and headed out. Just past the village entrance, I ran into Yuan Ju, Lu Dakue's wife, hauling half a bucket of water. She spotted the crow in my hand and sidled up with a smirk. Chongfeng, why don't you let your sister-in-law stew that crow into soup? I'll save you a bowl. I leaned in close to her ear. I don't want crow soup. What I want is a taste of sister-in-law's milk. Yuan Ju exploded. You little bastard. I added, relax, sis, I'm just kidding. With that pinched-up monkey face of yours, even a dog would turn its nose up at your milk. I spat on the ground and swaggered off. Yuan Ju stomped her feet behind me, cursing, you little son of a bitch. By the time I reached the county town, chaos and famine everywhere. The streets were crowded, but everyone was dressed in rags. I ducked into an empty corner behind a wall, pulled out the half carcass of pork, and hauled it to a bustling street to set up shop. Fresh wild boar. 40 coppers a caddy. A crowd gathered, but they only stood there swallowing hard. No one could afford it. An old man edged forward. 30 coppers a caddy. Would you sell? Figuring it was my first sale of the day, I agreed. One swing of the knife, a caddy, and 2 tails. The old man paid 36 coppers and left. Next came a fellow who looked like a household steward, who bought 30 caddies in one go. A few more scattered sales followed. 3 hours passed, and I'd only sold about 60 caddies. 90 or so were left. The crow tucked against my chest was so starved it was dizzy. Caw, caw, caw. Master, I'm about to die of hunger. I patted it a few times to calm it down, hoisted the remaining meat, and headed straight for the biggest restaurant in town, Spring Breeze Pavilion. The name sounded like some brothel, but it was actually a proper eatery. Sure enough, the moment the proprietor saw the meat, he had someone carry it into the back kitchen. 30 coppers a caddy, not a coin less. The proprietor's surname was Fu Mingyuan. He clapped me on the shoulder. Little brother, if you ever bag another boar or any other game, bring it straight to me. We can always work out a price. With a heavy pouch of silver tucked against my chest, I thought about sitting down and treating myself to a good meal, but the crow was still waiting to be patched up. I asked around for a clinic and carried the crow inside. I explained what I wanted, medical treatment for the crow. The physician stared blankly for a long moment. Treating a crow, in all my years, this is a first. I put on my most pleading face. Doctor, this is my sworn brother. He saved my life. You have to save it no matter what. The doctor gave me a startled look, probably thinking I was an idiot. Still, he nodded. The wound isn't serious. A bit of ointment and a bandage will do. Once the crow was patched up, I paid 10 coppers, tucked it back into my chest, and headed back to Spring Breeze Pavilion. The first floor wasn't full, but I pointed upstairs. The waiter recognized me as the guy who'd just sold the pork earlier and politely led me up. I picked a seat by the window. What are your house specialties? Give me a rundown. Sitting there by the window, I listened as the waiter reeled off a string of dishes. Red braised venison casserole, golden crispy skillet chicken, jade sliced bamboo shoots with dompa pork. My head was spinning. Are these dishes expensive? The waiter flicked his abacus. Sir, one of each would come to about 3 taels of silver. I choked. I'd only made 4.5 taels selling half a hog today, and one meal would run me 3? Forget it. Give me the golden crispy skillet chicken, an order of stir-fried tofu, and a bowl of vegetable soup. The waiter brought tea and a small dish of crispy, salted beans. I grabbed a handful and munched slowly, then pulled the crow out of my chest and set it on the table. The little guy was starving. It started pecking at the beans right along with me. When my food gets here, you eat with me. The crow cawed and nodded. The dishes came out quickly. I wolfed down a few bites and passed judgment. The chicken was decent, the tofu was mediocre, the vegetable soup was passable. The bill came to just 90 coppers. Not too much of a ripoff. I was about to head downstairs when I heard a commotion below. Looking down, I saw 3 thugs surrounding a helpless young woman. She had a delicate oval face and was weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. The one-eyed man grabbed her wrist. Your old man owes me 2 taels in gambling debts. If you don't pay it off, who will? The bearded one egged him on. Big brother, let's just sell her straight to the Rouge Chamber. She'll fetch a fine price. The scrawny, monkey-faced one grinned. Big brother, second brother, before we sell her, how about us brothers enjoy her a little first? The 3 of them broke into lecherous laughter. My blood shot up in an instant. Snatching a girl in broad daylight. Is there no law left in this world? I started down the stairs. The waiter grabbed at me anxiously. Sir, don't. Those are One Eye, Bearded Bro, and Little Monkey from the East Market gambling den. They're vicious. Nobody dares cross them. I laughed and patted his shoulder. Thanks for the warning. You're a good man. Before the words had faded, I was already standing in the middle of the street. One Eye looked me up and down. Just some country bumpkin in coarse, tattered clothes. He sneered. Kid, was that you running your mouth just now? I laughed out loud. That's right. You blind in one eye and deaf in both ears too. You're asking to die. Bearded Bro and Little Monkey lunged forward, but One Eye raised a hand to stop them. Kid, this woman's name is Fu Linger. Her old man owes us 2 taels in gambling debts. She's here to pay them off. Fu Linger nodded through her tears. You're not wrong, but I don't want to go to the Red Chamber. I want to earn the money to pay off the debt myself. The little monkey-faced man sneered. A dainty little thing like you? What could you possibly earn? The only thing worth anything on you is that couple ounces of flesh. More than a couple, there's another few ounces up top. Whiskers roared with laughter. The men crowded around burst out laughing too. Fu Ling'er covered her face and sobbed. I pulled out my money pouch, took out 2 taels of silver, and held them out. I'll pay off her father's debt. She's coming with me. Fu Ling'er stared at me, stunned, then dropped to her knees and kowtowed. If the young master will save Ling'er, Ling'er will pledge herself to you. As a servant, a slave, whatever you wish. But when I didn't take the silver. Too late. Interest on interest. It's 20 taels now. What? Fu Ling'er collapsed on the ground in despair. It's only been half an hour. Are you trying to drive me to my death? One Eye smirked coldly. Gambling house debts. Those are the rules. Fu Ling'er turned tear-streaked eyes to me. Young master, Ling'er will repay your kindness in the next life. Don't waste any more silver on me. Inside I was laughing. The system had just bumped my combat stat up to level 4, the equivalent of 15 grown men. These 3 idiots would make perfect practice. Still, saving someone had to be worth it. I fixed my eyes on her. Fu Ling'er, if I save you, will you go back to that gambler father of yours? She shook her head hard. Never. He beat my mother to death. My little sister was handed over to cover his debts and hanged herself. I wish he'd vanish off the face of the earth. Save me, young master, and I'll follow you to the ends of the world. I pulled her up and drew her behind me. Good. Anyone who touches her from now on is picking a fight with Lu Changfeng. I hurled the 2 taels of silver straight at One Eye's face. Take it or beat it. I'm handling this today. Fuck you, you want to die? One Eye swung a fist at me. I sneered, slipped aside, and drove a right hook into his face. Only 2/10 of my strength, and he sailed 5 or 6 meters through the air, crashed flat on his back, and lay there clutching his face, howling. Whiskers and the monkey rushed me from both sides. I didn't bother dodging. I caught both their wrists at once and slammed them together. Crack, crack. 2 crisp snaps. Both wrists broken clean. The pair crumpled to the ground, wailing like ghosts. Level 4 combat was something else. One Eye's punch had looked to me like a movie running in slow motion. The crowd was frozen in shock. An old man shouted, "Kid, you've crossed the wrong people. Run for it. You can't mess with the East Market gambling house." Fu Ling'er was trembling badly. I patted her shoulder. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." I bent down, picked up the 2 taels of silver, and pointed at the 3 of them. "You didn't want the silver, so I'm taking it back. Come after us again, and next time it won't be broken limbs. It'll be your miserable lives." I took Fu Ling'er by the hand and walked off. She let me lead her without a single struggle. Once we'd turned onto another street, I asked her, "What do you want to buy?" "As long as I can follow you, my lord. I don't need anything." I laughed and flicked her nose. "Then I'll buy you some buns." Her eyes lit up, and she swallowed hard. Seeing how starved she was, I walked over to a bun shop. "Boss, 50 buns." The shopkeeper gaped. "F50. Fu Ling'er panicked too. "My lord, I can't eat that many." "Take your time." I paid 150 coppers, stuffed 3 into her hands first, and packed the rest into my basket. She wolfed them down, 2 bites per bun. Once 3 were gone, I handed her 3 more. She waved her hands frantically, wanting to save them for later. "You won't go hungry with me. Eat all you want." Without another word, she polished off 3 more, then patted her belly and said she was full. Next, I went to a tailor's shop on South Street and bought 2 bolts of fine hemp cloth for 160 coppers. Outside the city, I hired an ox cart for 4 coppers. On the cart, I asked her, "You're really coming with me just like that? Aren't you afraid I might be a bad man?" She gave a shy smile. "My lord, anyone who dares cross the East Market gambling den could never be a bad man. In this life and the next, Ling'er belongs to you." The little thing's honeyed words made my heart burn. I could have taken her right there. Too bad the cart driver was hanging around like a giant third wheel. It'd have to wait until home. I took her hand. "I won't treat you poorly, but I already have a few wives at home. Don't take it the wrong way, get along with them." She nodded obediently. "You're such a good man, my lord. Of course you'd have several wives. I'll get along well with my sisters." We got off at the entrance of Yentu village, and I led her home by the hand. She stared at my 2 shabby thatched huts for a moment, but didn't say a word. The courtyard gate creaked open, and 3 lovely women rushed out to greet me. Changfeng, you're back. Husband, you must be exhausted. Did you sell all the pork? 4 taels worth. I laughed. Only then did they notice Fu Linger behind me. I pulled her forward. This is Fu Linger. I rescued her on the street. From now on, she's my 4th wife. Take good care of her. Fu Linger blushed and bit her lip. The 3 women immediately crowded around her. Fu Linger bowed sweetly. Hello, sisters. I introduced them one by one. This is your eldest sister, Wanru. This is second sister, Qingluo. And this is third sister, Furong. Hello, eldest sister. Hello, second sister. Hello, third sister. Chu Wanru took her hand. Dear little sister, come inside. This is your home now. I pulled out the 2 bolts of fine hemp and handed them to Wanru. Make yourself some clothes. The ones you're wearing are all in tatters. Wanru stroked the cloth, her eyes reddening. I'll make some for you too. Shun Qingluo and Shun Furong crowded in to feel the fabric, tears rolling down their cheeks. Then I took out the buns. You can have these with your breakfast. Shun Qingluo swallowed. Husband, may I have one? Want. Eat as much as you want. We'll buy more another day. The 3 of them grabbed the buns and started chowing down. Sister-in-law ushered Fu Linger inside, and the women scrambled to prepare a meal. Before long, the aroma of stir-fried pork drifted out. Fu Linger was both stunned and delighted. Linger hasn't eaten meat in years. Shen Furong laughed. Our husband is a capable man. We have meat every day now. At dinner, a big pot of stir-fried pork was set on the table. The color, aroma, and taste all perfect. I picked up a big chunk of meat with my chopsticks and put it in her bowl. Eat up. She'd barely taken a bite before tears spilled over. So good, sob sob. Sister-in-law smiled. Silly girl. From now on, you'll have meat every meal. Shin Furong added another piece to her bowl. Hurry, eat. Night fell. I'd originally planned to go straight to the bridal chamber with Fu Linger, but earlier that day, in front of sister-in-law Chu Wanru, I joked about spending the night with her. Backing out at the last minute would hurt her feelings. Never mind. Let Linger rest a few days first. Tonight, I'd be with sister-in-law. After washing up, I pulled Chu Wanru into my arms and lowered my voice by her ear. Sister-in-law, do you still remember what I said at noon? Her face went crimson in an instant, but she deflected. Changfeng, you just brought your new bride home today. Don't neglect her. Go be with Ling. Sister-in-law, Linger can wait a few days. Ah, no need. It's settled then. Once we'd agreed, I turned to the women. You all go to sleep first. I'll go draw some water. The jar's nearly empty. I picked up the empty buckets and headed to the village well. The sky was pitch black, but there was still a line at the well. At least there were fewer people than during the day. I waited over an hour for my turn, and the water was so low I had to climb down and scoop it up little by little. All told, it took 2 hours before I got the water back home. By the time I got back, the women were all fast asleep. I poured the water into the jar, washed up, and quietly pushed open the door to my room. Sure enough, someone was lying in bed. Must be sister-in-law. I locked the door, stripped off my clothes, and slipped under the covers. The moment I got in, something fell off. The softness was different. Sister-in-law was bigger. This one was smaller. While I was still puzzling over it, Fu Linger's voice came from under the covers. Linger hopes her lord will be gentle with her. Me? Weren't we supposed to have sister-in-law with me tonight? How did Linger end up here? Husband, sister-in-law said today is the day I entered the household. It's only right that I serve my husband properly. Oh, so sister-in-law had arranged this. Good sister-in-law, so thoughtful and understanding. Well, since she'd set it up, I might as well savor this beauty to the fullest. All right, Linger, your husband will treat you well. I got to work with practiced ease. With 3 wives already, how could I lack experience? Just, the little one was young, so I had to take it easy. Ever since my martial prowess had risen to level 4, my body had grown even sturdier, and I could last a good hour longer in battle than before. Bed. The bed creaked and groaned. Who knew what day it would finally fall apart? In the next room over, Chu Wanru, Shun Qingluo, and Shin Furong were crammed onto one bed, all 3 of them wide awake. Listening to the racket, their husband seemed even fiercer than usual. Chu Wanru half regretted giving me up for the night, then thought better of it. She'd figured it out already. Her husband's stamina kept growing precisely because a new wife had joined the household. The battle raged clear through till dawn. When I woke up the next morning, I didn't feel tired at all. If anything, I felt refreshed and clear-headed. I knew the system was about to hand out more rewards. Fu Linger was already up, walking on wobbly legs, still trying to help her three sisters with the chores. Chu Wanru leaned close to her ear. Linger, you worked hard last night. Take the day off. Linger blushed. Chu Wanru gathered the women together and said with a smile, Come on, let big sister lay down a rule. From now on, whoever spends the night with our husband gets the next day off to rest. The others nodded quickly. They all knew just how fierce their husband could be. Linger was tucked back into her big sister's bed to sleep some more. Back in my own room, the moment I sat up, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Host has been detected acquiring the peerless beauty Fu Ling. Reward. 1 spirit spring inside your space. Its water is inexhaustible, quenches thirst, and cures illness. Ding. Host's strength has leveled up to rank 3. Space has leveled up to rank 3. The status panel appeared before my eyes. Name, Lu Changfeng. Age, 19. Strength, rank 3, equivalent to 12 grown men in combat. Space, rank 3, 300 cubic meters. Bonds, 4, Chu Wanru, Shen Qingluo, Shun Furong, Fulinger. Rewards, Divine Archery, Beast Speech Comprehension, Spirit Spring. A Spirit Spring? I was over the moon. This system really came through. Probably saw me sweating in line for well water last night and decided to gift me a spring of my own. No more elbowing my way to the village well. Just as I was about to close the panel, the system dinged again. Ding. Host has been detected reaching for partners. A gift package has been awarded. Open now. Open it. The inventory tab lit up. 10 pills of absolute loyalty. 1 divine brewing technique. 2 sacks of premium rice. 50 caddies each. 200 taels of silver. Holy crap, that's a serious haul. I was so pumped I nearly jumped out of bed. Looks like that rescue mission for Linger yesterday paid off big time. It was already noon. I got dressed and stepped outside. Sister-in-law and Shen Qingluo were cooking. Shen Furong was sweeping the yard, but Linger was nowhere in sight. I walked into my sister-in-law's room and asked, Where's Linger? She jerked her chin toward the bed. Linger was lying there, resting. Thinking of the way I'd worn her out the night before, I stroked her forehead tenderly. Linger, I put you through a lot. Her face flushed red, and she yanked the covers up over her head. I burst out laughing. Still shy, not pressing her any further. I teased her for a bit, then stepped out to watch sister-in-law cook. Today it was twice-cooked pork with a wild vegetable spare rib soup and brown rice on the side. I'd been meaning to break out the polished rice the system had given me, but seeing the meal was already done, I decided to save it for dinner. When the food hit the table, sister-in-law called over to Linger in bed. Come on, get up and eat. You can go back to sleep after. Linger shot me a bashful glance, then got up and sat at the table. I handed her a bowl and chopsticks. Eat up. You'll need your strength. Over by the window, the crow sunning itself started squawking excitedly the moment it saw us dig in. I scooped it up onto the table and fed it a big lump of rice and 2 ribs. It pecked away, mouthful by mouthful, offering a review between bites. Caw, caw, caw. This woman can really cook. All 4 women adored that crow. One would stroke it, then the next, until it got so fed up it turned to me for help. Caw, caw, caw. Master, get your women under control. Stop them from petting my head all the time. I burst out laughing. What's a little petting gonna do? After the meal, the women started tidying up. I shouldered my bamboo basket, grabbed my bow and arrows, hung a water canteen at my side, and picked up the crow. I'm heading up the mountain to hunt. The women came out and, one by one, gave me a hug goodbye. Once I was up the mountain with no one around, I dumped out the water in the canteen, sent it into my space with a thought, and pulled it back out. Now filled to the brim with spirit spring water. I poured a little into my palm and cupped the crow in it. This is called spirit spring water. It can heal wounds. Drink up. Caw, caw, caw. Don't mess with me, master. It can really heal? Like divine water. I grinned. I'll tell you what, based on years of reading web novels, this stuff is even better than divine water. Now drink. Drink, drink, drink. The crow crouched down and started gulping it up. I had to pour 6 rounds before it was satisfied. I didn't rush off to hunt. I wanted to see the results. About an hour later, the crow started cawing wildly. Master, the pain in my wound is gone. Untie the bandage and take a look. I unwrapped it. Damn, the 2 holes in its back were completely healed. The only sign anything had happened was the bald patch where the feathers hadn't grown back. Amazing. Spirit Spring really is the real deal. I used to roll my eyes at Spirit Springs in novels, calling them fake. Now that I'd experienced it firsthand, I finally understood how ridiculous the stuff was. According to novel logic, heavier wounds took longer to recover. A minor injury like the crow's healed in about an hour. Try flying a lap. The crow flapped its wings and took off, circling and cheering in the air before coming back. Master, no problems at all. I feel even better than before. Good. From now on you're coming with me on every hunt. Master, I was so caught up in flying just now, I forgot to scout for prey. Let me go around one more time. A few minutes later it flew back. Master, head straight for about 40 or 50 meters, then east another quarter-mile. There's a wild mountain goat resting under a tree. I crept along the route it gave me, and sure enough, there was a plump mountain goat. I drew my bow. Loose an arrow. Thwack. The goat dropped where it stood. Into the space it went. Come on, keep moving. 100 meters southeast, in the grass. A snake, 3 meters long and thick as your fist. It's swallowing a rabbit right now, duh. I want it. Snakes sell for good money. 1 arrow dead on. Into the space. Along the way I also pulled up a patch of buplurum. 50 meters ahead, a pheasant, duh. No kidding, even mosquito meat is meat. 1 arrow, collected. 200 meters ahead, there's a bamboo grove, packed with turtle doves. When we got to the grove, I loosed arrow after arrow, 40 birds in all before I stopped. Half an hour later. Master, 40 meters ahead, a fox. He's an old friend of mine. Ugly as sin, and getting beat down by his own pack. Save him or not? Let's go see just how ugly this thing is. We got there. In a little clearing, 20-odd foxes were tearing into one. The rest were all sleek and pretty, but the one in the middle? Ugly beyond words, drenched in blood, barely hanging on. That ugly bastard's your friend? The crow nodded. Used to be I lived up in a big tree, and he denayed right underneath. Sworn enemies at first. He wanted to eat me every day, and I itched to peck his skull open. Then one time the pack came for him, and I caught a warning. That's how enemy turned to friend. Ever since, we've watched out for each other. A few days back, I was being chased by a hawk, and he was being chased by the pack. Neither of us could help the other. When I didn't see him for days, I figured he was gone. Master, please save him. I tilted my head. What's in it for me? The pretty foxes can at least amuse people. This ugly thing, what use is it? The crow got frantic. Master, just save him, and I'll convince him to take you as master. He can guard the house. He gets bullied every day, and he's going to guard a house. He's got a keen nose and a sharp mind, and he's still young. When he grows up, he'll surely turn handsome and strong. I thought it over. Fine. For pretty ladies at home, and we really are short a doorkeeper. You talk him into it, otherwise I put an arrow in him. Hideous little thing. Yes. Master, you're the best. I looked up. The little ugly fox was seconds from being torn apart. I drew the bow, 6 arrows per volley, 2 volleys, 12 arrows. The strings sang. 12 foxes hit the dirt. The rest scattered in terror. The ugly fox tried to run but couldn't, staring wide-eyed in my direction. The crow flew over, cawing away. The little fox recognized him and gave a weak, crooked grin. That grin froze me solid. Damn, he really was ugly. In my past life, I'd watched countless fox videos, and I'd never seen anything this ugly. Whatever. If he was the crow's friend, I'd take him. I strode over and swept the 12 fox carcasses into the space. Seeing me, the ugly fox trembled all over and scrabbled backward with his legs. The crow rushed to soothe him. Don't be afraid. This is my master. He just saved you. The ugly fox stopped and looked up at me gratefully, whimpering, yip yip, yip yip. I reached out and patted its head. It was still trembling. Only after the crow coaxed it a few more times did it press its head against my hand, baring its teeth in a grin. I stroked it, curling my lip. Little guy, you really are ugly. But when I parted its filthy, matted fur, I realized it wasn't actually ugly. Its face and muzzle were covered in bite scars. Here, drink some Spirit Spring water. See if it heals you up. I poured some into my palm and let it lick. Its little tongue tickled, and the water was gone in one lap. Doing it over and over got tedious, so I just grabbed it by the chin, tilted the water flask against its mouth, and poured. After half a flask, it started to squirm and refuse, so I let go. I sat down on the grass to wait. Today's haul was plenty, no need to hunt more. The fresh wounds slowly closed up, but the old scars on its face didn't change. Come here. I beckoned. The little fox got up from about 2 meters away and padded closer. I studied its face carefully, crisscrossed with scars, some running from the corner of its mouth all the way to its ear. No wonder the crow said it was ugly beyond the heavens. I patted its head. Don't worry. The spirit spring water will heal you, but it'll take time. The crow flew over. A few days ago, I was almost done for, chased by a hawk. The master saved me, and I swore to follow him. Today he saved you too. Come pledge yourself to the master with me. Forget going back to that fox pack. They're not worth remembering. The little ugly fox glanced at me. Seeing me nod, it burrowed into my arms with a stream of yip-yips. Its stance was unmistakable. It wanted to follow me. I rubbed its head and laughed. Neither of you has a name yet. Let me pick one. The crow got excited. Yes, master. Give me a good one. I thought for a moment. Crow, you're black as soot. I'll call you Blackie. Blackie, does that sound good? It's fierce. Hawks will hear it and wet themselves. Yes, yes, I'm Blackie now. I looked back at the little fox, red fur all over, beaten bloody, and caked in mud. Ugly, no question. With a look like that, I'll call you Uggo. Uggo. The crow burst out laughing. The little fox cocked its head, confused. Don't stir things up. The name suits its vibe. Uggo it is. The crow kept crowing. Uggo. 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 The little fox actually seemed pleased and yipped back. All right, big haul today. Home we go? My pretty ladies are waiting to be doted on. Cradling Uggo with Blackie perched on my shoulder, I headed down the mountain. Just as I reached the foot, a voice called from behind. Chongfeng. I turned. It was young Lao San, the village lowlife, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, looking his usual thuggish self. Where he'd popped out from? Who knew? Probably off pestering some young wife again. This young the third ran with Lu Eryong's crowd, and they'd bullied the original owner of this body plenty back in the day. Whenever I'd bagged game, a few sweet words from him, and it'd end up his. Now, spotting the crow on my shoulder and the red fox in my arms, he grinned ear to ear, eyes glued to that fox, though his mouth put on a show of disgust. What is that thing? Ugly as hell. Mouth split clear back to its ears, hideous. The little fox burrowed warily into my chest, cocking its head and glaring at him. I knew exactly what Yang the Third was scheming. He'd remembered that ugly as it was, this red fox was precious. Its meat could cure illness and fetch a fat price. He'd been squatting in the mountains for months without catching one, and now this village idiot had scooped one up. How could he not be sour? I let my expression slacken, my eyes going dull, sliding back into the original's dim-witted look. Left arm cradling the fox, right hand scratching my head. I asked on purpose, this thing really that ugly? Yang the Third nodded. Ugly as sin. Tell you what, give it to me, I'll toss it out for you. No point keeping something that gross around. I shook my head, not throwing it away, taking it home to eat. He got anxious. Come on, Chongfeng. What's tasty about an ugly thing like that? Give it here, I'll take it into town and sell it, split the money with you 50-50. Yang the Third puffed out his chest, playing the part. Depends who's doing the selling though. You go, nobody'll buy. But me. I'm your third brother, and half the shopkeepers in town are my kin. Here's the deal, Chongfeng. Hand over the fox and that crow on your shoulder. I'll take him to town, sell him, and cut you in later. Only doing this 'cause we grew up together. Anyone else, I wouldn't lift a finger. I shot him a glance and grinned. Third brother, you really are a saint for miles around. But I'm not selling. Yang the Third lost his patience and lunged to snatch them. Ugly junk like this. I'm doing you a favor even offering. Hand it over. Told you I'm not selling, and you still grab? You're a bad guy. I'll beat you to death. I said, swinging at him. The original had never once beaten him in a fight. But I was different now. Yeah, I'm the village idiot. Screw you, go be smart in hell. One fist to the face, using barely a tenth of my strength, and half his face swelled up like a bun on the spot. Yang the Third clutched his cheek, unable to wrap his head around the fact that I dared hit back. Lu Chongfeng, you big dumbass, you dare hit me? Cradling the fox in one arm, I crooked a finger at him with the other. Come here, genius, come bite me. The crow on my shoulder mimicked me, tilting sideways and cawing, "Bite me! Bite me!" Mocked by a crow, Yang the Third bared his teeth and charged. But he was 2 heads shorter than me and couldn't reach my face. I just clamped a hand on top of his skull and spun him left, then right, dribbling him like a basketball till he was dizzy out of his mind. I kicked him square in the chest, sending him flying 4 or 5 meters. Crack, crack, 3 ribs broken. This score had to be settled. I strode over, set the fox down, crouched, grabbed him by the collar, and started backhanding him left and right until his face was covered in finger marks, his nose gushing blood, his mouth spitting blood, and a few teeth knocked loose. Big brain, aren't you supposed to be smart? Why don't you go be smart to death? Once I'd had my fill of slapping his face, I switched to pinching, afraid I might actually beat him to death otherwise. Back when I used to brawl with coworkers, this was my favorite move. Pinch the inner thigh. The pain will make you scream bloody murder. I locked both his arms down with one hand, aimed at his inner thigh with the other, and twisted hard. Each pinch raised a welt, twisting the flesh into little spirals. It hurts, it hurts. Let go, you big idiot. The nastier he cursed, the harder I pinched. His wailing drew a crowd of villagers. Everyone was puzzled. Usually it was Yang Laosan pounding on Lu Changfeng. What was going on today? Had the sun risen in the west? I was always all smiles with the villagers and happy to lend a hand whenever anyone needed help, so folks generally sided with me. Watching me pound this local thug, every one of them was rooting for me. Once I'd had my fill, they made a show of stepping in to pull me off. I scooped up the fox and left. A villager asked where I'd gotten the red fox, and I answered curtly, "Don't ask. I'm in a bad mood." Back at the courtyard gate, I saw my 4 beauties basking in the sun, each one gorgeous as a fairy. Curves in all the right places, everything full and firm. The sight set my blood on fire. Husband's back. What's that you're holding? Looks like an injured fox. Isn't it ugly, though? I stepped inside, shut the gate, set the little fox down, and soothed it. Xiao Cho, don't be scared. These are all my wives. Sister-in-law Chu Wanru asked, "Changfeng, are you selling this fox, or scalding it, and killing it for the pelt?" The little fox's eyes went wide with terror, ready to bolt. I rubbed its head. "Don't worry." Then I looked up. I brought it home as a pet. Its name is Xiao Cho, Little Ugly. It'll watch the place from now on. The crows called Xiao He. Shen Furong laughed. "Husband, isn't Xiao Cho a rather unkind name? Don't you think he's ugly?" "Well, a little." After the meal, I grabbed a few planks and knocked together a temporary shelter for them. Late that night, I leaned close to sister-in-law's ear and murmured, "Wanru, yesterday you snuck a swap on me. Tonight, no switching allowed." Chu Wanru blushed. "I know. I'll go wash up." The bedboards creaked all night long. In the next room, the other 3 women listened with burning cheeks and pounding hearts. Not one of them got a wink of sleep. Breakfast the next morning was fat meat buns with stir-fried pork kidneys. I grinned. "Cooking me kidneys? You think your husband isn't manly enough?" All 3 women flushed instantly. Chu Wanru muttered under her breath, "Husband, you're a bit too manly, if anything." After dinner, I went to check on the shed. The fox's fresh wounds had all healed, and the gash running from mouth to ear across its face was already half mended. I tipped another half-flask of spirit spring water down its throat, and it didn't resist one bit. The water not only killed the pain, it made its whole body feel wonderful. "Ladies, I'm heading into town to sell the foxes we caught yesterday," Shen Furong said playfully. "Husband, I want candied hawthorns." Fulinger took my hand. "Husband, I don't trust those people at the East Market gambling den. Let Linger go with you." I ruffled her hair. "Silly girl, those guys. They're nothing. You stay home." Privately, I was mulling it over. I needed to hire some servants to protect them. I'd heard there was a slave market in the East Market. Perfect excuse to check it out. I had Shun Qingluo feed the fox and the crow some meat, then told Little Clown, "If anyone comes, sound the alarm." To Little Black I said, "If anyone breaks in, fly to town and find me." I slung the bamboo basket on my back and set off for the county town. Ever since my combat stats leveled up, walking felt light as a swallow's flight. First stop, the apothecary. I sold the 30 buplurum plants for 600 copper. Then I asked the shopkeeper if he wanted a snake. While he wasn't looking, I pulled the 10-foot black gold python out of my inventory space, dropped it into my basket, and lifted it back out. His eyes lit up. We closed the deal at 3 taels of silver. Next stop, Spring Breeze Pavilion. 40 turtle doves at 30 copper apiece, 12 foxes at 3 taels of silver each, 37.2 taels of silver in total. Walking out of Spring Breeze Pavilion, I still felt the money was coming in too slowly. Then I remembered, when I'd taken Fu Linger into my collection, I'd gained a god-tier brewing skill. I smacked my thigh. From now on, I was getting into the liquor business. I went over to the rice shop to check prices. The shopkeeper was a fat man, and one look at my coarse hemp clothes, and he wouldn't even give me the time of day. Glutinous rice, 50 copper a pound. Fine rice, 40. Damn. In a famine year, grain really was steep. I said, "Shopkeeper, I'm a liquor merchant. I need to buy 100 pounds of glutinous rice for brewing. Any chance of a discount?" The shopkeeper thought he'd misheard. When I nodded firmly, his attitude shifted at once. "In that case, 40 copper a pound for you. Not a copper less. 100 pounds of fine rice and 50 pounds of flour. Best price. 30 copper a pound each. Money for goods on the spot." I hoisted 2 sacks of glutinous rice onto my left shoulder, 2 sacks of fine rice onto my right, and tucked a sack of flour under one arm. The shopkeeper's eyes went wide. I found a quiet spot and stored the glutinous rice and flour away in my space. Then I spent another 20 copper on 2 pounds of yeast starter, 8 copper on 4 skewers of candied hawthorns, 50 copper on a roast duck, and 4 taels of silver on 4 silver hairpins. Only then did I head to the East Market slave market. The place was packed shoulder to shoulder. Iron cages held slaves of every kind, men and women alike, every one of them skin and bones, covered in wounds. In a famine year, human life was the cheapest thing on the market. A slave broker sidled up to me. "Looking to pick out a slave, sir?" I followed him to a cage. I went cage by cage and finally picked 6 male slaves with sturdy builds who could guard the house, plus 1 solidly built woman in her 50s. "How much altogether?" "I'll be coming back again in the future. If the price is too high, I won't take it." The slave dealer beamed. "Originally 21 taels, but for a new friend, 13 taels, take them all." I nodded and paid. The 7 slaves dropped to their knees and kowtowed, thanking me profusely as they followed me out. Thinking that I now had more mouths to feed, I stopped by the grain shop and bought 300 caddies of coarse rice, letting each of the 6 men shoulder a sack. Then I went to the blacksmith's for a big iron pot, a saw, a curved blade, a sickle, a hoe, along with bowls and chopsticks, back baskets, and hemp rope. Halfway back, I took out the 7 absolute loyalty pills the system had given me for my space and watched them swallow them one by one before I finally felt at ease. With those pills, they would serve me to the death, without the slightest chance of betrayal. From now on, you 6 will be called Slave 1 through Slave 6. I pointed at the woman. "You'll be Granny Wong." "Yes, master." Having underlings really did feel good. Back at Yintu village, I shouted outside the courtyard gate, "Wives, open up." For lovely beauties came running out with laughter. I had the slaves carry the coarse rice into the house and introduce them. "These 6 will guard the house from now on, and Granny Wong here will handle the household chores." The 7 slaves saw at a glance how I doted on my 4 wives and hurriedly knelt. "Greetings, mistresses." Chu Wanru was startled. "Changfeng, how much silver did you sell it for? You didn't spend all the money, did you?" Shen Qingluo worried. "Husband, with so many more people all of a sudden, will there still be enough food?" I waved it off. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Fu Linger didn't say a word, just looked at me quietly. Whatever her husband did was right. Once I'd reassured my wives, I turned to give orders to the 7 slaves behind me. "Wait in the courtyard. After you've eaten your fill, come with me up the mountain to chop firewood. Tomorrow we'll build more rooms." By the laws of Great Qi, main houses were limited to 3 rooms, but there was no limit on the wings. I planned to build 1 more main room, 5 wing rooms, 2 storage rooms, and a kitchen. I said to Xin Qingluo, "Sister-in-law, you had a hard night. Today you, Furong, and Linger handle the cooking. Feed the slaves well so I can put them to work." The 3 women nodded and went into the kitchen. The slaves stood dutifully at the door. Soon the food was brought out. The women knew their limits and had cooked coarse rice. But when the aroma of fatty pork drifted out alongside that coarse rice, the slaves' Adam's apples kept bobbing as they swallowed one gulp of saliva after another. I stepped inside and saw they hadn't actually stir-fried any meat. I laughed. "Qingluo, don't be so stingy. Fry up a whole pot of meat. They've probably never tasted meat in their entire lives. Let them have it just this once. Shen Qingluo nodded and cut off a large chunk of fatty pork. Pot. The slaves held bowls piled high with coarse rice topped by a thick layer of fatty pork, and timidly ate the first full meal of their lives. The room was silent. No one dared make a sound. After the meal, I took the 6 male slaves up the mountain, picking only cypress trees to cut down. Once fed, their strength was terrifying. Each man could shoulder 2 trees at once. By dusk we'd felled 40 in all. I said, each of you carry 2 back first. I'll handle the rest. When you get home, don't look back. Just wait for me in the yard. The slaves shouldered their trees down the mountain. Under cover of darkness, I had the crow lead me to 5 fat rabbits, then stashed the remaining 28 trees in my space. At the courtyard gate, I dumped the trees in a heap against the wall and called out, "Come haul the timber." The slaves rushed out and stared, 28 trees stacked in neat rows. Their eyes went round as saucers. They couldn't fathom how I'd gotten them back. But they were loyal and didn't dare ask. From the moment I'd fished out silver to buy them, they'd known I was no ordinary man. It was too dark to work. I told them to make do under the eaves for the night, and the slaves knelt and kowtowed, choked with gratitude. I tossed the 5 rabbits into the yard and headed back inside. The fox lay curled asleep under the table. I fed it some spirit spring water. Its wounds were nearly healed. I rubbed its head, and it flashed me a sly, coquettish grin. I teased, "Little clown, that smile of yours is uglier than crying." The fox looked wounded and nuzzled my hand for comfort. Shen Qingluo was taking stock of what I'd bought today. She exclaimed in delight, "Husband, so much glutinous rice, and flour too." I smiled. "The glutinous rice is for brewing wine. The flour you'll use to make buns and dumplings." "Brewing wine," Shen Qingluo said, surprised. "Brew it and sell it for coin." Fu Linger gasped, "Husband, you even know how to brew wine?" Shen Furong and Chu Wanru turned to stare in astonishment as well. I laughed. "There's plenty your husband can do." Then I suddenly remembered the candied hawthorn skewers and silver hairpins still in my space. I called all 4 women over. "Close your eyes. What's husband being so mysterious about? Are you trying to sneak a kiss?" The women chattered like sparrows, but obediently closed their eyes. I pulled out 4 candied hawthorn skewers from my space. "Look, what's this?" "Wow, candied hawthorns." Each snatched one and popped it into her mouth. Watching those cherry-red lips wrapped around the skewers, my mind wandered somewhere it shouldn't, and I couldn't help laughing out loud. Chu Wanru looked puzzled. "Silly Chongfeng, what are you laughing at?" I shook my head and didn't answer. Once the skewers were finished, I produced 4 silver hairpins. Fu Linger cried out first, "Silver hairpins." Shen Qingluo said gently, "What made you think to buy these, husband?" Chu Wanru pouted in mock reproach. "Little fool, you have to save your money." I smiled. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Chongfeng won't let any of you go hungry. Here, let me put them on for you." One by one I slid the 4 hairpins into place, and my 4 beauties looked lovelier still. I drew out my words. "So who's warming my bed tonight?" Shen Qingluo blushed. "Husband, it's me." I scooped her up sideways and carried her inside. That bed creaked and rocked the whole night through. The other women outside were half afraid it would fall apart. Shen Qingluo's moans went on all night too, plain as day to the slaves outside, who had no choice but to shut their ears off on their own. I was up at the crack of dawn the next morning. My strength had risen to level 8, and a whole night of exertion hadn't tired me out one bit. "Qingluo, you stay put today. Don't move." She pouted shyly. "It's all your fault." I burst out laughing. I know. I'll go easier next time." Stepping out, I saw the women and the slaves bustling over breakfast, meat buns, and white congee. Chu Wanru called me to wash up and eat. I sat down with my 4 wives to eat big meat buns and rice porridge, while each of the slaves outside got 1 bun and a bowl of porridge too. The kitchen wasn't finished yet, so this had to do. Once the side rooms and kitchen were all built, masters and servants would have to eat separately. In ancient times, rank mattered, and spoiling them now would only make things hard to manage later. After breakfast, I sent 4 of the slaves up the mountain to fell cypress trees. By my count, the houses alone would need 260 cypresses, and with beds, tables, and cabinets to make, 300 at the very least. The other 2 slaves stayed with me to dig the foundation and haul stones down from the back mountain to fill it. In 3 days, we'd cut 60 trees and finished digging the foundation. Another 3 days went as sawing lumber, shaping planks, and making roof beams. By then, we already had 160 cypresses on hand. The yard couldn't hold them all, and the overflow had to be piled outside. The villagers, seeing all the fuss I was making, came around to gawk. I played the fool. The wives want a big house, so Chongfeng's building them one. He really is an idiot. It's a famine year. Folks can't even scrape together a meal. And he's putting up a mansion. Married 4 dainty little things who can't lift a finger. What's the point of taking them in? Heard he paid a whole tael of silver for each slave. Where'd he get that kind of money? From selling wild boar, of course. The fool won't hold on to good silver. He's got to go and buy himself a pile of extra mouths to feed. Just wait, he'll starve to death. I couldn't be bothered with the gossip and kept right on working. The slaves were strong and quick with their hands. With 6 slaves, Nanny Wong, myself, and the women pitching in 5 days we'd put up 1 main house and 5 side rooms. The 2 original main houses were leveled and rebuilt too, each expanded to 50 square meters. The storeroom and kitchen were still short on lumber, so I took the slaves back up the mountain. Strong as they were, no slave was a match for me. One of me was worth 30 grown men. Where they took half a day to fell a single tree, I dropped one every few minutes. 1 day was enough. Once the storeroom and kitchen were built, the new beds, cabinets, tables, and chairs were finished too. As for registering the houses with the authorities, I'd long since slipped the village head 20 taels of silver, half to grease the county yamen, and the other half for him. Kept it for myself. In a famine year, who wouldn't be moved by the sight of silver? With a big house and a big courtyard, life had something to look forward to. From now on, when the wives and I shot our martial arts scenes, we wouldn't be cramped anymore, and I wouldn't have to worry about the bed collapsing. Though the other sounds were still there, the kind that made cheeks flush and hearts race, but everyone had long since gotten used to it. I split up the slaves' duties. Of the 6 men, 2 went into the kitchen during the day to help Mama Wong, while 4 guarded the house and grounds. At night, 2 per shift, rotating every 3 days, kept watch over the wives. The crow followed me everywhere, up the mountain, down to the county town. It never missed a trip. Once the fox's wounds healed, it grew tall, big, and plump, a downright handsome specimen. I named it Clown, though it wasn't the least bit clownish. The contrast only made its beauty stand out more. Once the house was built, I got started on brewing. I cleared out a side room to serve as a distillery. The moment I swallowed the god-tier brewing art pill from the system, my head filled up with every trick of the trade, as if I'd been brewing wine for centuries. I went to the county town and bought rice washing tubs, a big steamer, a heaven pot, and jars. I also had the slaves dig a cellar in the courtyard to store the wine. For brewing water, I used Spirit Spring water exclusively. How could the wine that came out not be fragrant? From brewing to finished liquor was a month. Half the month passed, and I hadn't been idle either. I'd taken the crow out to keep hunting. In 2 weeks, I bagged 3 wild boars, a few deer, sheep, rabbits, and wolves, 2 big brown bears, plus a heap of sparrows and pheasants. Sold in town, they brought in over 60 taels of silver. For an ordinary hunter, that much in half a month would be outrageous, but I was a transmigrator. How could I be content with such petty change? Chaotic times make heroes. I had no intention of holing up in this little mountain village. But before heading out into the world, I needed to run some business first to build up capital. With this many wives to support, plus clothes, hairpins, future children, and the slaves' wages, there was money to spend everywhere. 2 more days passed, and 20-odd people showed up at my gate. Leading them were none other than the one-eyed dragon, Sideburns, and Little Monkey, the same trio that had bullied Fu Linger before. The one-eyed dragon bellowed at the courtyard gate, "Lu Chongfeng, get your ass out here. We've been hunting you for half a month. If you know what's good for you, get out here quick, drag your feet, and I'll chop you into mincemeat for the dogs." The 4 slaves in the yard grabbed their long staves and stared them down without blinking, while the other 2 slaves and Mama Wong came charging out of the kitchen with clubs of their own, all of them standing guard at the gate. Inside, the women were sewing clothes for me. The commotion startled them. Chu Wanra frowned. "Chongfeng doesn't have any enemies, does he?" Fu Linger slipped out for a peek, and her face went white. She darted back inside. "Big sister, That mob is here for me. Husband rescued me from their hands before. Thinking of how many enforcers the East Market gambling house had, she gritted her teeth. This trouble started because of me. I can't drag husband and my sisters into it. I'll go back with them. Kill me, flay me, whatever they want. With that, she moved to charge outside, only for Chu Wanru to yank her back. Don't panic yet. Wait for husband to come. I was up on the mountain hunting at the time. I'd just bagged a wild boar weighing over 400 pounds and stashed it in my space, when little clown came bounding over, forepaws waving frantically. Crow cawed. Master, someone's picking a fight at our front gate. A whole gang of thugs. Thugs. My mind raced. Village hoodlums? Uncle's family? The widow Li Hongxing? Then it hit me. The East Market gambling Denver. I'd made enemies of them when I rescued Fu Ling. Odds were they'd finally track me down. I told Little Clown and Crow, head back first. I'll be right behind you. Coming down the mountain, I deliberately took my time. I wanted to use this as a chance to size up my 6 slaves. Big, brawny, strong. They ought to be able to hold their own for a while at least. If they went down in a couple of blows, then keeping them around was just a waste of food. The commotion at my front gate was getting worse. Villagers, hearing the racket, came running to gawk, huddling together and whispering. These guys all look like vicious brutes. How'd Changfeng cross them? You think an idiot could last long? Married 4 beautiful wives, built a huge house, was bound to attract trouble, wasn't he? What business does an idiot have living the good life? Exactly. An idiot suddenly striking it rich. Who wouldn't be jealous? By the time I got down the mountain, before I'd even reached home, I could hear the uproar at my gate. There were 3 rings of onlookers packed around the place. I shoved through the crowd and took a look. 20-odd hired muscle were tangled up with my 7 slaves at the courtyard gate. Both sides were bloodied, but a single glance told me the enemy had numbers and skill on their side. My slaves wouldn't last much longer. Still, not one of them was willing to surrender. They held the gate like their lives depended on it, not letting the thugs advance a single step inside. Stop, I barked. The brawling cut off instantly. Every head whipped around toward me. One Eye and Whiskers were the first to recognize me. It's Lu Changfeng, they shouted. The slaves, seeing me back, spoke respectfully. Master, this bunch just kept cursing you out of nowhere, so we started swinging. That one-eyed ugly bastard was the loudest of them all. The fuck you calling a one-eyed ugly bastard? One Eye lunged forward. I fixed him with an icy stare. He visibly flinched. He clearly remembered the beating I'd given him back in the county town. But glancing back at his 20-plus brothers behind him, his nerve came surging back. That's right, I was cursing your ass. What of it? What of it? I smiled. Before the words had faded, I flashed to his side, clamped a hand around his throat, and hoisted him clean off the ground. His 2 thick hands tore at my grip, not a muscle budged. I held him up and turned a slow circle, my voice cold. Pack of mongrels. Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. This is what happens when you curse me. With a flick of my arm, I hurled One Eye out like a rag. He crashed onto the muddy ground more than 10 meters away, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. Out cold on the spot. The villagers watching were stunned speechless. The bearded man and the little monkey exchanged a glance and growled. Brothers, all together. 20-odd men came swarming in, brandishing clubs and long blades. The 7 slaves cried out, Master, look out, and were about to rush forward to shield me. I raised a hand to hold them back. Stand down. A measly 20-something men, I'll handle them alone. The next instant, I moved like a ghost, flickering left and darting right. Yelps of pain erupted one after another, and before the onlookers could blink a few times, all 20-plus thugs were sprawled on the ground. Some with their teeth blasted out, some with an eye gouged blind, some missing an arm or a leg, every one of them moaning and whimpering as if they'd rather die. The slaves gazed at me as though a god had descended, their eyes brimming with worship. The village onlookers were so shaken they couldn't even speak. Lu Eryoung especially. He'd been waiting to watch me humiliate myself, but now he was trembling like a sieve. He seized the chance while I wasn't looking and stumbled home in a panic. Only when he made it inside did he realize his crotch was soaked through. He'd wet himself from sheer terror. I stood at the courtyard gate and said coldly, Go back and tell your boss. From now on, anyone who dares come pick a fight with me, I'll beat down 1 if 1 comes, and 2 if 2 come. Now get lost. With this many eyes watching, I didn't want to just kill them outright and end up on the hook for a murder case. The thugs scrambled up and hauled the one-eyed man to his feet, then limped their way out of the village in disgrace. I turned to the gawking villagers and shook a fist. Break it up, break it up. Anybody still hanging around my gate is gonna catch a beating. That tone, that posture, it was the idiot Lou the villagers knew all too well. Everyone was dumbfounded, but nobody dared linger. They all scattered. The moment I stepped into the courtyard, the four little fairies came tumbling softly into my arms. Fu Linger buried her face against my chest, tears rolling down like golden beads. I cupped her shoulders. What's the silly girl crying for? With me here, no one's taking you away. She only sobbed harder. Husband, you're so good to me. I laughed and patted her. Good girl. Isn't it your turn to serve me in bed tonight? She blushed and nodded like a little chick pecking at grain. Shen Qingluo teased from the side. Husband, look at you. You can barely hold it together. Hurry up and eat. Get your strength back. It's almost dark. Ha ha. Second wife knows me best. I slipped an arm around her and headed into the main hall. Dinner was wild boar, boar tripe, tender wild greens, and fine white rice. The whole household gathered around the 3-meter round table. I deliberately made it that big, figuring with more wives to come in the future, we'd still have room to sit. Chu Wanru asked. Changfeng, did you catch anything on the mountain today? Bagged a wild boar, over 400 pounds. Stashed it in the space. Silly Changfeng, you get more impressive by the day. I grinned. Of course. Whether I'm impressive or not, isn't that for? Hadn't tried it before. Her face flushed instantly. Eat. That night, I pulled Fu Linger into the west wing for a bath. A few wildflowers floated on the warm water in the wooden tub. I stripped and got in first. She followed, still in her inner robe. I yanked her into my arms. Silly girl, how are you going to wash with your clothes on? Shyly, she undid them, and I tossed the robe aside. We soaked and chatted, and before long the sparks caught. I lowered my head and kissed her lips, so soft, so tender. We stayed in there 2 hours. The water had gone cold by the time we climbed out, but neither of us felt it. We'd been exercising the whole time. I carried her bridal style to the big bed in the bedroom, one that could sleep 5 or 6 people. Wide and sturdy. One of these days I'd have to try that 5 or 6 in one bed scenario. We battled clear through the night. In the end, she passed out cold. Early the next morning, I had the slaves help me butcher the boar in the courtyard. The head I'd saved for braising, the ribs I trimmed out, the fat I rendered down for lard, and the lean meat I split. Half for cured bacon, half stored in the space to eat fresh. Once we finished, I grabbed one of the big hind legs and headed out to bring it to village head Wang Huayan. He'd greased every palm to get the permits for the new house these past days, and I owed him thanks. 200 meters down the road, just as I was about to turn the corner, someone called out from behind. I didn't have to look to know who. I picked up my pace and ignored her, but Li Hongxing came trotting up and grabbed my arm. Silly Changfeng, where are you off to? Big sis has only been gone half a month, and you don't know me anymore. I coldly shook her off. Let go. Men and women shouldn't touch. Instead of letting go, she clung tighter, forcing my hand up against her face. The woman was in heat. Silly Changfeng, is it because Big Sis didn't say a word for half a month? Are your feelings hurt? Big Sis went into town to look for work, couldn't find any, and came back to keep you company. Aren't you happy? Do I need your company? She froze. She couldn't wrap her head around it. This big idiot used to obey her every word like a dog. So how had he changed in just half a month? What she didn't know was that I'd stopped being an idiot a while back, had taken a wife, and built a new house. Turns out half a month ago she'd been sweet-talked into town by some traveling peddler who claimed to be a wealthy landlord's nephew. He'd turned out to be a stable slave's son, freeloaded on her for 2 weeks, and fed her spoiled scraps to boot. Now the stupid woman had come home empty-handed and was trying to hook me again. Seeing I wasn't reacting, she actually shoved my hand down her bodice and pressed it against those big white rabbits, kneading. My eyes had already gone cold, but she went right on rubbing. Her own eyes fixed greedily on the pork leg in my hand, practically drooling. Changfeng, give Big Sis this pork leg, HM? Big Sis'll be your woman tonight. I couldn't help laughing out loud. She thought I'd agreed and leaned in, smiling. I said mockingly, Li Hongxing, why don't you go piss and take a look at your own reflection? A filthy thing like you, me want you? Keep dreaming. I yanked my arm free with a hard shove, and sent her sprawling to the ground. She stared up at me in disbelief. Changfeng, didn't you used to adore me the most? Marry you. I spat. A hole that's been stuffed with that many radishes, wide, gaping, and reeking? You think you're worthy? I hoisted the pork leg onto my shoulder and strode off. She scrambled up, chased after me, and grabbed at me again. I swung a slap across her face that knocked her staggering back onto her ass. Lu Changfeng, what's gotten into you? What radish hole? It was only 7 or 8. A big idiot like you can't even land a wife, and now you're being picky. I can't get a wife. I didn't even bother turning my head. You trying to make me die laughing? By the time I reached Wang Huayan's house, he was holding that pork leg with trembling hands, moved beyond words. Village head, I owe you plenty. If I come across anything good in the future, I'll bring more your way. You silly boy, you know how to be grateful. Leaving the Wang residence, I didn't run into Li Hongxing again on the road. Whatever, no matter how pretty her face, once a person is filthy, she's beneath my notice. Back home, the courtyard had already been tidied up. I picked up the pig's head and showed Mama Wang how to split it in half with the axe, cut off the ears and tongue, and debone it while keeping the meat. Chu Wanru crouched beside me and asked, Changfeng, are we just stewing the pig's head as is? This time I'm making braised pork for you all. Braised pork. Her face lit up with curiosity. The term didn't exist in this era. I pointed at the pile of pork strips on the ground. Sister-in-law, get the slaves to head up the mountain and cut some cypress branches, then smoke this meat into cured bacon. I'm going into town to buy some braising spices so I can braise the pig's head meat. Hearing that I was going to town, Chu Wanru's face clouded with worry. Changfeng, you just beat up the East Market gambling house's men. If you go to town now, I'm afraid they'll come after you right there. I pinched her cheek. Don't worry. It's fine, sister-in-law. The words had barely left my mouth when Fu Linger came tottering out of the house. I'd worn her out pretty thoroughly last night, and she was still walking unsteadily. She threw herself into my arms and cooed. Husband, those gambling house people are bound to come cause trouble for you. Linger can't stop worrying. I ruffled her hair. Relax. You of all people should know what your husband is capable of. No one can take me down. Shen Qingluo and Shen Furong watched with the same worry in their eyes. I smiled to reassure them. My wives, relax. Your husband isn't going to run into any trouble. However reluctant the women were, they couldn't stop me. I slung the basket onto my back and headed out of the yard with Crow. Fox clamored to come along, but I told it to guard the house. It hopped up and down in protest, insisting that from now on it, and Crow should take turns going out with me. Crow, however, translated it as, Master, the little clown says it's willing to stay home all the time. Home is better than. It's fun out there. Hearing that, I rubbed the fox's head. Perfect. From now on, you're staying home. The fox went ballistic, leaping up and lunging at the crow. The crow shot into the air with a whoosh, cawing mockingly from above. The fox stamped its feet in fury. These two raised hell every single day. I was long used to it. Half an hour later, I reached the county town. Didn't run into that gambling den crew on the way. They'd probably ridden back home, all ready to file their complaint. Whatever. I wasn't scared. I stepped into the fragrant herbs shop. The counter was piled with spices, tended by a hunchbacked, skinny old man in his 50s. I gave the shelves a once-over and quietly rejoiced. Every spice modern braising called for was here. Before I crossed over, I'd loved tinkering with food, and my braised pighead meat was a masterpiece. In my half-month here, I'd been so busy hunting, marrying wives, and building a house that I'd nearly let the craft go rusty. Shopkeeper, star anise, cinnamon bark, bay leaves, Sichuan peppercorns, fennel seeds, sayoko fruit, angelica root, galangal, dried tangerine peel, dried ginger, dried chilies, licorice root, sand ginger. I'll take them all. The shopkeeper's heart leapt. A big order. He asked cautiously, how much of each, sir? I waved my hand grandly. Everything on these 2 shelves. I'll take the lot. All of it. The shopkeeper thought he'd misheard, sizing up my patched, coarse cloth outfit. That's right. All of it. However much you've got, I'll take. Yes, right away. I had him weigh and package everything, then headed out to the Wanqing sauce shop to buy fresh ginger, rock sugar, coarse salt, yellow wine, and soy sauce, before coming back to settle the bill. The herb shop now had a lovely young woman inside, quite the beauty. I asked in passing, and the shopkeeper answered proudly, That's my daughter. Hauling 2 big sacks out the door, I found a spot with no one around and stashed them in my space. Then I bought each of my 4 wives a scented sachet and headed back to Yentu village. At the courtyard gate, 2 little brats were peeking through the crack in the door. I gave a cough, and the 2 of them bolted. One was Lu Baodan, Lu Dakuei's son, 8 years old. The other was Xie Dodu, the widow Li Hongxing's boy, 9. 2 little troublemakers. Inside, I handed out the sachets to my 4 beauties, and they lined up to kiss me on the cheek. All right, time to start making braised meat. I ordered the slaves to boil water and dumped 20 caddies of water into the big iron pot. Water I'd secretly poured into the vat the night before from my spirit spring. Once it came to a boil, I added the blanched wild boar leg bones, the yellow wine, soy sauce, coarse salt, and rock sugar, then dropped in the spice packet and fresh ginger. Pity I hadn't been able to get any scallions. Once the master braising broth was ready, I lowered in the washed pig head and pigtails together and let them simmer over low heat. An hour later, the aroma exploded, sprouting wings and boring straight into everyone's nostrils. Even my modern soul, jaded on braised meat, was swallowing hard, let alone the 4 wives and the crowd of slaves. I lifted the lid and, with chopsticks, Ze tested it. Just the right texture. Kill the fire. Nu-e quickly pulled the firewood out. I fished the meat onto the cutting board and had Wang Ma slice it. Ears first, then tongue. Not too thin, not too thick. Wang Ma sliced away, swallowing her own drool. Afraid she'd drip into the food, I whipped up a cloth mask on the spot and tied it over her mouth. Wear this whenever you cook from now on. The 4 wives couldn't hold back any longer. Husband, let me have a piece first. How can meat smell this good? I laughed and fed them slice by slice. One taste, and their whole bodies jolted like they'd been struck by lightning. Eyes glazed over. A delicacy like this? Without me, they'd never even get a whiff. I set aside some for the slaves, then carried the rest of the pig head meat and pig tail into the main hall and dug in with my wives. Those 2 little brats saw me go into the courtyard and pressed themselves back against the crack in the gate to peek. Aside from the bodyguards, all that was in the yard was a red fox hopping around. And to them, that fox was the most fascinating thing in the world. The 2 of them muttered at the gate, plotting to steal the fox for a few days of fun. But the fox had sharp ears. It heard every word. It shot toward the gate and bared its teeth. Ah! The 2 stumbled back in fright. Lu Baodan. That fox is vicious. Xie Dodu snarled. First chance we get, we kill it. As they were plotting, the smell of meat wafted from the house, and drool ran down their chins. They wanted to peek through the crack again, but didn't dare, so they took off home, dribbling all the way to tattle. Back inside, I was halfway through the braised meat when the gate went bang, bang, bang. Nu-Wu came running to report. Master, there are some people outside saying they've come to give you something. I was pretty much done eating anyway. I told my wives, you keep going. I'll go see. The wives didn't even lift their heads, too busy inhaling the food. The pig ears were crisp, the tongue chewy, the tail soft and gelatinous, so good it melted your bones. Open the gate, and there stood Lu Dakuei, Li Hongxing, and the 2 little runts. Lu Dakuei sidled up with a fawning grin and opened a burlap bundle. Brother Changfeng, your sister-in-law picked a few Isekai'd gourds in the mountains. Real rare things. We brought you a couple. Before he finished, Li Hongxing shoved her way in front and stuffed a hard, dried flatbread into my pocket. Silly Changfeng, this is sister's own baking, your favorite. Try it quick. Bread delivered. She squeezed into the courtyard, craning her neck around, her eyes full of disbelief. Io, Changfeng, sister's only been in the county for half a month, and you've already put up a new house. Grand as can be. Seeing I wouldn't take the Isekai'd gourds, Lu Dakuei shoved them straight into Nu-Yi's pocket. Nu-Yi glanced at me in a panic. I flicked him a look to stay calm. Lu Dakuei trailed after Li Hongxing, eyes burning with envy, but his mouth wouldn't stop with the compliments. His nose was sniffing at the braised meat like a dog's, drool leaking out, then a loud slurp as he sucked it back in. I folded my arms and leaned against the door, watching the pair of clowns. What kind of waves she could stir up. Li Hongxing turned back around and threw me another flirty look. Changfeng, with all these rooms, why don't you let Big Sis move in with Dodu? Sis'll warm your bed, rub your shoulders, cook you good food, make you the happiest fool alive. As she spoke, her hand reached for my chest. I slapped it away and sneered. Let you move in? On what grounds? She smiled awkwardly. Silly Changfeng, back when you were chasing my tail every day, I turned you down. Now that I'm willing to marry you, you don't want me? Her tone made it sound like I should be thanking my lucky stars. Just then, Lu Baodan and Xiaodao muttered something to each other and suddenly bolted for the front hall. Newer moved to stop them, but I shook my head. The two brats wanted to sneak in and steal some meat, but my wives were in there. They wouldn't get a bite. Let them relax first. It'd be more satisfying to deal with them later. Life was dull anyway. Finding a bit of amusement wasn't a bad thing. The two little squirts rushed into the front hall and saw four stunning beauties gathered around the table eating meat. They swallowed hard. Smells so good. Chu Wanru frowned. Who let you two in here? Get out. Lu Baodan's face changed in an instant. He called out sweetly, Auntie, Baodan wants some meat. Just one piece. Chu Wanru stood up, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him out. You little brat, done every evil under the sun and still want to eat my family's meat? Dream on. Get lost. Lu Baodan burst into tears and fright, and Xie Daodu took off running. Shen Luo, Shen Furong, and Fu Linger also wiped their mouths and came out. The moment they stepped into the courtyard, they saw Li Hongxing pawing at me. Fu Linger let out a shout. Where'd this whore come from? Take your hands off my husband. Li Hongxing turned around and saw four gorgeous beauties. Only then did she believe what the neighbors had said. Silly Changfeng had married wives, and all of them top-tier beauties. Bitter and unwilling to accept it, her eyes reddened. Silly Changfeng, didn't you say you liked me? How could you marry someone else? I laughed out loud. I said I liked you? When? Half a month ago. You followed me around every day calling me sis. If that's not liking me, what is? Before she could finish, Fu Linger charged up in a few strides and slapped her hard across the face, so hard she saw stars. Who are you? What right do you have to hit me? Fu Linger planted her hands on her hips. I'm hitting you because you deserve it. Flirting with my husband in broad daylight. Is he someone you can touch? If anyone gets to flirt with him, it's us four sisters. You don't get a share. I leaned against the door watching the show, thinking this little one usually seemed so meek, but when she got mad, she was like a little wildcat. I liked it. So I flirted with him, so what? Changfeng clearly likes me. Li Hongxing was going all in now. Shen Luo rushed forward, grabbed her by the hair, and slapped her again. Even if my husband likes anyone, it's the four of us. You think it's your turn? She glanced up and saw the cold indifference in my eyes. Knowing this woman held no place in my heart, she cut loose and beat her freely. Shen Luo finished with Shen Furong and moved on to the next. Li Hongxing cursed and fought back. But how could one woman handle three? I watched with satisfaction. My women should be gentle with me and ruthless with outsiders. In this world, you don't survive by being soft. Xie Daodo lunged in to save her mother, only to be seized by the braid and dragged out the gate by Slave One. Chu Wanru didn't lift a hand. She just grabbed Lu Baodan and hurled him at Lu Dakuei's feet. Take your little beast and get lost. Lu Dakuei scrambled to scoop up his wailing son. Between sobs, Lu Baodan cried out, Auntie's a bad person. Baodan just wanted a piece of meat. Lu Dakuei's heart ached. He turned on me viciously. Little brother Changfeng, I brought August melons out of kindness, and that bitch Chu Wanru beat my Baodan. This is repaying kindness with spite. I'd only been watching the show, but the moment he dared call sister-in-law a bitch, sister-in-law, whom I cherished to the marrow of my bones, he'd signed his own death warrant. I flashed in front of him, my right hand clamping around his throat like an iron vice. Lu Dakuei froze in terror. He tried to speak, but only strangled, sounds came out. I tightened my grip, my face twisting savagely. Lu Dakuei, you came into my courtyard and I treated you like a clown for my amusement. But of all things you should never have done, you cursed my sister-in-law. She is my life. Curse her, and you're begging to die. Only then did Lu Dakuei understand. He shook his head desperately, tears spilling from his eyes. Lu Baodan rushed over, clawing and kicking at me. I backhanded him across the face. Out of consideration for a child, I hadn't used my full strength, but he still flew 3 or 4 meters, blood streaming from his nose. He lay sprawled on the ground and only managed to cry after a long pause. Lu Dakuei was in agony over it, but couldn't move, forced to watch helplessly. When he was nearly out of breath, I finally let go, then drove my foot into his belly, kicking him 5 or 6 meters away. With a crisp crack, his left leg snapped. He shrieked like a slaughtered pig, and Liu Baodan bawled harder. I picked at my ear with a twig, irritated. Too noisy. Toss them out. Slave 3 and Slave 4 stepped up at once, each grabbing an arm, and flung him out the gate. Liu Baodan scrambled and tumbled after him, his wailing shaking the heavens. Meanwhile, Li Hongxing and her brood were being slapped in turns by the 3 women, the smack-smack ringing out in a steady chorus. They cried until snot hung from their lips. I raised my hand. The women stopped. Slave 1 and Slave 2 rushed in, dragged Li Hongxing outside, and dumped her at the gate. I had the slaves shut the courtyard door and clean up. The yard had been fouled by that pack of fools, Liu Dakue and Li Hongxing. Outside the gate, Liu Dakue howled, and Li Hongxing cursed her ancestors, both their faces twisted grotesquely. Liu Baodan helped Liu Dakue hobble away one hop at a time, but Li Hongxing planted herself at my gate and threw a tantrum, sobbing endlessly. She'd been fairly good-looking once, but with her hair a wild mess and her face mottled black and blue, not a trace of her looks remained. Slave 1, throw that bitch farther off. She's giving me a headache. Yes, master. The moment Slave 1 and Slave 2 threw the door open, Li Hongxing knew things had gone south. She scrambled up, grabbed Xie Daodu, and took off crying. After a good stretch, she glanced back. The 2 were still on her heels. She couldn't run another step. Why are you still chasing me? Slave 1 hurled a dry biscuit at her face. Master said, take your disgusting self and get lost. Even the servants in our house eat meat. Who wants your dog crap? After a few more steps, Slave 1 turned back and added, oh, and Master said, the only reason he let you through the door just now was to piss you off to death. You. Li Hongxing didn't even finish the word before she fainted from rage. I sat with the wives in the yard for a while, then took the crow up the mountain. Late autumn, there's plenty of good stuff in the hills. The crow made a circle and came back. Master, I found something good. Rarer than mushrooms. I followed it, and before long we reached the edge of a cliff. I leaned over. Damn, a few hundred meters straight down, no bottom in sight. Xiaohei, did you bring me here so I could bungee jump to see my great-grandma? The crow explained. There's a cave partway down the cliff. Inside is a giant honeycomb, as big as you, master. I frowned. That deep? I wouldn't be able to reach it even from the bottom. How about you fly down and peck it up piece by piece? Xiaohei actually took me seriously and dove straight down. Not long after, it came back up with a small chunk of honeycomb in its beak. Its left eye puffed up in a ring, clearly stung. I gave it a taste. Damn, that's sweet. I wanted that honey, no question, but getting it out was the problem. I sat at the edge of the cliff and thought for a good while, then suddenly slapped my thigh. Got it. On the way home, I gathered a huge pile of straw from the dried-up rice fields and stashed it in my space. Back at the house, I dumped it all in the yard and called the slaves over to twist rope. Chu Wanru came out and asked what I was up to. I told her I was making rope to lower down the cliff and fetch the honeycomb. She laughed, grabbed a stool, and joined in twisting rope, and my other 3 wives came out too. 11 of us lined up in a row, and in less than 4 hours we'd twisted a thick rope 300 meters long. To make it stronger, I mixed in some green hemp. Chu Wanru was still worried. Chongfeng, this rope isn't strong enough. Don't you dare tie it around yourself and climb down that cliff. Shin Qingluo chimed in too. Husband, honey may be precious, but your life is more precious. I laughed. Relax. The rope's for tying up the honeycomb, not me. I had the slaves burn a bundle of damp firewood into torches, smoke only, no flame. I wrapped myself head to toe in clothing with only my eyes showing, then headed back to the cliff with the crow. Xiaohei, go find a monkey in the mountains. Get it to climb down and tie up the honeycomb. We'll cut it in on a few pieces once the job's done. Before long, the crow came back leading a half-grown monkey. I tied the rope around the monkey's waist and lowered it down. The crow flew down alongside it, directing the monkey as it bound up the honeycomb. Partway through, the bees swarmed. I climbed up and grabbed the monkey. It shrieked and cursed in pain, trying to bolt, but the crow talked it down. Once it was finally roped up tight, the crow flew over and told me to haul on the line. Man, monkey, and crow working together, we hauled up a 60-pound giant hive. a hemisphere a full 4 meters across, like a dark gold bell. But what came swarming up with it weren't ordinary bees. These were rock bees, each as long as a thumb. No wonder they'd build a hive that big. The monkey was covered head to toe with rock bees, swollen up like a ball. The crow flapped its wings and cursed right along with it. The moment the hive touched down, thousands of rock bees hurled themselves at me. Luckily, I was wrapped up tight. I held up a smoking brand and circled the hive, smoking them out. The rock bees flew off in a daze, and the few stragglers I just brushed away, then stashed the hive in my space. The monkey was nearly out cold from the pain, sprawled on the ground panting. I pulled out my spirit spring flask, pried its jaws open, and poured. The monkey struggled in terror, and the crow rushed to explain. "Don't be scared, Master's giving you medicine." The moment the spirit spring water hit its stomach, the pain eased. Half a flask later, the swelling was gone. I untied it, and the monkey leapt around joyfully, its eyes brimming with gratitude. The crow was already impatient, cawing away. I poured some spirit spring water for it too, and it was instantly full of pep. The monkey suddenly remembered the hive was gone and scratched at its head in a panic. I pulled the hive out of my space. It stared like it had seen a ghost. The next second I put it back, and the monkey shrieked in distress. The crow coaxed it. "Come home with us. Master will share the honey with you." The monkey looked at me. I nodded, and it nodded happily back. The crow cackled. "Master, another brave warrior recruited." With a hive this big in the bag, I couldn't be bothered to look for mushrooms anymore and headed straight home. I set the hive down in the courtyard, and my 4 beauties and 7 slaves all gaped. Chu Wanru circled around it. "Heavens, such an enormous hive. I've never seen the like." I teased her. "Sister-in-law, which is bigger, the hive or mine?" "Oh, you fool, Changfeng." She flushed red. "What kind of comparison is that?" Shin Qingluo asked worriedly. "Husband, the rock bees didn't sting you, did they? I hear their venom is fierce." I stretched out my arms. "Even rock bees know who's boss. How could they dare sting me?" Fu Linger burst out laughing beside them. "Our husband's really something." I called Annie Wang and a few of the male slaves over to wash up and harvest the honey. The slaves brought over big pots, buckets, and fine silk cloth, then squatted down and started cutting the hive. My 4 wives watched with hungry eyes, so I peeled off chunks of honeycomb and fed them straight into their mouths. Each of them had eaten 2 chunks when suddenly something flashed atop the courtyard wall and dropped into the yard with a thud. It was the monkey. Shin Furong went pale as a sheet. "Husband, there's a monkey." I quickly reassured her. "Don't be scared. I brought him back. He's one of the family now." The crow translated, and the monkey settled down and squatted. I broke off a big chunk of honeycomb for it. The fox and the crow rushed over too, each getting a piece, 3 greedy little gluttons digging in. 2 hours later, we finished harvesting. I put it on the steelyard. Damn, 30 pounds of pure honey after peeling, plus 20 pounds of beeswax and 10 pounds of bee larvae. The beeswax could be made into candles for light. From now on, when I did my nighttime exercise, I could get a good look at my wife's blissful little expressions. As for the larvae, I had Nanny Wang rinse them clean, drain them, toss them with salt, then fire up the oil and fry them golden brown. Then we steamed a pot of rice, reheated the morning's braised pork, and stir-fried a plate of wild greens. A pan of fried larvae, a plate of braised pork, and a dish of wild greens. The whole household ate like kings. After dinner, Nanny Wang led the slaves in making candles. I lit one in my room. Tonight was eldest sister-in-law's turn to serve me in bed, and I wanted a good look at that blissful face of hers. The candle flickered, filling the room with a cozy warmth. I undressed first and slipped under the covers to warm the bed. Chu Wanru came to the bedside and slipped off her outer robe and inner garments. In the candlelight, her features looked impossibly tender. I got off the bed, swept out a long arm, scooped her up bridal style, and set her on the bed. Her breasts bounced and brushed against my face. I narrowed my eyes. "Delicious," she said softly. "Silly Changfeng, blow out the candle." I climbed on top of her, arching my broad back to shelter her. "Sister-in-law, let's leave it burning. I want to see clearly." She flushed crimson at once. Silly Changfeng, you're going to devour me and shame me both." "Sister-in-law, this is how Changfeng loves you." "Don't talk." I began telling her a story, the story of a man plowing rich, fertile soil with his mightiest hoe. Nothing was left in the room but the sound of our breathing. Her face was flushed with a mixture of pleasure and pain, a wet strand of black hair clinging to her forehead. She looked adorably bashful. A sleepless night. The next morning, I glanced at Chu Wanru's sleeping face and got up satisfied. Nanny Wang had already made breakfast, wontons, and fried bee larvae. After a night of exertion, my appetite was ravenous. I put away 3 big bowls. Master, shall I cook more? That's enough. Cook a bowl and take it to First Madam. I went out to the courtyard to stretch and saw the monkey and the fox each squatting at opposite ends of the courtyard wall, yawning, looking like they hadn't slept a wink. The crow was busy taking a dump on the eaves. I waved, and it flew down. What's up with those two? The crow was speechless. Master, while you spend a delightful night with a beauty in your arms, those two spent all night fighting over territory. I looked up. The fox and the monkey jumped down, one limping, the other dragging its back, both battered and bruised. Can't you two just get along like brothers? Little clown, your little cabin's nearly 40 square feet already. Isn't that enough room? The fox shook its head and squeaked, gesturing. The crow translated. The fox says the house is his. The monkey chattered anxiously too, demanding his own house. I laughed. Fine, fine, fine. The fox keeps the original one. Monkey, I'll have slave one today. Only then did the two of them cheer up. I gave them both some more spirit spring water, and their wounds faded away one after another. Come on, crow, let's go hunting. Just as I was about to head out, the monkey and the fox insisted on tagging along too. Once we got up the mountain, one fox, one monkey, and one crow went romping around like crazy. The weather had been way too dry today. I circled the surrounding peaks and didn't spot the shadow of a single mushroom. Well, if there weren't any, I'd just make some myself. I found a big stretch of hazel forest, and with a flick of thought, sprayed spirit spring water from my space all over it. There should be mushrooms popping up by tomorrow. I wandered around a couple more times, dug up some orchids, and stashed them in my space to take home and plant. Suddenly, the monkey came bounding up from behind, chittering happily, cradling a big banana leaf wrapped around a pile of wild plums. I tried one sweet. Monkey, where'd you pick these? Take me there. I'd only taken a few steps when the fox darted out of the woods with a big fat rabbit clamped in its jaws. Huh, not bad. Knows how to hunt on its own and even brings the catch to its master. I stuffed the plums and rabbit into my space, and the fox took off in a streak of dust again. I followed the monkey for over half a shurchen until we reached a mountain hollow. Sure enough, there were 20 or 30 plum trees, their branches so loaded with jade-red plums that they were bent under the weight. These plums looked a bit like the half-red variety I used to eat, ripe only in August, probably because the hollow got less sun. The monkey and I climbed up together to pick, tossing everything into my space. When we got tired, we sat under a tree eating plums. The fox kept scampering over, each time dropping another big fat rabbit at my feet. I was starting to suspect it had raided a warren. Stuffed to the brim, I headed back down with the monkey. The crow had been nowhere to be seen all afternoon. Who knew where it had slacked off to? We'd covered about half a mountainside when the crow suddenly popped up with big news. Master, I found a pack of wild boars, at least a dozen of them. And I found something you love the most. Something I love the most? Honey, the crow lowered its voice. Master, guess. I flicked it. You little thing, messing with your master? Careful, or I'll finish you off and braise you red. It quickly played along, shivering as though scared. Master, what you love most is women. Just listen to how you go at it in the night. Me, did I make noise? Wasn't I calling out to my own wife? Whatever, same difference. Is she pretty? The crow cocked its head and thought about it. Pretty, tall and stately, and big. Big where? Big everywhere. Huh, take me there quick. The crow led us down another path, and it took at least a full shurchen before we reached the foot of a cliff. Looking at the tangled weeds all over the place, I sighed. Damn, that's far. I was bursting to piss. Just as I dropped my pants to let go, the sound of soft weeping drifted over from up ahead. I yanked my pants right back up, turned the other way to finish my business, and only then headed toward the crying. Sure enough, sprawled among the weeds lay a girl of stunning beauty. Her pale blue coarse hemp dress was patch upon patch, clearly the daughter of some dirt-poor family. Her face was pale, her forehead beaded with sweat, her hair a tangled mess, her lips cracked and dry. Yet even in this sorry state, nothing could hide a beauty fit to shame the moon and make flowers blush. Oval face, big eyes, a pert little nose, soft pink cherry lips. Her looks were on par with the 4 wives I had at home, maybe even a notch above. Never expected to run into a beauty like this out in the middle of nowhere. To pounce or not to pounce? Heh. My own creepy chuckle startled me, and startled the girl on the ground too. She forced her eyes open, and the sight of a tall, unfamiliar man looming over her sent a jolt of survival instinct through her, overriding her fear. She lifted her limp left hand and, with the last of her strength, begged, "Help me." The next second, she was out cold. A crisp cry for help had rung out from the foot of the cliff, clear as a lark's song. Something stirred in my heart. A beauty like this, if I could take her in, the system would surely reward me handsomely. I quickly crouched down, gathered her into my arms, and pulled a flask of spirit spring water from my storage space. But she was unconscious, couldn't even open her mouth. Impatient, I just took a big mouthful myself, pried her little lips apart, and passed it into her mouth. After a few rounds, she still hadn't come to. I took the chance to examine her. Left leg broken, right hand fractured. Injuries like that would need 3 or 4 days of recovery, even with spirit spring water. Perfect. For those 3 or 4 days, I'd play doctor and tend to her personally. Half an hour later, she finally opened her eyes. Finding herself in my arms, she jerked in panic, trying to sit up, but couldn't move an inch. Terror washed across her delicate pink face. I set her down on the grass and, standing over her, said, "Sorry. Just now, to save your life, I had no choice but to make skin-to-skin contact. If you mind, I'm willing to take responsibility." That snapped her back to reality. She hurried to apologize. "Thank you for saving my life, sir. Well, since you're awake, men and women shouldn't be so intimate. You can find your own way back." I turned to leave. She panicked. "Sir, my leg's broken, my hands hurt, and my sick mother is waiting at home for the herbs I came to gather. Please, take me back." "Very well." Knowing when to quit while ahead, I said, "Then I'll see this good deed through to the end." Her eyes shimmered with tears. "You truly are a good man, sir." The crow beside me rolled its eyes. "Good man? He just wants to get you into his bed." I had the monkey shoulder her herb basket, then scooped her up in my arms and carried her down the mountain. As we talked along the way, I learned her name was Jiang Tingsu, 19, from Yongning village next door. Her mother had been gravely ill for a year, and after all their money was spent, she'd come up the mountain to gather herbs herself. I seized the opening. "As it happens, I'm something of a physician. Let me take you home and treat your mother free of charge. How about it?" Her little face pressed against my chest, as if she'd made up her mind. If you'll save me, young master, I'll give myself to you." "Give yourself to me? Huh." I fought back the smirk tugging at my lips. That suited me just fine. The moment we entered Yongning village, the locals started whispering and pointing. I quickly explained. "She broke her leg. I'm just doing a good deed by bringing her home." Someone scoffed. "Already got her in your arms, and you call that not copping a feel?" But Jiang Tingsu, nestled against me, said, "Don't mind them, big brother. I'm willing to give myself to you." Her tear-brimmed eyes, her teeth catching that lower lip. What a little vixen. I held her tighter. When we got to her home, 3 broken-down thatched huts stood there on the verge of collapse. I carried her into the one on the far left. Her mother was lying on the bed. She called out "Mother" several times. No response. I reached out and touched her. Cold. Long gone. "Jiang Tingsu, your mother has passed." She threw herself onto the body and wailed. I didn't disturb her, just stepped outside and sat in the yard. Her sobbing was heartrending, but there was no point letting this drag on. I went into the village, rounded up a few men, handed over some silver, and had them buy a coffin and fetch a Taoist priest. They arrived by evening. After a simple ceremony, we carried the body to the back hill and buried her. I comforted her. "Your mother was too far gone. Nothing could have saved her. From now on you have me. I'll protect you for the rest of your life." She buried her face in my chest and wept. It was getting late, and I didn't want my wives at home to worry. I found a scrap of wood and wrote, "Held up on business. Home as soon as I can," and had the crow carry it back. Back home, Chu Wanru and the others had been waiting since dusk. As night deepened, They grew frantic and were about to send the slaves out to search when the crow returned. Chu Wanru recognized my handwriting and called the slaves back. Shin Qingluo asked, "Big sister, where's our husband?" Chu Wanru shook her head. If he sent word by the crow, then he must be fine. The women ate but couldn't sleep. They sat in the front hall with the lamps burning, waiting. I came down the back hill with the grief-stricken Jiang Tingsu on my back and headed for Yentu village. "Jiang Tingsu, your leg is hurt. I'm taking you to my home to heal. Once you're better, you can leave if you want, or stay if you want. I won't force you." I laid the groundwork early, with 4 wives waiting at home. I didn't want to scare her off. She was quick. She caught the "we." "Big brother, who else is at your home?" I told her straight, "For wives." She paused, then let it go. "A man like Brother Lu, tall, handsome, and kind, for? Try 40. Wouldn't surprise her." She nodded meekly. At the gate of my courtyard, she looked up at the imposing house and was secretly stunned. I kicked the door. Slave 1 came running to open it. "Master, you're back." Then, all worked up, "You had us worried sick." Jiang Tingsu was startled. Brother Lu had servants too? The 4 lovely wives came rushing out of the front hall. When they saw Jiang Tingsu on my back, every one of them stared, wide-eyed. Chu Wanru asked, "Changfeng, what happened? Let's talk inside." I set Jiang Tingsu down on a chair and made the introductions. "This is Jiang Tingsu from Yoning Village. She fell off a cliff today, and I saved her. Her mother has passed away, so I brought her back to treat her injuries. I'll have to trouble you ladies to look after her." Then I introduced the 4 wives to Jiang Tingsu. She bowed timidly. "Hello, elder sisters." Chu Wanru hurried over to help her up. "Once you've stepped through our door, we're all sisters. Just focus on getting well." Shen Qingluo, Shen Furong, and Fu Linger also came over to offer comfort. "Husband, none of you have eaten yet, have you?" Chu Wanru said. "Nanny Wang, go fix something to eat, quickly." Jiang Tingsu couldn't help swallowing. Her family was poor, and she'd only had a bite of wild greens that morning before heading up the mountain, without a drop of water since. But her heart was heavy, and she had no appetite. I ruffled her hair. "Your mother was gravely ill for years. All she wanted was for you to live well. If you don't eat, how will you heal?" She nodded. "Thank you, big brother." "Thank you, elder sisters." Half an hour later, the food was on the table. Braised pork, deep-fried bee larvae, stir-fried wild greens, stewed pork ribs, meat buns, and white rice. When in her life had Jiang Tingsu ever seen a spread like this? Her eyes darted about. She clearly wanted to eat but didn't dare. Chu Wanru smiled. "We eat like this every day. Help yourself." I stuffed a big meat bun into her hand. "Eat." She began wolfing it down, and when she got to the braised pork, she burst into tears. Whether from missing her mother or from being overwhelmed by the flavor, I couldn't tell. She ate the wild greens and the stewed ribs, but didn't dare touch the bee larvae. They still looked like bugs to her. I picked one up and fed it to her. After one taste, she exclaimed, "Bugs can taste this good?" After the meal, the village doctor came to set her bones. I settled her into the side room and had her drink a flask of spirit spring water. Back in the bedroom, tonight was Shun Qingluo's turn to attend to me. We went at it for 6 hours, and I didn't sleep until dawn. The next day, Chu Wanru and the others were up early, and even the injured Jiang Tingsu was awake. Breakfast was big meat buns, deep-fried ribs, and stir-fried wild greens. Jiang Tingsu washed with tears in her eyes. She'd thought last night's meal had been for a guest, and never imagined they ate like this every day. Chu Wanru pressed a bun and some ribs into her hands. "Don't be shy. We've got more meat than we can eat." After the meal, she was helped out into the courtyard to play with the fox, the monkey, and the crow. Shin Qingluo and I didn't get up until noon. She was so worn out she looked like she'd fallen apart, while I was full of energy. After lunch, I fed Jiang Tingsu half a flask of spirit spring water. "I'm going up the mountain to hunt. You focus on getting better." She nodded obediently. I headed up the mountain with the crow, the fox, and the monkey. The crow said it had spotted a litter of wild boars. We ought to catch them and raise them at home, so we'd never run out of pork. The litter was inside the hollow of a 1,000-year-old tree, more than a dozen piglets crammed together. I stuffed 12 of them into a sack. My spatial storage couldn't hold them. Live prey could only be carried by hand. I ducked behind a rock and waited. Soon the 2 adult boars came trotting back, one after the other. The moment they reached the den, they sensed something was wrong, but by then it was too late. I drew the bow, and with two crisp thwips, both dropped where they stood. Over 300 pounds each. Little Black, you did great. Little Black puffed out his chest, quacking smugly. The fox and the monkey, refusing to be outdone, spun around and darted back into the woods. They wanted to earn some credit too. I stashed the two big boars into my space, picked up the piglets, and headed for the hazel grove I'd visited yesterday. I'd sprinkled spirit spring water there the day before, and already countless tiny mushrooms had sprouted, though still small. I watered them again. They should be ready to harvest tomorrow. I also sprinkled some in the mixed forest where the porcini grew. A solid haul. I headed straight home. Jiang Tingsu was still sitting in the courtyard, lost in thought. She only came back to herself when she saw me. Brother Liu, back already? Bagged some game. I set the sack down. Caught a whole litter of wild piglets. We'll raise them up, plenty of meat down the road. She beamed. Brother Liu, you're amazing. Chu Wanru and the others crowded around to look, grinning from ear to ear. That's not all, I added. There's more. I waved a hand, and two full-grown boars appeared on the ground out of thin air. Jiang Tingsu's mouth dropped open in an oval as big as a goose egg. She struggled forward to touch them. Real boars. Brother Liu, can you do magic tricks? I laughed. There's still more. Yesterday the fox had caught 6 fat rabbits, and the monkey had picked over 100 pounds of sweet plums. In the rush of saving people, I'd forgotten to take them out. Now was as good a time as any. I told Slave, dress these 6 rabbits. We'll have stir-fried rabbit tonight. I had Annie Wong bring over a pot. With a thought, I filled it from my space with plums and handed it to her. Try some. The women crowded around, grabbing handfuls and stuffing them into their mouths. Cries of delight broke out. So sweet. Husband, where did these come from? I laughed. The monkey took me picking in the mountains. I'll be sure to praise him later. I turned to Jiang Tingsu. How's it taste? Really sweet. Brother Liu, you're so incredible. I'm incredible in a lot of ways. Don't believe me? Ask them. The 4 women flushed crimson in an instant. Jiang Tingsu, however, just looked bewildered and glanced at Chu Wanru. Chu Wanru nodded, and she nodded along, only half understanding. There were still some wooden boards in the backyard. I told Slave 3 and the others to build a pig pen. Make it big enough for these 12 piglets to grow up and breed. Slave 1 and Slave 2 helped Auntie Wong in the kitchen with the rabbits. All the fur was to be saved for scarves. I put the 2 adult boars back into my space, sat in the courtyard chatting with Jiang Tingsu, and fed her another half flask of spirit spring water. Once the rabbits were dressed, I took over the stove myself and stir-fried a whole panful. The moment the aroma drifted out, Jiang Tingsu's eyes changed. She, want to become my woman sooner and stay forever. A place like this, who'd ever want to leave? Come nightfall, I couldn't be bothered to haul it into the front hall, so I just stacked bricks into a tripod, and the whole family gathered around the pot to eat. The slaves got a bowl too, rabbit meat with steamed buns. They were already the happiest slaves under heaven. The next morning, I took Crow into town and sold a wild boar at Spring Breeze Tower, 356 caddies at 30 when a caddy, netting 11 tails. While I was at it, I bought some polished rice and flour, picked out a silver hairpin for Jiang Tingsu, and grabbed 6 skewers of candied hawthorns, 5 to take back, 1 for myself. I was chewing on mine as I headed back when a commotion broke out up ahead, the crowd surging in one direction. I stopped someone and asked, "What's going on?" Someone died. Squire Wong wants to take shopkeeper Song's daughter Song Ningmei from the fragrant herb shop as his 48th concubine. The Songs refused, so Squire Wong brought his hired men to snatch her. Shopkeeper Song shielded his daughter, got shoved down, cracked his head on the ground. Gone. I frowned. In a famine year, this sort of thing happened often. I hadn't meant to get involved, but my feet were already drifting toward the fragrant herb shop. I'd seen that Song Ningmei once when I was buying braising spices. A stunning beauty. If I pulled her out of this now, I might just gain another wife. When I arrived, Song Ningmei was throwing herself over her father, weeping her heart out. "Father, don't leave your daughter." The county yamen had already been by, ruling it a slip and fall in the most perfunctory way. On the way out, they'd cleaned every last silver piece from the counter too. I sneered. Clearly they'd pocketed Squire Wong's money. Squire Wong, seeing that things had turned lethal, had slipped away long ago. Song Ningmei sobbed until she fainted, Someone pinched her philtrum to bring her around. I just stood at the edge of the crowd, motionless, watching how things would unfold. The sun climbed high, and the onlookers dispersed. I was hungry, so I bought a few steamed buns next door and squatted down in front of Song Ningmei. "Have a bun." She looked up, recognized me, and shook her head, weeping. "Father's gone. How could I possibly eat?" I reached out and checked beneath her father's nose. "Your father isn't dead. I can save him." She froze, then grabbed my arm. "Big brother, please save my father. As long as you can save him, I'll do anything." I was about to say, "You mean anything?" but forced it back down. To make a woman truly obedient, you have to drive her into a corner with nowhere to turn. A proud beauty from her sort of background could only be brought to heel through utter desperation. I shook my head. "There's only a sliver of breath left. Bringing him back won't be easy, and I doubt you'd believe me. Why not have a doctor take a look first?" She snapped to it, dashed off to the medical hall next door, and dragged a physician back. One glance, and he shook his head, beyond saving. "Best prepare the funeral arrangements." She ran to several more. The answer was the same. Song Ningmei collapsed to the ground, tears streaming without stop. Suddenly, she clutched my hand with everything she had. "Big brother, save my father. I'll do anything." "I will," she cried, banging her forehead against the ground with loud thuds. That was exactly what I'd been waiting for. I helped her up. "Good. You said it yourself." "Yes. Ningmei will climb mountains of blades and seas of fire for you. No need for that. Just be my wife." As I spoke, I already had my flask out. Not wanting to touch the old man's foul mouth, I poured the spirit spring water in from above. Half went down his throat, the other half spilled down his neck. The old physician still hadn't left. He sneered from the sidelines. "This old man has practiced medicine for 45 years and never once seen the dead brought back to life. Young sir, don't go deceiving folk." He turned to Song Ningmei and urged her to hurry and prepare for the funeral. Song Ningmei didn't hear a word of it. She stared at me pleadingly. I just sat there, calm. Facts speak louder than words. Fortunately, Song Qingshan wasn't fully dead, so the spirit spring water could still save him. Mid-rant, the old physician suddenly pulled 2 taels of silver from his robes and pressed them into Song Ningmei's hand. "Your father was a good man. This is my life savings. Take it and give him a proper burial." Then, wiping his tears, he made to leave. At that very moment, Song Qingshan opened his eyes. "Father!" Song Ningmei burst into wailing sobs. The old physician turned back. He looked at the wide-eyed Song Qingshan with utter disbelief, then stared at me as if asking, "Are you Huatoa reborn?" Song Qingshan rubbed his head. His hand came away bloody. "Daughter, I just reached the bridge of the netherworld. Then I heard you calling for me, and when I turned around, a beam of light shone on me and woke me up." Song Ningmei sobbed. "Father, it was Brother Lu here who saved you." Song Qingshan struggled upright and nodded at me. "I owe you my life. I shall never forget this kindness." Song Ningmei added, "Father, I've promised Brother Lu, if he could save you, I would give myself to him in marriage." Song Qingshan fell silent. His precious daughter marrying just like that. He couldn't bear it. He deliberately changed the subject. My head hurts." Song Ningmei panicked and moved to help him back to his room. I quietly stepped up and lent a hand, saying nothing to press him. My father-in-law had just come to. His instinct to shield his daughter was only natural. He'd come around eventually. Besides, Jiang Tingsa back at home hadn't been broken in yet. Song Ningmei could wait. Once we'd gotten Song Qingshan into bed, he told his daughter, "Bring out all the silver from the chest to thank the young sir." Song Ningmei shook her head, tears falling. "Father, the men from the county magistrate's office carted off every last coin and all the spices. The house is stripped bare." Song Qingshan shot bolt upright, ready to charge out the door. Those spices were the foundation of 3 generations of the Song family. They were his very life. Song Ningmei grabbed hold of him. "They're truly gone." Song Qingshan broke down wailing. I spoke up. "Uncle, so long as the Green Hills remain, there'll be no shortage of firewood. You're still alive. The business can be rebuilt." Song Qingshan choked back his sobs. He hung his head for a long moment, then looked up at me. "What's your name? Where do you live?" "Lu Chongfeng, Yentu Village, 19 this year." "Good." He placed Song Ningmei's hand into mine. "Ningmei lost her mother when she was little. I raised her all on my own. Today I'm handing her over to you. Please cherish her." I was overjoyed, but kept a straight face. "Uncle, to be honest, I already have a wife back home. More than one, actually." Afraid he'd back out, I quickly added, "But in my household, everyone is equal. They're all wives, no concubines. Same food, same clothes. If you and Ningmei aren't sure, you're welcome to come to the village and see for yourselves. Uncle, you can come live out your old age with me too. I'll honor you like my own father." That one phrase, "live out your old age," brought Song Qingshan to tears on the spot. He had only one daughter and had never dared to hope for anyone to look after him in his twilight years, especially now that he'd offended Squire Wong and the county magistrate and his business was finished. "Good, good son-in-law. For those words alone, my daughter is yours. We'll go to your home today. Wonderful, honored father-in-law. Your humble son-in-law will take you back at once." That honored father-in-law moved both father and daughter all over again. I hadn't dared use the title before and only switched once I'd gotten his approval. Sensible boy, responsible, kind-hearted. At this point, the old physician Yang Henian, still standing off to the side, had heard every word of the exchange. He suddenly rushed forward and cupped his hands to me. "Brother Liu, you are Hua Tuo reborn. Forgive me for my earlier offense." I waved him off. "No harm done." He dropped to his knees with a thud. "Brother Liu, I've practiced medicine for decades, and I'm not worth a hair on your head. I beg you, take me as your disciple." Song Qingshan, Song Ningmei, and I were all stunned. I waved my hands frantically. "Take you on? Like hell. You're older than my grandfather. If I teach you, and then you kick the bucket one day, wouldn't all my effort be wasted?" Yang Henian slapped his forehead. "Right. But he had a daughter who also loved medicine, sweet 16. Brother Liu, then let my daughter become your disciple. She's clever and well-behaved. So long as you accept her, I'll offer up every last tael of silver in my household." I didn't say yes or no. I hadn't seen his daughter yet. What if she was a 200-pound lump with buck teeth and flared nostrils? What would I want with her? She had to be at least someone I could stomach. It's not like I actually knew any medicine. It was all thanks to the spirit spring water. Taking on a female disciple was basically taking on a wife. Start out as a disciple, and given time, she becomes a wife. It'd expand my space and drop me some gear too. "Physician Yang, I don't have time today. I need to take my father-in-law back to Yintu village first. Bring your daughter by my place another day and let me have a look. If we click, I'll take her on. You don't need to hand over your fortune. If we don't, then we leave it at that." "Good, good, good." Yang Henian's old face crinkled up into a mass of wrinkles. The old man was obsessed with medicine and herbs. Obsessed to what degree? His only daughter had been conceived because his mother had once locked him in a room with his wife. After that, he never touched her again, not from lack of love, but lack of time. He slept only a few hours a day, and the moment his eyes opened, he was studying medical theory. He'd read the Compendium of Materia Medica hundreds of times, till the characters. All mushy. His daughter, Yang Jingyue, had been raised by him to be just as much of a medicine fanatic. So the moment she saw my brilliant medical skills, she was so eager she practically insisted on taking me as her master on the spot. Yang Henian shouldered his medicine chest and dashed off home to spread the word. I hoisted Song Qingshan onto my back and headed out. Song Ningmei locked the door behind us. At the entrance, we flagged down an ox cart, 30 coppers to take us back to Yintu village. When we reached my gate, I set Song Qingshan down, and Song Ningmei helped steady him. He stood there gaping at the spacious courtyard, and it took him a long while to find his words. "Son, son-in-law, this is your home?" "That's right, honored father-in-law." The words had barely left my mouth when the gate swung open from within. Servant 3 and Servant 4 bowed respectfully. "Master, you've returned." Father and daughter were startled all over again. A country household with actual servants? Could Lu Chongfeng be some hidden master? "Father-in-law, please." I supported him as we walked inside. Song Ningmei looked up. 3 main rooms in the center, 4 wing rooms on each side, all built from top-grade timber, grand and freshly finished. Her heart secretly leapt. She'd married into such a well-off family after all. Song Qingshan couldn't help praising it either. "These buildings are truly well made." I laughed. "You flatter me, father-in-law. Come, let's have some tea in the front hall." Just then, the 4 lovely women who had been sewing new clothes all came out. each one tender-skinned and fair, delicate and charming. Song Ningmei's beautiful eyes flickered, her waist slender as a willow, and Song Qingshan was left staring in a daze. My father-in-law must have admired me all the more now. See, my household really did have several delicate beauties, just as I'd said. I hadn't lied. Song Ningmei, for her part, was overjoyed. She thought her husband was a man of loyalty and heart, willing to accept her even with so many lovely women already at home. I helped Song Qingshan into the front hall and had Annie Wong prepare a meal. The moment father and daughter stepped inside, they saw Jiang Tingsu, still recovering from her wounds, already seated at the table. Song Ningmei muttered inwardly. So it wasn't 4 beauties, it was 5. Smiling, I made the introductions. Father-in-law, Ningmei, these are my 4 wives. Chu Wanru, Shen Qingluo, Shen Furong, and Fu Ling. When I got to Jiang Tingsu, I paused. This is Jiang Tingsu. She hasn't become my wife yet. Jiang Tingsu flushed crimson but didn't argue. Half an hour later, Annie Wong brought out the food. A full steamer of polished white rice, steamed cured pork, deep-fried spare ribs, deep-fried bee larvae, crispy meat cakes, and stir-fried wild greens. Father and daughter Song could hardly stop swallowing. Between famine and war, their family hadn't tasted white rice in ages. They'd never imagined my household would be this well off. I scooped rice for Song Qingshan myself. Father-in-law, please eat. He picked up a piece of cured pork, popped it in his mouth, and exclaimed at how delicious it was. Then he tried a bee larva. His old eyes went wide as saucers, as if he'd just tasted something from heaven. Halfway through the meal, someone started pounding on the gate. I stepped out and nearly burst out laughing in disbelief. Yang Henian had actually brought his daughter chasing after me to ask for. The master's here. How can there be such a crazy old man in this world? I did the math in my head. If the girl outside was ugly, I'd say I mistook her for someone else. If she was beautiful, the door had to swing wide open. Unfortunately, the carriage was in the way. I could only make out that Yang Henian's daughter had a graceful figure and wore a veil over her face. Couldn't see a thing. Whatever. Open the door and take a look first. The moment I opened the door, Yang Henian jabbed his daughter with his elbow. Nunu, hurry up and greet your master. The girl looked up at me, and her eyes froze. A moment later, she actually lifted her veil away, revealing the face of a stunning beauty, carrying the faint scent of medicinal herbs. Husband, please accept your humble wife's bow. She knelt down and called me husband. Yang Henian was stunned for a second, then broke into a wide grin. Husband was even better. The children they'd have someday would inherit both their skills. Newson nudged me from the side before I finally snapped out of it. I quickly helped her up. Good, I accept you. Yang Henian was practically going out of his mind with excitement. Brother Liu, are you truly willing to marry my daughter? Turns out his daughter, Yang Jingyue, had worn a veil since childhood. Whoever she first lifted it for was the one she'd acknowledge as her husband. On the surface I stayed calm, but inside I was ecstatic. A beauty like that, what man wouldn't be tempted? But I had to be upfront. I already have several wives at home. Everyone gets treated equally. Yang Henian waved it off. No matter. I heard every word you said to Song Qingshan at the incense and herbs shop. Yang Jingyue smiled shyly. I'll do whatever father says. I invited the father and daughter into the front hall, and Annie Wong set out extra bowls and chopsticks. After the meal, I announced to everyone, this is Dr. Yang, and this is his daughter Yang Jingyue. I've agreed to marry her. From now on, please look after her. Chu Wanru said tearfully. That's wonderful. Thank heavens. Our Liu household is flourishing. The other wives were secretly delighted. Finally, someone to share the load. Otherwise, when their turn came to attend the bedchamber, they'd get no sleep at all. Song Qingshan, however, was a little put out. Yang Henian, you old rascal. We'd agreed on a formal apprenticeship, and the moment my back's turned you marry your daughter off into the family. Then he thought it through, a fine young man like me. Who wouldn't want a piece? Being in demand only proved his eye for talent. 2 stunning wives in a single day, plus Jiang Tingsu who was still recovering from her injuries. That made 3 wives I hadn't yet slept with. The pace was maybe a bit quick, but hey, I loved it, huh? Thinking it over, 1 a day was still the safer bet. If I took all 3 at once and only got the reward once, wouldn't I be getting shortchanged? Just past noon, The two fathers-in-law sat in the front hall drinking tea and chatting. Fathers-in-law, allow your humble son-in-law to refill your water. I took their bowls, went out and drew 2 fresh bowls of water, and on the way back, with a single thought, 2 pills materialized in my palm and dissolved silently into the water. The water in our household is specially brewed. It strengthens the spleen, whets the appetite, prolongs. For your health and longevity, you must both finish the cup. The two fathers-in-law were straightforward men, and they drained their cups in one go. Sweet and refreshing, excellent water. Song Qingshan gave a thumbs up. Yang Henian, ever the physician, offered his professional verdict. Drinking it fills you with vigor. Fine water indeed. Inwardly, I chuckled. One-of-a-kind spirit spring water, of course it was good. As for the 2 pills, they were absolute loyalty pills, awarded by the system after I claimed Fuling. There had been 10 to start with. 1 for each of the 7 slaves, 1 for each father-in-law, and only a single pill left. In a chaotic world, human hearts were unpredictable. Only after taking one of these pills would a person be unshakably devoted to me. As for the women, the system came with its own built-in buff. Once I claimed them, they were bound in absolute loyalty and would never betray me. The 2 fathers-in-law each admonished their daughters to honor their husband as their guiding principle and to live harmoniously with their sisters. Song Ningmei and Yang Jingyue both nodded obediently. Suddenly, the sound of scraping hog bristles drifted in from the courtyard. The 2 old men stepped outside to find 4 slaves gathered around a 400-pound wild boar, scraping off its hair, while I stood nearby playing with the fox, the monkey, and the crow. That's a wild boar, Song Qingshan exclaimed. Slave 3 nodded. The master hunted it yesterday. Yang Henian rushed straight up to me, staring at the fox in my arms with a trembling voice. This is a crimson flame red fox. I stayed calm. Yes. What about it? Incredible. This fox is the finest of its kind. One appears maybe once in centuries. When it matures, it becomes king of all foxes. Its flesh and blood can be used as a medicinal catalyst potent enough to raise the dead. Where did you catch it? I smiled. Saved it in the mountains. A pack of foxes was ganging up on it at the time. Song Qingshan leaned in for a closer look as well. Truly a magnificent fox. Son-in-law, don't tell me the way you saved that man was with its flesh and blood. I shook my head quickly. No. I used another method. Please, dear fathers-in-law, don't get any ideas about him. He's family. Yang Henian couldn't take his eyes off it. May I touch him? I bent down and asked the fox. The fox shook its head. Reluctantly, Yang Henian gave up. The monkey squeezed forward, wanted to be picked up. Yang Henian gasped again. That's a white-browed spirit monkey. Its flesh and blood can also serve as a catalyst, a future monkey king. The monkey heard this and lost it, chattering furiously at the fox. The fox's fur bristled too, and in a flash it darted up onto the wall, terrified this old man might carve it up for medicine. Night came quickly. The slaves finished dressing the boar, and I braised the head myself. The 2 fathers-in-law had never tasted such fine braised meat and marveled again and again. Song Qingshan gnawed on a braised pig's ear, sniffling. Son-in-law, my family has sold spices for 3 generations, and only here, at your table, have those spices finally shown their true worth. I answered modestly, Father-in-law, if you want it, I'll make it for you every day. Once it grew dark, I prepared a side room on the east wing for Song Qingshan. Yang Henian still had his wife and his medical. Back to the manor, sending the servant to drive the carriage home. Before he left, I had Annie Wong pack half a pot of braised meat for him to take along. By the bedchamber rotation, tonight should have been Shun Furong's turn, but she thoughtfully insisted I favor the newcomer first. I made a token show of refusing, then agreed. I called Song Ningmei and Yang Jingyue together. Today Ningmei has just become my wife, so I'll sleep with her first. Jingyue, you'll be tomorrow. Yang Jingyue nodded obediently and stepped out. Annie Wong came to report that the bathwater was ready. I pulled Song Ningmei into the bathing room and slid the bolt shut. Song Ningmei was blushing, not daring to lift her head. I was an old hand at this. I tugged her straight into my arms and, with practiced ease, began undoing her clothes, copping a feel here and there as I went. She squirmed and whimpered under my teasing. After the bath, I carried her into the bedroom. It was a long night. The new bed was solid enough, but the noise, Well, that couldn't be helped, given how much strength I had. Thankfully, I put my father-in-law in the easternmost wing, far away. Otherwise, if he'd overheard, how mortifying would that be? Old folks dote on their daughters. If he made a fuss and demanded to take her home, what would I do? I only stopped in the small hours, and even then I'd held back. A man's flesh is iron, but sleep is steel. Go too long without it and you're wrecked. I woke early the next morning, quieted my mind, and heard the ding of the system. Name, Lu Changfeng. Age, 19. Strength, level 4, equivalent to 15 grown men in combat. Space, level 4, 400 cubic meters. Bonds, 5. Chu Wanru, Shen Qingluo, Shen Furong, Fu Linger, Song Ningmei. Rewards, Divine Tier Archery, Beast Speech Comprehension, Space Spirit Spring, Out-of-Print Swordsmanship. Items, Absolute Loyalty Pills times 20, Silver 200 taels, Gold 10 taels, Shoe Brocade times 3 bolts. I was so thrilled I could have danced on the bed. Taking in one more woman had brought me all this, out-of-print swordsmanship. Once I set foot on the battlefield, I'd be unstoppable. Song Mingmei struggled to get up to serve tea and pay her respects, but I pressed her back down. Silly girl, you had it rough last night. No chores today. Sleep if you want. She was worried her father would worry. She fought her way out of bed, only for her legs to tremble so badly she couldn't take a single step. If she went out like that, then her father really would have cause for concern. Good girl. I'll take father-in-law up the mountain for a stroll, take his mind off things. I stepped outside, and there was Song Qingshan, up early as always. Seeing me flushed with color and my neck covered in bite marks, the old man awkwardly looked away. Swallowing my own embarrassment, I greeted him. Good morning, father-in-law. Morning. Song Qingshan grunted through his nose. My heart sank. Could last night's ruckus have been so loud it woke him? In the same courtyard. When passion takes over, those sounds are bound to carry across the whole yard. Awkward or not, breakfast still had to be eaten. Afterwards, I went to the back courtyard to check on the little wild boar and to size up the space at the same time. It was plenty roomy. If I quietly pushed the courtyard wall 3 or 4 feet further out, nobody paid attention to how much rice we went through, so I figured I'd just build a few more side rooms and put my father-in-law farther away. That would keep last night's awkward incident from happening again. Only problem was, I needed a good excuse to bring it up with him. I hadn't come up with one, yet when Song Qingshan strolled over with his hands clasped behind his back, he circled the pigpen first, then said, Son-in-law, I've been thinking. I may be old, but I'm still a man, and it isn't quite proper for me to be sharing a courtyard with you young folks. The back courtyard leans against the mountain, fresh air, nice and quiet. Why don't you push the courtyard wall out a bit, put up a few side rooms, and give one to me? I'll live back there. Peace and quiet for me, and I can look after the little wild boar. That way I won't be getting mixed up in you youngsters' business. Inside I was screaming, Father-in-law, you read my mind. On the outside I kept it cool. How could I not do as you say? I'll send the slaves up the mountain to fell trees today, and the rooms will be up by tomorrow. I'm a man of action. I took 6 slaves up the mountain to chop cypress. When the villagers of Yentu saw more stacks of long planks piling up at my place, most of them turned green with envy. Especially my uncle's sons, Lu Dakue and Lu Eryong, along with the village lowlifes Yang Laosan and Zhou Qing. The 4 of them put their heads together and decided to report me to the county for illegal construction, except I actually had the paperwork. Commoners were allowed 3 main rooms and unlimited side rooms. They just didn't know it. Zhou Qing came up with a nastier plan. I hear the magistrate's got a taste for pretty women. What if we tell him Lu Changfeng's household has a few real beauties? Wonder what he'll do then. Yang Laosan roared with laughter. He'll snatch them away and have his way with them. It'll drive Lu Changfeng out of his mind. Lu Eryong's eyes lit up, and we can cop a feel in the chaos. I had no idea these dogs were plotting against me. I was still hauling logs, huffing and puffing, dozens at a time, trying to get the side rooms built as fast as possible, divide up the compound, keep my nightlife uninterrupted. Beams up, planks laid, one whole day gone in a blur. That evening I set up the big iron wok in the courtyard and cooked a whole pot of pig slaughter stew. Fatty pork, lean pork, ribs, tripe, chitlins, potatoes, wild greens, a glorious mess of everything, and the smell was intoxicating. After dinner, My father-in-law and I sat in the courtyard chatting. The women chattered and horsed around. The monkey and the fox chased each other from the wall to the roof. The crow tried to mediate, gave up, and left them to it. Those two were born enemies, united against outsiders, at each other's throats at home. Time for bed. Tonight, it was Yang Jingyue's turn to attend to me. I could hardly wait. Yesterday, after taking Song Ningmei, the system had rewarded me with a rare sword technique. Unfortunately, I had no sword, so I was hoping the system would drop a fine blade today. I'd just finished bathing with Yang Jingyue and led her back to the room. I hadn't even taken off my clothes when her lips were already pressed to my cheek. I froze for a second. Whoa, so forward tonight? I like it. Then she asked, all wide-eyed and innocent. Husband, do you feel anything yet? I nodded frantically. Wife, give me another one. She peeled off her clothes as she pressed up against me, her little hands roaming everywhere. Husband, it's so bye. I couldn't be bothered to hear her ramble on, so I just shut her up with my mouth. A little wife this cute. I got worked up just watching her stand there, never mind the big. Soft to hard, shallow to deep. Her breathing grew faster and faster, and just as it looked like she'd run out of air, I stopped. How's that, wife? Still panting, she answered with a straight face, just as good as the books said. I scooped her up and tossed her onto the bed, pinning her down. Then try this one on for size. Outside, my other little wives were jolted awake by a piercing scream. Then came Yang Jingyue's voice. The books only said it was pleasurable. Why does it hurt so much? I covered her mouth and hummed a tune to soothe her. Without weathering the storm, how could you ever see the rainbow bitter first, sweet after? The bed frame creaked and groaned, singing its own hymn to the little girl's transformation from maiden to woman. That night was more incredible than any before. The physician girl had, after all, read her share of books. No need for me to teach her. She took the lead, chatting me up about wind and flowers, snow and moon, about wind and rain, thunder and lightning. And she came to her own realization. Hands-on experience beats book learning any day. The next morning, the moment I woke, I hurried to check my system rewards. Divine Tier Archery, Beast Tongue Comprehension, Spatial Spirit Spring, Out-of-Print Swordsmanship, 1 Black Iron Sword, 100 additional loyalty pills, 100 tails of silver, 10 tails of gold, 5 bolts of shoe brocade, 3 attribute points, each granting 10 points of combat power, 20 sacks of premium rice, 1 packet each of corn, cabbage, and pea seeds. I was over the moon. I'd just been fretting that I had no blade to match the out-of-print swordsmanship, and here came the black iron sword. The seeds were even better. Lately it had been meat, and more meat with no vegetables. The system really got me. Yang Jingyue woke up too, her cheeks flushed pink as peach blossoms. She wanted to come up the mountain with me to gather mushrooms. I laughed. Silly girl, you're not getting out of bed today. She didn't believe me and flipped over to stand up. SSSS. Husband, why does it hurt so much? Only then did she meekly crawl back under the covers, her eyes wide and watery. When will this illness get better? I gave her cheek a squeeze. Half a day's rest and you'll be fine. I stepped outside and had just finished washing up when Jiang Tingsu came over, blushing and fidgeting. Her hand had already healed. A couple more days of the spirit spring water and her leg would be good as new too. Brother Lu, I want to stay. My heart burst into bloom. A beauty like this. No way I was letting her go to someone else. I couldn't resist teasing her, leaning down close to her ear. Little one, do you know what those words mean? From now on, you belong to me, Lu Chongfeng. She turned red all the way to the tips of her ears. I pinched her cheek. Rest up and heal, and once you're better, Big Brother will treat you right. Then I headed up the mountain with the fox, the monkey, and the crow. In the hazel grove, hazel mushrooms sprouted in clusters. I squatted down, humming as I picked, with the monkey pitching in and the fox darting through the woods searching. The crow, perched on a branch, was dozing off, then pitched headfirst off the limb, frantically flapping to save face, and still had the nerve to insist. This is reflex training. I stashed all the hazel mushrooms and porcini into my space. Just as I was about to leave, the fox and the monkey came back, each carrying a pheasant in its mouth. The monkey gave its pheasant a quick neck twist. The fox couldn't manage the trick, so it just bit through the neck instead. Me. Damn brutal. Further into the valley, I stumbled onto a brown bear chasing a mountain goat. I drew my bow and dropped the goat with one shot. The bear spun around to bolt. But was God-tier archery just for show? 2 arrows later, the bear hit the dirt. The crow rolled its eyes at the fox and monkey who were fawning over me. Bootlickers. Puffed. Then it turned to me. Master, you're amazing. I hauled the game down the mountain. Just as I reached my front gate, I spotted father-in-law Yang's carriage parked there. The moment he saw me, he rushed over anxiously. Good son-in-law. Squire Wang heard that Song Qingshan isn't dead. He's been asking around trying to find out who saved him. It won't be long before it leads straight to you. I smiled. I haven't even gone to make him pay for what he did to my wife and father-in-law yet. And here he is asking about me first. Perfect. Yang Henian pulled out a pouch and pressed it into my hand. This is my life savings, 80 taels. Take everyone somewhere safe to lay low for a while. Touched, I pushed the pouch back and clapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry, father-in-law. However many they send, I'll flatten every last one. I got him to stay for pheasant stewed with mushrooms. His eyes lit up the second he heard it. It's been years since I had this. I dressed the pheasants and threw them in the pot. The aroma of the broth drifted across the whole of Rockhead Village. Every villager came pouring out to hunt down the smell. Aunt Li Tsulian planted herself in her doorway with hands on hips and spat curses. Hope those mushrooms poison the lot of you. Then she rounded on her daughter-in-law Yuan Ju. Greedy wench. Get up the mountain and pick some mushrooms now. The widow Li Hongxing sat sobbing in her doorway, slapping her own face. Why didn't I just throw myself at him back then? I'd be the one sitting inside eating mushrooms right now. No, I'm going to go buy some fertility tonic and seduce Lu Changfeng. In my courtyard, the pheasant and mushroom stew lasted a solid 4 hours, the whole family in high spirits. After the meal, Yang Henian headed back to the county seat first. I planned to go into town too, sell the brown bear, and while I was at it, hit up my old father-in-law for a few doses of poison to keep on hand. Before heading out, I split the 3 attribute points among the fox, the monkey, and the crow, one apiece. The 3 little ones swallowed them and collapsed one after another, legs kicking out stiff. The crow croaked, Master, you're poisoning me. A moment later, the monkey sprang up first and leapt over 10 meters onto the wall. The fox was tearing around at incredible speed. The crow flapped its wings and shot off like a bolt of lightning. When it came back, it was insufferably smug. Master really does love me best. I was just about to head out when, bang, 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 someone was kicking my door? Which blind idiot dared kick my door? I strode over, yanked the door open, and crossed my arms as I coldly looked at what was outside. A beer-bellied fat man, pale-skinned, with beady eyes, a squashed nose, and a wide mouth, dressed in blue silk, with 6 club-wielding henchmen behind him, putting on. Looked absolutely vicious. I sneered inwardly. So this is the so-called Squire Wang? Squire or no squire, anyone who dared kick down the door of Lu Changfeng was getting beaten until they begged on their knees. I pointed at the fat man, my tone flat. You the one who just kicked my door? That's right. I did. What of it? The fat man puffed out his chest, cocky as hell. Impressive. Nobody's ever dared kick my door before. You're the first, you dead pig. The fat man was about to respond when he realized I'd insulted him. You dare curse me? Not only curse you, beat you too. I raised my hand and slapped him flat to the ground in one motion. For teeth flew out on the spot, the force calibrated just right, not enough to dislocate his jaw. The 6 house guards behind him charged in. Monkey and Fox leapt down from atop the courtyard wall. I didn't even need to lift a finger. Monkey took down 4, Fox bit up the other 2, and the whole lot lay on the ground howling. I clapped in approval. Those attribute points hadn't been wasted. 1 point of enhancement equaled 10 attribute values, worth the combat power of 10 grown men. As for Crow, fast, sure, but lazy. Just perched there enjoying the show. Why you dare hit B? The fat man mumbled through the gaps. You know who I am. Be our brother of Wang Wankai. I'm Wang Qiankai. My brother won't let you off. Wang Wankai? The Squire Wang my old father-in-law mentioned, the one in league with the county magistrate? Didn't expect this fat lump to be his little brother. I crouched down and slapped him again. Your brother won't let me off? Then I've got even more reason to beat you. Light or heavy. Either way, it's a beating. Slap, slap, slap. Go back and tell Wang Wankai. If he's got the guts, bring it on. Grandpa here will see it through to the end. You lost 4 teeth. As the elder brother, fairness says he loses 8. When I got tired of hitting him, I let Monkey take over. When Monkey got tired, I stepped back in. Back and forth we went until Wang Qiansai's face was beaten into a pig's head. His own mother wouldn't recognize him. And then I kicked him to the side of the road. Then I headed into town with Crow, found a deserted corner, and released the 600-pound brown bear from my inventory space. Slung it over my shoulder and strolled down the street bold as brass. Heads turned all around. What strength, young hero! The man's a god. I didn't bother replying and went straight to the Spring Breeze Pavilion, offloading the bear for 100 taels of silver. Then I turned and headed to my father-in-law Yang Henian's clinic. The moment Yang Henian saw me, he pulled me aside and lowered his voice. Son-in-law, Squire Wang is hunting for you everywhere. How dare you come into the county town? I shook my head. What's there to fear? I don't give Squire Wang a second thought. I just gave his brother Wang Qiankai a good thrashing. I came today because I want to ask you for something. I leaned close to his ear. Get me some medicine. Colorless, odorless, a single dose enough to kill. Yang Henian jumped in fright. Son-in-law, what are you planning? You mustn't put yourself in danger. Relax. I know what I'm doing. Yang, though worried, Henian still slipped into the inner room, fetched the medicine, and quietly pressed it into my hand. I bought another jug of wine and some peanuts for my father-in-law Song Qingshan, then headed back to Yentu village. Outside the county magistrate's office, Lu Dakue, Lu Eryong, Yang Laosan, and Zhou Qing were kicked out one by the Yamen runners, their backsides covered in boot prints. Lu Eryong wouldn't let it go. Officer, that Lu Chongfeng really did build without a permit. The runner snarled. Built without a permit, my ass. The man's got the paperwork. Hang around any longer, and I'll haul the whole lot of you in. Zhou Qing hurried to change tack. Officer, that Lu Chongfeng's got several wives, every one of them a real beauty. Get lost. No bribe money, and you still want to file a complaint? Dream on. Beaten and bruised, the 4 of them could only slink away with their tails between their legs. They'd been jealous that Lu Chongfeng's household was adding wing rooms again, and since they couldn't win against him in a fight, they'd come to file a false complaint. Who knew the construction had proper permits, so that charge wouldn't stick, and when they tried the angle about his wives, the runners demanded silver they didn't have. Why the hell does that big idiot Lu Chongfeng get to eat meat every damn day? I'm not having it. Lu Eryong ground his teeth. Zhou Qing suddenly slapped his thigh. I've got an idea. I've got a distant cousin who works as the head gatekeeper at Wang Wansai's estate. That Squire Wang's a real lecher. Already got 48 concubines in his house. If he finds out Lu Chongfeng's got a bunch of pretty little wives, you think he won't get itching? Yang Laosan's eyes lit up. He'll go grab them. Lu Chongfeng's just a commoner. No way he could stand up to Squire Wang. Kill with a borrowed knife? Brilliant. Zhou Qing chuckled, keeping his voice low. Come on, let's go find my cousin. When they reached the gate of Wang Wansai's estate, before they'd even stepped inside, they saw Wang Qiankai being carried back home, his face swollen worse than a pig's head. A servant was wailing, Master, save us. The second young master got beaten up by that Lu Chongfeng from Yentu village. Off to the side, the 4 of them nearly leapt into the air. Zhou Qing was overjoyed. Lu Chongfeng's really stepped on an iron plate now. We don't even have to lift a finger. Heaven's helping us. I brought the crow back to the village and delivered the wine to Song Qingshan. My father-in-law made a show of protesting that I'd spent too much, but inside he was beaming. I sat with him in the newly built wooden pavilion in the courtyard, sipping wine, munching peanuts and braised meat. It had a real hermit's feel to it. The night deepened. Then in the distance came a sudden thunder of footsteps, and torchlight blazed bright against the courtyard walls. Lu Chongfeng, get your ass out here. Song Qingshan shot to his feet, trembling all over. Wang Wankai was a man of wealth, in cahoots with the county magistrate, and swaggered around Nannan County like he owned it. Even with 48 concubines, he was still taking more. Any young woman who caught his eye was in for a miserable fate. Song Ningmei came running out, her voice choked with tears. Father, husband, it's Wang Wankai. Shouldn't we hide? I pulled her into my arms and patted my father-in-law on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. What can some petty squire do to me? You two stay in the courtyard and watch. I'll go out and give him a beating. I told the Sare. As soon as the courtyard gate opened, A pot-bellied fat man appeared in the torchlight, 70% the spitting image of Wang Qiankai, only with far more vicious eyes. A servant whispered in Wang Wansai's ear, "Master, that's the one who beat up the second master." Wang Wankai tilted his nose to the sky. You're Lu Changfeng?" I folded my arms, unbothered. "That's right. What kind of stray dog are you, barking at my door?" "Who are you calling a dog?" one of the servants roared. Before the words had even faded, Monkey dropped from the sky. Smack! One slap, and the servant's face was instantly a bloody mess, one eye blinded on the spot. He collapsed screaming. Wang Wansai's heart quailed, but his face stayed rigid. "Lu Changfeng, I've come today for 3 things. 1. Hand over Song Qingshan and his daughter. 2. You beat my brother. How are we settling that? 3. Your monkey wounded my servant. You owe me a pretty little bride." Behind him, the crowd of servants chanted along. "Not letting this go? Not letting this go." I glanced over them, 40 or 50 men, each gripping a long staff. Ha! I stepped out of the gate, pulled it shut behind me, and leaned against the wall, looking down on him from above. "And if I say no? You gonna bite me?" Wang Wankai sneered coldly. "Then we'll beat you till you say yes." "Get him." Perfect. A chance to test out the out-of-print swordsmanship and the black iron sword the system had just rewarded me. A thought, and the black iron sword materialized in my hand. I took one look and couldn't help groaning. Damn, this sword's rusted? Before I'd even finished speaking, a wooden staff was already crashing toward my head. I drew and slashed lightly. The staff snapped in two without a sound, and the servant, along with several around him, was blasted back several meters by the sword energy, coughing up blood as they lifted their heads. Some fierce sword energy. System-issued goods really or something else. A few more servants rushed forward, afraid of accidentally killing someone. If I really meant to kill, I wouldn't need to do it in the open like this. Otherwise, why bother hunting for poison? I sheathed the sword and swung only with the scabbard, left and right. The swordsmanship flowed through my mind like ink from a master's brush, thunderous and unstoppable. In just a few flashes, 50-odd men were sprawled across the ground. No blood, but arms broken here, legs snapped there, ribs shattered. Totally incapable of fighting, wailing all along the street. Up on the courtyard wall, my wives and father-in-law were peeking over, dumbstruck. Shun Qingluo sighed. I used to know only that my husband was a mighty hunter, strong, and, well, formidable that way. But who would have guessed his swordsmanship was so divine as well? Fu Linger said, and he didn't even draw the blade. If he'd gotten serious, none of these men would have lived to see morning. Yang Jinghua clapped and laughed. Tomorrow I'm telling my father. The old man really struck gold. Song Qingshan had long since been reduced to tears, trembling all over. To think that after a lifetime of toil, in the end I get to enjoy my son-in-law's blessings. May the ancestors of the Song family watch over us. I knew my wives were watching me, and I couldn't have been prouder. A man's got to shine in front of his women. Prove myself right in front of him. Wang Wankai just stood there, watching helplessly as I flattened his 50-plus household guards one by one, including the martial artists he'd paid a fortune to hire. He was so scared he could barely hold his piss. I walked toward him step by step. He dropped to his knees with a thud, plastering a fawning smile on his face. Brother, we can talk this out." "Sure. Go home and bring me every tael of silver in your house as tribute, and I'll let you go." Yes. I'll send it over tomorrow." Wang Wankai had no intention of paying, of course. He just wanted to save his skin. "Good." I laughed and raised my sheathed sword. "But you scared my wives tonight, so let's collect a little interest first." I brought the sword down. The blade never left the scabbard, yet the sword chi alone sliced clean through Wang Wansai's left hand. Aff! He collapsed, screaming. I drove a fist into his mouth. 8 teeth clattered to the ground. His mouth was filthy, so I wiped my knuckles on his clothes. "That little brother of yours is a real pig-brained fool. Didn't he pass along my message? He lost 4 teeth. You're the older brother, so 8 isn't too much to ask, is it? Keep howling, and I'll finish you for good." Wang Wankai wet himself in terror, scrambled to his feet, and fled toward the village gate, shrieking the whole way. His 50-odd guards ran after him like their lives depended on it. I turned back to my wives, who were peeking over the courtyard wall, and burst out laughing. "So, is your husband amazing, or what?" The gate creaked open, and my wives swarmed out to surround me, their voices tumbling over each other. "Husband, you're incredible. Husband, you're the best." Until my heart was practically bursting with pride. I was just about to lead them back inside for bed when I caught a glimpse of a few figures skulking under a tree not far off. The moment they saw me looking, they turned and bolted. With my night vision sharpened after my power-up, I recognized them at a glance. Lu Eryong, Yang Laosan, and their crew. I gave a cold snort and turned to the monkey, who was currently scratching his rear on top of the wall. "Go rough them up. Scar up their faces for me." The monkey squeaked and shot down the wall in a blur. The fox followed like a streak of lightning. The crow flapped off after them. A moment later, the wails of Lu Dakue, Lu Eryong, Yang Laosan, and Zhou Qing echoed down the village road. I couldn't be bothered to handle it myself. When the monkey and his crew got to work, they were always more brutal than me. After all that excitement, my whole family was too wound up to sleep, so we threw together a midnight snack and chatted late into the night. Tonight was Shen Furong's turn to share my bed. A few cups of wine had put me in high spirits. My hips and legs felt firmer than usual, and I worked her over until she was begging for mercy again and again. In the middle of the night, I got up to piss and called the monkey, the fox, and the crow to me. "Crow," I said in a low voice, "that job I gave you on the road today, you can move on it now." The crow nodded. Inside the Yuan-wise manor, the atmosphere was grim. Women wept and wailed. The house physician had just finished setting Wang Want-size bones, and now the dentist was fitting him with 8 gold teeth. The teeth. His tooth was fixed, but the rage boiling in his chest refused to die down. "That scumbag Lu Changfeng, he's gone too far." Wang Wankai slammed his fist on the table, shattering the teacup to pieces. Shards flew out and sliced open the back of his concubine's hand. "Somebody, come with me to the East Market gambling den." He gritted his teeth and, clutching his broken hand, stormed toward the door. His concubine asked timidly, "Master, what are you going to the gambling den for?" "To hire thugs. You think I'm going out for a snack?" At the East Market gambling den, One Eye put on his most obliging smile. "Master Wang, what wind blows you our way?" Wang Wankai said coldly, "I want to see your boss." Back at the Wang estate, the moment Wang Wankai was gone, the women dropped the act and happily trotted off to bed. Only a few dozen crippled guards, missing hands or feet, were left to watch the place. Under a hazy night sky, 3 little masked figures slipped along the rooftops. My 3 darlings, Crow, Fox, and Monkey. Fox had a keen nose and suddenly stopped. Crow whispered, "Clown, this is where Wang Wankai lives?" Fox nodded. Monkey pried up a roof tile. Crow flew in for a quick sweep, then came back out with a whole ring of keys in his beak. "Got the keys. Now we find the vault." Split up. Over by the rock garden, 10-odd burly guards stood watch. Monkey crept around behind the rockery, and while the guards weren't looking, pushed aside a stone to reveal a hidden passage. The 3 little critters slipped inside, wound through twist after twist, and sure enough, a massive iron door loomed before them. Monkey tried key after key, and the door swung open. The room was so packed with gold, silver, and jewels it dazzled the eyes. 3 sacks were stuffed to bursting. Monkey shouldered one, Fox lugged one, Crow carried one in his beak. The first half of the night, they hauled the loot out of the estate. The second half, they carried it all back to Rockhead Village, piling it up in the bathhouse next to my place. Early the next morning, I dashed excitedly into the bathhouse and, staring at the gleaming gold covering the floor, I couldn't help bursting out laughing. If I'd known money came this easy, why the hell did I bother hunting up in the mountains? I stashed all the treasure into my space, then pulled out honey to reward the 3 little ones. "Great work. Keep at it. Clean Wang Wankai out. Then move on to the magistrate's place." With all that silver in hand, I skipped the mountains for 2 whole days. Only out of boredom did I finally head back up to hunt. Luck was on my side. Every day I hauled back a wild boar of 300 or 400 pounds. On the 5th day, I took my father-in-law Song Qingshan down into the cellar. The wine we'd brewed a month back was ready to open. I took the first sip, 100 times better than the finest Matai back in the modern world. Song Qingshan tasted it, then threw his arm around my shoulders in praise. "Son-in-law, you're an immortal come down to earth. Wine like this, only the emperor himself deserves to drink it." My beautiful wife and the slaves each had a taste, and every one of them praised its flavor. Then tomorrow we go into the county town to sell it. I, I instructed Nanny Wong. Braise 30 caddies of wild boar today. We'll take it in with us tomorrow. The next day, I brought Nanny Wong and 6 male servants into town and set up a stall right in front of Song Qingshan's old spice shop. Nobody bought anything at first, so I gritted my teeth. Free samples. People lined up for a taste of the liquor and braised meat. Word spread fast. 200 caddies of liquor and 30 caddies of braised meat sold out in no time. Liquor at 50 coppers a caddy. Meat at 50 coppers a caddy. 11 and a half taels in a single day. Good money, sure, but compared to the 50,000 plus taels the monkeys had cleaned out of Wang Wansai's estate in 5 days, this was a drop in the bucket. Still, a steady stream carved stone. I renovated Song Qingshan's old shop, hung up a signboard, braised fragrance wine house, and put Slave 1, Slave 2, Slave 3, Slave 4, and Nanny Wong in charge. Business boomed so hard they could barely keep up. I kept to my usual routine, hunting in the mountains by day, sleeping with my wives by night. That evening the moon was bright and the stars sparse. After the family finished chatting, everyone went their separate ways. Jiang Tingsu's injuries had healed, and it was her turn as the newest bride to attend me in bed. She had washed till she was fragrant and waited on the bed. After a few drinks, I spent an unforgettable night with her. The next morning while bathing, the system panel popped up with rewards. Name, Lu Changfeng. Age, 19. Strength, level 6 martial value, equivalent to 21 grown men. Space, level 6, 600 cubic meters. Bonds, Chu Wanru, Shen Qingluo, Shen Furong, Fu Linger, Song Ningmei, Yang Jinghua, Jiang Tingsu. Rewards, Divine Tier Archery, Beast Speech Comprehension, Spatial Spirit Spring, Out-of-Print Swordsmanship. Items, 1 set of Qishao War God Armor, forged from East Sea Black Iron, impervious to blades and spears. 100 Absolute Loyalty Pills, 500 taels of silver, 30 taels of gold, 10 bolts of shoe brocade. New, 3 attribute points. Each enhances 10 attribute points. 50 caddies of fine rice times 200 sacks. 1,000 seeds each of wrinkled pepper, cilantro, rice, potato, and eggplant. Excellent. With a thought, the armor slipped onto my body. In the bronze mirror, I looked positively majestic. Just as I was admiring myself, Shen Qingluo called from outside the door, "Husband, come quick. Elder sister's been retching and heaving all morning." I rushed over. Chu Wanru had just finished throwing up, her face deathly pale. I fed her some spirit spring water, but she kept vomiting. At that moment, the system panel lit up again. Chu Wanru was pregnant. I was overjoyed. First, I was going to be a father. Second, more system rewards. Ding. Chu Wanru detected as 1 month pregnant. Rewards. 1. 200 taels of silver plus 50 loyalty pills. 2. Chu Wanru's attributes enhanced by 10 points, equivalent to the combat power of 3 grown men. 3. Upon the child's birth, Herculean Strength Beginner Tier Skill. 4. 10,000 seeds each of dryland rice, sorghum, and tomato. Spirit Spring Irrigation yields 10 times growth speed. 5. Free-range chicken eggs times 1,000. 6. Large watermelons times 20. Kong Shuifu instant noodles times 20 buckets. These rewards were incredible. Wanru would get a plus 10 boost to her physical constitution. No longer defenseless, she could protect herself in these chaotic times. The child would be born with tremendous strength and grow up to be even more formidable. And with the seed spirit spring, crops would ripen once a month, doubling the harvest. But what excited me most were those 20 buckets of instant noodles. How long had it been since I'd eaten any since crossing over to ancient times? Back in the modern world, slogging away like a beast of burden, I'd eaten them till I was sick of them. But right now, seeing the words instant noodles felt more welcome than seeing my own father. Changfeng, what's wrong with me? Chu Wanru looked at me, on the verge of tears. I pulled her into my arms and said gently, "Wanru, you're pregnant." Really? Her eyes brimmed over with excitement. I nodded. "We're going to have a child." Shen Qingluo, Shen Furong, Fu Linger, Song Ningmei, and Jiang Tingsu all crowded around to offer congratulations. I glanced around and didn't see Yang Jinghua. "Where's Jinghua?" "Husband, I'm here." Yang Jinghua came in from outside with a medicine basket on her back. After breakfast, I went up the mountain to gather some herbs. From now on, it's not safe to go up the mountain alone, I said sternly. She stood on tiptoe and kissed my cheek. Relax, I brought Monkey, Fox, and Crow along with me. Yang Jingyue set down the basket, placed her fingers on Wanru's pulse, and smiled. She really is pregnant. The baby's a little over a month along and perfectly healthy. Everyone offered congratulations again. I helped Wanru sit down properly, thinking to myself that of the 6 male slaves at home, 4 had gone into town to mind a shop, leaving only slave 5 and slave 6. Hardly enough hands. You all stay put at home. I'm heading into the county to buy a few more slaves. I pulled a watermelon and 5 eggs from my space and handed them to Shin Qingluo. Cut up the melon and share it around. Wanru's constitution runs cold, so she can only have a small piece. Boil the eggs to help her recover. When the rest of you get pregnant, I'll do the same for you. I shouldered a bamboo basket, left Monkey and Fox to watch the house, and set out with Crow. Nanning County, the Yuanwise Manor. A servant came to report. Master, the East Market gambling house says the Eastern Sea expert has arrived. They ask you to come over. Wang Wansai's left hand was broken, and he was drinking medicine to recover. But the moment he heard the expert had come, he leapt out of his chair, only to jerk his wound and hiss through his teeth in pain, cursing my ancestors back 18 generations. In the martial hall of the East Market gambling house stood an Eastern Sea brute with dark skin, a top knot, and eyes like brass gongs, Ishida Haichiro. When he stamped his foot, it left a deep crater in the ground. A single punch could shatter a wooden table. Wang Wankai was so pleased he practically bounced. Excellent. That dog Lu Changfeng is going to get pounded into mush. He Beishan, master of the gambling house, said haughtily, this Master Ichiro is the #1 expert of the Eastern Sea. Bringing him here cost me 1,000 taels. Rest easy, brother he, 1,000 taels of silver, not a copper less. Wang Wankai ground his teeth. The magistrate and I are thick as thieves. The moment he lays eyes on Lu Changfeng, he'll have him beaten to death on the spot. We'll just call it a duel. If his martial skills aren't up to snuff, that's his own damn problem. He Beishan roared with laughter. Consider it done. But inwardly he thought, I've been itching to deal with Lu Changfeng for ages. You're handing me silver on top of that. I'll do you the favor. Before he could finish, his flunky little monkey came bursting in. Boss, I just spotted Lu Changfeng over at the slave market next door. That son of a bitch is picking out slaves right now. Perfect. He Beishan cackled. I was just about to hunt him down, and he's walked right into it. Come on, let's go pay this bastard a visit. The slave market in the East Bazaar. 50 or 60 iron cages were spread across the wide, open ground, holding men and women, young and old alike. The moment I appeared, the slaves in the cages all fixed me with pleading eyes. The short and pudgy ones didn't interest me. What I wanted were the tall, powerful types, the kind who obviously had some skill. I was buying them to guard the household, not to feed useless mouths. Even though the system's attribute points could enhance them, good raw material would only be that much stronger once enhanced. After walking the whole circuit, luck wasn't on my side. I only picked out 3 men who could pass for burly. I did pick 1 female slave, though. The slave trader said her name was Su Qinghuan, the daughter of an official from the capital. Her father had crossed some powerful figure. The men of the family were all executed, and the women were exiled here. She was skin and bones, her face covered in festering sores, reeking and revolting. She'd been on display for 5 days, and no one wanted her. Passers-by would pinch their noses and give her a wide berth, as if she carried the plague. Wanhua brothel wouldn't take her, and neither would the army camp. The slave trader was already preparing to dispose of her. When he heard I wanted to buy her, the trader looked stunned. Young master, are you sure? Inside the cage, Su Qinghuan looked even more disbelieving that a young gentleman like me would actually buy her. These past few days she'd nearly given up, resigned to death, and now suddenly there was a way out. I smiled. It's fine. I've got a thing for ugly ones. How much? The trader couldn't wait to be rid of her and quickly smiled back. Young master, this one? Just give me a tael of silver and take her, or whatever you think she's worth if you'd rather. He leaned close to my ear and murmured, Young master, once you get her home, just starve her a bit. When she dies, toss the body, problem solved. I didn't respond, just handed over the money and took the goods. 3 taels for each of the men, 1 tael for the ugly woman, 10 taels of silver in total. The 3 men and Su Qinghuan dropped to their knees, kowtowing to me over and over. I told them to get up and had just started to walk out of the slave market when a crowd closed in around me. Wang Wankai was the first to leap forward. Lu Changfeng, the dead of my severed arm is one I'll carry to the grave. Today is the day you die. I laughed. Oh, big words. Looking to lose the other arm too. Lose an arm. Wang Wankai sneered. Just watch. See this man behind me? An Eastern master I hired at great expense, specifically to deal with you. I shot a glance at him. The Easterner stood 2 meters tall, dark-skinned, with a small braid on top of his head and a face like a demon god. But I wasn't scared. The system had given me so many divine tier skills. Losing to him would be a slap in the system's face. Just then, a burly man with a face full of thuggish flesh sized me up. You're Lu Changfeng. Seeing the one-eyed dragon and those henchmen standing behind him, I figured he had to be the owner of the East Market gambling den. That's right, I am. And who are you? The one-eyed dragon jumped in and shouted. He's our boss. You've got eyes but can't recognize Mount Tai. Before his words had even faded, one of the slaves behind me barked right back. You're the one who can't recognize Mount Tai. Insulting our master. You want to die? The other 2 slaves were about to charge forward, but I raised a hand to stop them. Inwardly, I was quite pleased. These 3 slaves had been money well spent. Lu Changfeng, the man said, I am He Beishan. You know better than anyone why I've come for you today. Sure I know. It's because I snatched Fu Linger away, isn't it? She's already my wife. You still want to take her back? Take her back? I've got no taste for a woman who's already been used. He Beishan turned and smirked at Wang Wankai. No offense, Brother Wang. Wang Wansai's face went black as a soot-caked pot, but he couldn't muster a single word in reply. That was exactly what he was into. He Beishan continued. Lu Changfeng, I won't make things too hard on you today. Fight my man Ishida Haichiro. If you lose, you kill yourself. I laughed. Very funny. If I lose, I kill myself, and if I win, you kill yourself. Wang Wankai cut in. If you win, I'll give you 1,000 taels. He Beishan, what about you? You win, I'll give you 5,000 taels. You lose, and today's the day you die. I grinned. Fine. Bet's on. I turned to the people behind me. Step back. If I win, I take you all with me. If I lose, run for your lives. The 3 slaves puffed out their chests and stepped forward. Master, if you die, we die with you. In life we are yours. In death we are your ghosts. I nodded, satisfied. At that moment, Su Qinghuan pulled me aside anxiously. Young master, that Easterner is not to be trifled with. Qinghuan is afraid. Afraid I'll lose. I patted her hand. Don't worry. When I win, you become my wife. Qinghuan is hideous. I'm not worthy of you, young master. You've only got some sores on your face. Once we're back, I'll cure them with medicine. Your features are lovely. Your true face is bound to be beautiful. Tears streamed down Su Qinghuan's cheeks. Wang Wankai grew impatient. Lu, quit stalling. He turned and pressed He Beishan. Send Haichiro in. Beat him to death. Ishida Haichiro strode forward, each step stomping a crater into the ground. His eyes bulged wide as he glared, glaring at me and jabbering away in gibberish. I folded my arms and laughed. Little Eastern runt. Ishida Poichiro, right? Well, I'm gonna screw your ancestors sideways. The onlookers burst out laughing. Ishida Poichiro didn't understand a word, but he was so pissed he threw a punch straight at my face. The gust from his fist made the crowd scatter back several feet. I didn't budge. After the system upgrade, this punk's moves looked like they were running at 10 times slow motion. As his fist came down, I calmly flicked my hand out and shoved his punch right back at him. AGH. Ishida Poichiro screamed and crumpled to the ground, his arm snapping clean on the spot. I dusted off my hands and shot a mocking look at the slack-jawed Wang Wankai and He Beishan. That's it. An Eastern runt who can't even take one punch from me? You 2 morons come here to put on a comedy show? The 2 exchanged a terrified glance, dumped Ishida Poichiro, and bolted. I roared after them. You still owe me the silver. Where the hell do you think you're going? Before the words even faded, I'd flashed behind them like lightning, 2 clawed hands snatching them by the collar like a pair of overgrown rats. Wang Wankai immediately started begging. Brother Lu, I'm not running. I'm going home to grab the silver. 1,000 taels, coming right up. I smirked inwardly. His vault had long since been cleaned out by my monkey, fox, and crow. Fine. That jade bracelet on your wrist looks nice. It'll cover 300 taels. I'll come collect the rest another day. Ignoring his protests, I yanked the bracelet right off his wrist. Wang Wankai panicked. Brother Lu, don't. This is glass-type imperial green. It's worth at least 800 taels. I shoved him flat on the ground. I said 300, so it's 300. Yap one more word, and I'll break your other arm too. Wang Wankai shut up obediently. Then I turned to Hibation, who was trembling head to toe. Brother Lu, 5,000 taels is too much. How about I give you 500 first? I sneered, grabbed him by the collar, hoisted him up, and gave him a light toss. He went flying 4 or 5 meters and landed hard enough to crack several ribs. Hibation, I'm not negotiating with you. Pay up, or don't. Refuse, and I beat you to death right here. Hibation was in too much pain to get up, so he could only order One-Eyed Dragon. Go. Fetch 5,000 taels. Not long after, One-Eyed Dragon returned with men hauling 4 chests of silver. I checked the goods, had my 3 slaves carry 2 of the chests, hoisted the other 2 on my own shoulders, and walked out of the slave market with Su Qinghuan in high spirits. Behind me, Wang Wankai was so furious his beard bristled and his eyes bulged. Hibation coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Wang Wankai jabbed a finger at Ishida Poichiro, still groaning on the ground. Brother He, you told me this guy was the #1 master of the East. Took 1,000 taels off me, and he couldn't even survive one move. What is this? Did you set me up with some con artist? Hibation exploded. I set you up? I sank 5,000 taels into this. And you still haven't paid me the 1,000 you promised. Hibation, what's that supposed to mean? Wankai, what are you trying to say? The 2 of them came to blows right there on the spot, and their retainers piled into the brawl. Wang Wankai was a squire of the county, cut from the same cloth as Magistrate Su Wenyuan. Hibation was a Jianghu ruffian, no pushover himself. Once this fight was over, they became sworn enemies for good. Originally, both of them were enemies of mine. Now, wonderfully enough, they'd become enemies of each other. On the road back to Yentu village, I was already scheming. With the 2 of them at each other's throats, killing with a borrowed blade would be a lot easier. To take down a man, you don't always have to do it yourself. Someone else's hands will do just as well. Bang, 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 the courtyard gate rattled. Slave 4 and Slave 5 ran over to open it, and my wives came out to greet me, all sweet and coquettish. When they saw Su Qinghuan trailing behind me, her face covered in festering sores, they froze for a moment, but showed no sign of disgust. I pulled Su Qinghuan to my side and rested a hand on her shoulder. Come, wives, this is Su Qinghuan, whom I just took as my new bride. From now on, you're all sisters. No bullying the newcomer, understand? Fu Linger laughed. Husband, we sisters have always gotten along. Don't say such things. I pointed at the sores on Su Qinghuan's face and explained. She was born a lady of an official's household. Her father crossed the wrong powerful man. The men were executed, the women exiled. She was left all alone. I felt for her and bought her back. So please look after her from now on. Of course. Understood, husband. Yang Jingyue asked. Should we put some medicine on Sister Qinghuan's face? I shook my head. No need. I can treat it myself. It'll be gone in a day or 2. Tears burst from Su Qinghuan's eyes, and she dropped to her knees, kowtowing. I helped her up and patted her head, as naturally as if we'd known each other for years. With a flick of thought, I drew a flask of spirit spring water from my space and handed it to her. Drink this medicine. Su Qinghuan gulped down half the flask and was astonished to feel the pain in her face ease by half, the sores beginning to slowly heal. After supper, Shun Qingluo saw to her lodgings and daily necessities in a side chamber. Tormented by the slave traders, the girl hadn't even had shoes. She'd walked barefoot down countless roads, her body a mass of cuts and bruises. I told her to rest well. I took the fox, the monkey, and the crow into the mountains to hunt, and came back with a wild boar, 2 mountain goats, and a wild ox, a fine haul. Once home, I first fed each of the 3 new slaves an absolute loyalty pill, then headed out to the back courtyard to drink and chat with my father-in-law Song Qingshan. That night, Annie Wang and the others returned from town after selling the braised meat. I reassigned everyone. Auntie Wang would continue cooking and looking after the women, especially the pregnant Chu Wanru. Slaves 1 through 5 would manage the Luxiang Zuifang shop in town. The 3 new slaves were named Old 7, Old 8, and Old 9, and would help around the house. The women washed up and went to bed. I sat in the pavilion gnawing on watermelon while the fox, the monkey, and the crow gathered around me. I lowered my voice. From today on, the first half. Steal from Magistrate Su Wenyuan's vault in the first half of the night. Then hit He Beishan's silver stash in the second half. Not a single coin left behind. Got it. The 3 little creatures' eyes lit up, practically vibrating with excitement. Nothing else interested them, but sneaking around and pilfering? That was their idea of a good time. Crow spoke up in a low voice. Master, should we swing by the squire's manor and see what nasty scheme Wang Wankai is cooking up? Go. Come back and report if you find anything. Yes, sir. The 3 vanished into the night in a streak. Nannan County, the squire's manor. Wang Wankai waddled toward the rockery, belly leading the way. Hidden behind it was his private vault. Seeing the dozen or so household guards standing watch, a smile spread across his oily face. He patted his gut. That old bastard He Beishan thinks he can swindle 1,000 taels out of me? Keep dreaming. My silver's for my own enjoyment. He triggered the mechanism and stepped inside. On the rooftop across the way, Crow, Monkey, and Fox lay flat, wicked grins on their faces. Crow whispered, "So what do you think? Is the little dumpling going to bawl his eyes out?" The words had barely left his mouth when a soul-shredding wail erupted from the rockery. "Where's my silver? Where did my silver go? Was it an inside job? Guards, seize them. Master, we've been wronged. Only you have the key to the vault. There's no way we could have gotten in." "Mercy, my lord. It really wasn't us. Should we just run for it? This Wang guy's lost his mind. If we run, that's as good as admitting guilt. We didn't take the silver. Why should we just wait around to die?" Wang Wankai collapsed to the ground, howling so loud his cries carried down the entire street. He couldn't wrap his head around it. The key had been under his pillow the whole time. Who could have possibly gotten into the vault? Wiping his snot, he racked his brain. No one could rob him while he was at home. The only openings were those few times he went to the gambling den in the East Market. So who? Lu Changfeng? No, that guy didn't even know where his house was. Ruled out. The only person who'd ever visited his home and sat sipping tea at his door was He Beishan. And the only times he'd been away from home the past few days were when he went looking for him. It had to be He Beishan pulling a Lure the Tiger from the mountain. That treacherous, scheming piece of trash. Wang Wankai swiped at his tears and snot and went stumbling toward the county courthouse. He was going to make Su Wenyuan arrest He Beishan. Up on the rooftop, the 3 little creatures were beside themselves with glee. Monkey nearly did a backflip on the spot. Once Crow confirmed that Wang Wankai was well out of sight, he turned to Monkey and Fox. "You 2 go steal the stuff like the master ordered. I'll head back and fill him in on the Wang Wankai situation." Worried the other 2 might muddle their assignment, Crow drilled it into them one more time. "Master's orders. Starting tonight. First half of the night we hit Su Wenyuan's vault. Second half we hit He Beishan's silver." "Understood." Squeak, squeak. Both little creatures nodded in unison. Night had just fallen. I was sitting in the front yard pavilion, having a nightcap. Ever since I discovered that drinking made me longer and harder, doubling the pleasure, I've made a point of downing a cup before bed every night. Used to be I could only last half the night. Now I can go till dawn. Just as I finished my drink, Crow flew back, begged a mouthful of spirit spring water, and gave me the full rundown on the Wang Wankai situation. I burst out laughing. "Perfect. That'll piss the old wax gourd off to death. Crow, get lost. I want to sleep. Don't bother me." Crow grumbled. "Yeah, got a woman in your arms and scared I'll cramp your style, huh?" I roared with laughter. "Glad you get it. A bachelor like you wouldn't understand the joys of having a wife." Crow flipped me the middle finger and vanished into the night, silently vowing that tomorrow he'd bring home a hen crow just to spite me. Monkey and Fox had sniffed out Su Wenyuan's vault, tucked away in a secluded little courtyard at the very back of the county yamen. Iron door, massive lock, steel walls on every side, guarded by several top-notch constables. For your average thief, robbing Su Wenyuan was next to impossible. First, alarming the constables meant offending the imperial court. Second, the key was fashioned into an ornament that hung around Su Wenyuan's neck. He didn't even take it off to sleep. At that very moment, Su Wenyuan was on the bed with his pretty young wife in his arms, working through the Kuan character technique, switching positions non-stop, dripping with sweat. A constable knocked at the door. "My lord, Wang Wankai requests an audience." Not receiving. Su Wenyuan didn't even look up. Turned away at the door, Wang Wankai slipped a silver ingot to the constable. "Trouble you to announce me again. I've got an urgent matter, life or death." The constable steeled himself and went to knock again. Su Wenyuan ignored him and kept working his moves. Half an hour later, a great cry finally rang out from the room. Having finished his business, Su Wenyuan sauntered out and kicked the constable over. "How much silver did he give you? Hand it over." Trembling, the constable produced the ingot. Su Wenyuan weighed it in his palm and tucked it into his own purse. The moment he saw Wang Wankai, I let loose right in his face. "You damn well better have a real emergency." Interrupting me and my woman in the middle of the night. "Wait," that was Su Wenyuan cursing. Su Wenyuan said coldly, "Wang Wankai, this had better be truly urgent." Wang Wankai dropped to his knees with a thud, snot, and tears everywhere. "Brother Su, save me. I can't go on living." Su Wenyuan was startled. Where had the old man's usual air of superiority gone? He hurried to help him up. "What's happened?" Wang Wankai cried himself out before he could speak. "My vault is gone. I suspect it was that dog Hebation who stole it." "What?" Wang Wankai spilled everything. Offending Lu Chongfeng, hiring Hebation to send men to kill me, the works. Su Wenyuan had never cared for Hebation to begin with. That punk ran a gambling house in the East Market and kicked up tributes so meager it was like tossing scraps to a beggar. Now he'd found his opening. He slammed the table. "Guards! Heba! Suspected of theft. Arrest him at once." Brothers, seeing Su Wenyuan march off with a squad of men to raid Hebation's estate, Crow figured the manor was wide open. He hopped over to whisper in Monkey's and Fox's ears. "Now's our chance, move." The Yamen guards on watch, knowing the master was gone, had let their guard down. They dozed back to back on the ground. After all, not so much as a lady mosquito could fly out of this place. On the roof, Monkey had already pried off 5 tiles without a sound. After a few days of practice at Wang Wansai's place, he was an old hand at it. He slipped down through the roof into the room. It was packed with gold, silver, and jewels, even more than at Wang Wansai's. I'd fought all night and didn't get up until noon. The one who'd shared my bed was Shun Qingluo. It should have been Chu Wanru, but she was pregnant and needed her rest. I'd barely finished my morning piss when Crow came in with his report. "Master, in the first half of the night we lifted 30% of Su Wenyuan's fortune. In the second half we hit Hebation and made off with half of his. It's all in your bathhouse. Go pick it up." I followed Crow to the bathhouse. The place used to have no lock, but ever since the 3 little rascals started their under-the-table business, I'd fitted it with one. The key stayed in my personal space. Nobody could get it out of there. The moment I stepped inside, gold and silver and jewels lay heaped all over the floor. I burst out laughing. If I'd known money could come this fast, why bother with business at all? Just rob the crooked officials and rich merchants. From now on, this is how we do it. Rob the corrupt officials and rich merchants. I stashed everything into my space, rewarded the 3 animals with a cup of spirit spring water each, and gave them a pat on the head. Out of the bathhouse, I went to check on my new bride, Su Qingwan. The pustules on her face had healed halfway. The instant she saw me, she threw herself into my arms. "Husband, my face doesn't hurt so much anymore. That medicine really works. Do you have more today?" Every husband from her lips warmed me through. Her skin was slowly regaining its color, and the contours of a beauty were emerging. "I do, silly girl. That's exactly why I came. To bring you your medicine." I handed her the spirit spring water. "Drink it, all of it." Su Qinghuan obediently drained the cup, then patted her rounded belly and laughed. "I'm full already. No need for lunch." The mention of lunch reminded me of the 20 buckets of instant noodles the system had rewarded me with. I went to the kitchen and told Wang Ma, "Don't bother with lunch today. I've got a new way to eat. And boil me a big pot of hot water." Wang Ma didn't ask questions, just accepted respectfully. That was the training of a slave. Around the round table in the front hall sat a whole crowd. I counted them off. Chu Wanru, Shun Qingluo, Shen Furong, Fu Linger, Song Mingmei, Yang Jingyue. Jiang Tingsu, Su Qinghuan. 8 wives, plus my father-in-law Song Qingshan, 9 in all. With a flick of my thoughts, I pulled 9 buckets of Kong Shui Fu instant noodles out of my space, set them on the table, and tore off the lids one by one. Chu Wanru, cradling her belly, looked on curiously. Chongfeng, what is this? I smiled gently. Pregnant women needed extra tenderness. They're called instant noodles. Delicious stuff. The moment the hot water arrived, I poured it into each cup and put the lids on. For Chu Wanru's portion, I had Nanny Wong fry up 3 poached eggs on top. We only had 1,000 eggs left, so pregnant women got first dibs. Tomorrow I'd head into town and see if I could scrounge up more. As the aroma drifted out, everyone was gulping down drool. The second I said dig in, they all pounced. Fu Linger hollered between mouthfuls, wow. Husband, these noodles smell heavenly. Shin Furong blew frantically on her spoon. What kind of divine noodles are these? Yang Jingwei was wolfing them down, every trace of her usual proper lady demeanor gone. Chu Wanru alternated between noodles and egg, practically trembling with delight. My father-in-law had meant to eat quietly, but he couldn't help praising them over and over. Worthy son-in-law, I've never in my life eaten noodles this good. I patted his shoulder. Eat all you want, father-in-law. There'll always be plenty from here on out. The county jail. He Beishan sat on a pile of moldy straw, wailing his innocence to Su Wenyuan. My lord, I've been framed. I never left the gambling den. There's no way I could have robbed Wang Wankai. That dog is only pinning it on me because of the business with the Easterners. Seeing Su Wenyuan unmoved, he Beishan tried again. My lord, let me out, and I'll split my silver with you 50-50. Su Wenyuan sneered inwardly. Half? He wanted the whole lot. Wang Wankai was just one piece on his chessboard. He Beishan, hand over the key to your vault. If I search it and find nothing of Wang Wancai's inside, I'll let you go, naturally. Even a fool like He Beishan caught on then. This bastard meant to swallow everything he owned. Gold and silver didn't have names carved into them. One flick of Su Wenyuan's tongue, and it would all be his. My lord, I lost the key a few days ago. My men are still looking for it. Ask them if you don't believe me. Su Wenyuan's eyes flashed with fury. He gave a signal, and the constables dragged He Beishan into the torture chamber and beat him bloody, flesh split open. Afterward, Su Wenyuan led his men to ransack He Beishan's gambling den and residence. It took several rams of a wooden log to break down the vault door, only to find it utterly empty. Not a single copper coin inside. Impossible. Su Wenyuan couldn't believe it. He Beishan raked in gold every day. How could there be no silver at all? Had that dog anticipated this and moved everything out ahead of time? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He turned the whole estate upside down, and the only things his men managed to pry off the women were a few worthless trinkets. In a rage, he grabbed a pretty little concubine, dragged her into a room, and thrashed her soundly until his temper finally cooled. Hitching up his pants as he stepped out, Su Wenyuan mused. No wonder Wang Wankai loved snatching other men's wives. The flavor really was something else. Maybe he'd take a page from that villain's book himself from now on. Up on the rooftop, the crow, the monkey, and the fox watched the whole spectacle with glee. The crow murmured, "This magistrate's a real riot. Can't grab silver, so he grabs women instead." Monkey scratched his ass, brought his finger up to sniff, then held it out for Crow and Fox to smell too. Fox nearly threw up and went chasing after Monkey to bite him. Crow cursed, "Damn Monkey, digging in that asshole of yours every damn day. Disgusting." A chase broke out across the rooftop. Down inside He Beishan's manor, everything was chaos, and no one had the attention to spare for what was happening overhead. Crow pulled himself together. "Quit horsing around. The mission comes first. Hurry up and clean out Su Wenyuan's vault." Inside Wang Wancai's manor, he sat slumped on the floor in a daze. Every time he thought of that emptied vault, it was like a knife through his heart. A plump little concubine tried to comfort him. "My lord, you still have shops, farmland houses. You're still the richest man in the county." Wang Wankai jolted upright. "That's right. What am I moping for?" He scrambled to his feet and sat down to the first proper meal he'd eaten in days. 2 more days passed, and Su Qinghuan's face had fully healed, fair, dewy, and delicate, a peerless beauty on par with any of my other wives. Gazing into the bronze mirror, she was so moved she teared up. silently resolving to let me taste her tenderness that very night. That day, I came back late from the mountains. With monkey, fox, and crow, I'd bagged a wild boar, 10 pheasants, and a roe deer. Just as I was heading down, monkey came scampering up, chattering away. Crow translated. Master, monkey says there's a beehive up in a tree, big around as a man can hug. Perfect. Wanru needs protein for the pregnancy, and bee larvae are way more nutritious than eggs. Come on, let's go get that hive. We reached the spot, a big tree right at the edge of a cliff, the hive dangling precariously. Monkey looked at the hive, then down at his own bare little belly. He'd been shedding badly lately, and hesitated. I ruffled his head. What are you scared of? If you get stung, I'll give you some spirit spring water. Drink it, and the pain's gone. Monkey and fox climbed up the tree and attacked from either side, while crow flew to the top and bit down to help. Once we had the hive down, I chased off the bees, tucked it into my space, and headed down the mountain humming a little tune. Back home, I plucked out the hive and strained it, and dinner was deep-fried bee larvae, golden, crispy, crunching between the teeth. The women ate until their lips were glossy with oil and their hearts were sweet as honey. That night, it was Shen Furong's turn to warm my bed, but she voluntarily gave it up to Su Qinghuan, her reasoning being that the new girl should go first. I couldn't have asked for more. Same old routine. A couple of drinks with the father-in-law first. 1. It soothes body and soul. 2. It stokes the fire for later. Su Qinghuan finished her bath, slipped naked under my covers, and waited. The moment I bathed and got in, bliss swept over me. This girl was quick on the uptake. She must have been picking up plenty of pointers from Wanru and the other older sisters. Pointers on what? On how to please me, naturally. Warmth, tenderness, smooth softness. I felt every bit of it. It had been a while since I'd bedded a new one, and I was near bursting. Mostly because bedding a new one came with a reward, like opening a mystery box, full of anticipation. Husband, her voice came, sweet and coy, could practically drip water. A volcano was ready to erupt inside me. I climbed on top, bent down, and went for it. Husband, have mercy. All right, husband will be gentle with you. Creak, creak. Up on the roof, monkey quietly lifted a tile, flashed a peace sign, and peeked into the room. Crow whispered, see anything? Monkey backed off and chittered twice. Fox scooted over for a look, then, utterly speechless, bolted like he was fleeing for his life. Crow stepped onto the opening and peered down. This time she saw it clearly. My big pale ass, Su Qinghuan's long legs, the bed creaking and shaking, the white curtains fluttering like a sieve being shaken. Crow yanked her neck back in a hurry, flapped her wings, and swooshed back to the courtyard wall. On the wall, the three beasts, crow, monkey, and fox, were cackling their heads off. The three of them had spied on my valiant battle, and Crow was even doing impressions. Master's big ass was jiggling and jiggling. Damn, what a workout. Monkey and fox chittered along. Once they'd laughed themselves out, Crow lowered her voice. Shut it, all of you. If Master finds out, he'll skin us alive. Barely 2 seconds of quiet, and Monkey was picking a booger and shoving it in Fox's face. Fox chased after him to bite, disgusted out of his mind. Crow, looking like she wanted to die, could only nag them along. Enough messing around. Su Wenyuan's vault isn't empty yet. The three beasts raced off that night to the county magistrate's compound, pried up roof tiles, and slipped down into the vault. I'd added 10 attribute points to each of them. Each had the strength of 3 grown men. Even Crow could grip a whole bag of gold and silver in her beak and fly it back. Every stolen thing was piled up in my bathhouse, waiting for me to collect the next day. Early the next morning, I wrapped my arms around Su Qinghuan and ran through the Kuan character divine art routine one more time. The shoes I just put on came kicking right back off, and I climbed back into bed. Crow, Monkey, and Fox came in to report on their haul, and just shook their heads at what they saw. Crow muttered, Master thinks of nothing but that damn business all day long. Auntie Wong came knocking with breakfast, heard the bed going at it enthusiastically, and retreated with a red face. This battle raged straight through until noon, when Su Qinghuan finally passed out from exhaustion. I took a swig of spirit spring water and felt refreshed and sharp. Truth is, the women wouldn't be sore at all if they drank the spirit spring water, but I kept it from them. I wanted them to have a legitimate reason to rest for a day after serving me in bed. Call it my way of making it up to them. At a thought, the system panel appeared. My combat power had risen to level 7, equivalent to 24 grown men. My space had expanded to 700 cubic meters, and I'd been rewarded with 20 sets of modern bulletproof vests, 3 attribute points, plus various seeds and grains. I was quite pleased. I headed out to the front hall. Lunch was wild vegetable pork rib soup, deep-fried bee larvae, and stir-fried pheasant. I pulled a bag of potatoes from my space and handed it to Annie Wong. Fry up a plate of shredded potatoes, too. A fragrant plate of shredded potatoes soon hit the table, and the smell had me practically drunk with delight. The meal. Afterward, I went into the mountains and bagged 2 wild goats, stashing them in my space, then headed into town to check on business at my shop, Braised Aroma Wine House. Over at the county yamen, Su Wenyuan had hauled Wang Wankai in and started chewing him out the moment he arrived. You dare to set me up? He Bashan's vault is completely empty. Where did you hide the silver? Wang Wankai broke out in a cold sweat. Brother Su, I've been wronged. My own vault is empty too. Why don't you go home and check yours? Su Wenyuan sneered. Ridiculous. Not even a mosquito could sneak into my vault. He tossed out an ultimatum. Wang Wankai had 1 day to hand over the money, or it was straight to prison. Wang Wankai bawled his way home and summoned all 48 of his concubines to the front hall, demanding they cough up their private savings. The women knelt on the floor in tears, pleading poverty. He sent his servants ransacking through every chest and drawer, only to scrape together a pitifully small pile. Furious, he kicked the table over. Right in the middle of his cursing, a servant came shrieking in. Master, disaster. Lord Su has fainted. His vault has been cleaned out too. Wang Wankai leapt up howling with laughter. Heaven isn't done with me yet. When Su Wenyuan came to inside his vault, he sent men to investigate. They found that only 4 roof tiles had been pried loose. Not nearly enough space for a grown man to squeeze through. What they did find on the roof was a trail of plum blossom-shaped prints, along with marks that looked like a child's palm, and bird claw prints too. He called in a bailiff skilled at tracking, who identified them: fox, monkey, and some kind of bird. Su Wenyuan was thoroughly bewildered. These few beasts had emptied out his vault. That was preposterous. Believing it or not, he posted notices offering a reward for the thieves, then hauled Wang Wankai back in and squeezed him for shop deeds and farmland before releasing him. On his way out, Wang Wankai dropped a crucial remark. Brother Su, last time I went to Yintu village to look for Lu Changfeng, there was a monkey, a fox, and a crow all perched on his courtyard wall. I'd wager this business has everything to do with him. Su Wenyuan's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, my crow was crouched on the rafter of Su's house, having heard every word crystal clear. It flapped its wings and flew off. At that moment, I was at Braised Aroma Wine House in town. I'd barely sat down when 3 street thugs came in to make trouble. The ringleader sported a scraggly little beard and banged a gong as he hollered at the gathering crowd. Folks, this braised meat is spoiled. The 3 of us brothers ate here, and we're on the toilet all night. The other 2 dropped to the ground, rolling around for effect. I asked Slave 1, did they actually buy any meat? He shook his head. No, they came here just to stir up trouble. I sliced off a piece of our braised meat and tasted it, fresh as could be. I stepped to the door and called out to the crowd. Our braised meat is made fresh every morning before dawn. Anyone who wants a taste, come try it. I had the slaves cut it into small slices and pass it around. Everyone who tried it praised it loudly. Fresh. Delicious. With just a glance from me, several slaves rushed out, seized the 3 thugs, and beat them down in front of everyone, pounding them until blood streamed from their mouths and noses. I slapped a row of teeth out of them before they coughed up the truth. They'd been sent by the manager of the Lanting Pavilion Tavern, who was jealous of my business. Get out. Tell your manager that if he sends anyone else to make trouble, I won't let him off so easy. As for how that manager was going to get his tonight, there was no need to spell it out in public. The 3 thugs scrambled off in a panic. I sat in the shop and thought it over. Ever since those 3 damned crows had cleaned out Wang Wan's size, Bashan's, and Su Wenyuan's vaults, I had at least 500,000 or 600,000 taels stashed away in my spatial storage. Money hadn't been a problem for a long time. Running the shop was just a little something on the side. But this business with the thugs got me thinking. Selling wine and meat out of a single storefront was too slow. I might as well accept those taverns' offers of cooperation, wholesale the liquor and braised meat to them at a high price, and just handle the deliveries. Faster money that way. Down the line, I could even push the business into the neighboring county and turn it into a whole supply chain. The wine was easy enough. The braised meat, though, that was the headache. There were only so many wild boars in the mountains. I'd have to catch them alive and raise them at home, let the sows breed and multiply. The dozen young boars back at the house were coming along nicely, so it looked like the plan could work. I was still turning it over in my head when the crow came fluttering in and landed on my shoulder. I knew it had something to tell me, so I got up and headed into the back room. Just me and the crow now. Out with it, Blackie. What is it? The crow spilled everything it had overheard at Su Wenyuan's yamen. I sneered. That son of a bitch Wang Wankai. I wasn't even planning to finish him off, and now he goes and puts Su Wenyuan up to coming after me. Fine. Now neither of them gets to live. The words had barely left my mouth when a commotion broke out at the door. 6 constables burst into the shop, shouting, "Which one of you is Lu Changfeng? You're coming with us." I walked out from the back room. The slaves were about to fight back, but I raised a hand. "It's fine. You keep the shop running. I'll be back." 2 of the constables came forward to grab me from either side. I flicked a hand, and a gust of palm force sent them sprawling. The leader drew his sword and held it across his chest, barking, "What do you think you're doing?" I slapped him flying and sneered, "You idiots stay out of my way. I'm going to have a chat with that bastard Su Wenyuan. The likes of you aren't even worth me lifting a finger." The rest of them were cowed. They only dared trail alongside me. Not one of them laid another hand on me. I swaggered off toward the yamen. In the yamen's main hall, Su Wenyuan sat behind the magistrate's bench in his official robes. The 4 large characters, bright mirror hung on high, mounted above him. Constables lined both sides, chanting, "Awe and might." The whole production. But that theater was only good for scaring commoners. It didn't work on me. If he'd been an honest official, I wouldn't have bothered picking a fight with him. I do have some principles. I'll thrash any corrupt official or bully who preys on ordinary people, but I'll never lay a hand on the common folk themselves. Su Wenyuan, though, was a filthy, corrupt bastard. Disaster relief funds, relief grain, he pocketed the lot. And he kept a whole harem of wives and concubines. Speaking of relief grain, something suddenly came to me, later on. Might as well clean out the grain in his storehouse too. Enough to feed me and a whole flock of wives for decades. Who stands before this court? Why do you not kneel before this official? Su Wenyuan slammed his gavel, trying to intimidate me. I folded my arms. I kneel to heaven, to earth, and to my parents. Why the hell should I kneel to you? You're a goddamn corrupt official who's been bleeding the countryside dry. What gives you the right to make me kneel? Insolence. Su Wenyuan had lorded over Nanning County for years, and no one had ever dared cross him. His beard bristled, his eyes bulged, and he slammed the gavel again. Contempt for a magistrate beat him. A swarm of bailiffs rushed forward. In a matter of seconds, I had every last one of them sprawled on the floor. Su Wenyuan's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a goose egg. "Why you? You what?" I couldn't be bothered to walk over. With a flick of thought, I pulled a bow from my inventory and leveled an arrow at his head. Thwack! An arrow grazed his neck and buried itself in the wall behind him, shearing off a few strands of hair. Thwack! Another one skimmed his scalp. A sharp pain shot through the top of Su Wenyuan's head. He touched it and came away with a handful of blood, a bald white streak carved through his hair. A3. Su Wenyuan pissed himself on the spot and flopped down on the floor, wailing, "Mercy, young hero! Mercy, young hero!" I sneered. "Weren't you all high and mighty a second ago? Why do you look like a whipped stray dog now?" He shook like a leaf. "Young hero, someone reported you, said you suddenly built a house and took a wife, and suspected the money stolen from the county office had something to do with you. That's the only reason I brought you in for questioning. If it wasn't you, feel free to go." In front of me, he didn't even dare call himself this official anymore. I cleared my throat. "Who reported me?" "First, Wang Wankai. He said the paw prints of some animals at your house matched the ones on the county office roof. Second, a man from your village named Lu Eryong. He reported that you were dirt poor but suddenly struck it rich, and the money couldn't be accounted for. Roof tracks? That was a good tip. Next time I sent the animals out to steal, I'd have to bag their paws. As for Lu Eryong, I'd beat him better than later. But first, Su Wenyuan. He'd hauled me in out of nowhere and now expected to just let me walk. Su Wenyuan, you drag me in like that, and then think you can just send me off? You dreaming? He stammered. Why, young hero, as long as you spare me, I'll do anything you say. Then break both your own legs. This. He clearly wasn't going to do it. I couldn't be bothered to argue. I rushed over and snapped both his legs with 2 kicks. Arg! The scream tore through the roof and sent birds scattering from the eaves. On my way out, I threw down a warning. If you fucking dare report this to your superiors, I'll wipe you off the face of this earth. Su Wenyuan pissed himself again. That night, after going 300 rounds with Shin Furong, I made an excuse about needing the outhouse and slipped off to the county office with the monkey, the fox, and the crow. Over the wall we went, ransacking one room after another. Valuable vases and scroll paintings, the concubine's gold and silver jewelry. Stashed it all into my space. Once the county office was cleaned out, I headed home. The 3 little ones went off to Wang Wansai's place. Back home, I slipped back under the covers for round 2. The one I woke up didn't complain, just whimpered and squirmed, enjoying every second of it. By daybreak, blood-curdling screams tore out of the county office, mixed with the pitiful sound of Su Wenyuan sobbing all night long. It sent chills down your spine. Commoners crowded outside the gates, whispering and speculating. At dawn, Su Wenyuan sent a written petition to the prefectural office, accusing me of disrespecting an official and breaking both his legs. He demanded the prefecture send men to arrest me. I'd figured the mangy dog wouldn't let it go. Time to think up another way to deal with him today. I'd just finished bathing and stepped outside when the crow flew down onto my shoulder. Master, Wang Wansai's been taken care of. You're sure he's dead? I lowered my voice. Poisoned his wine. Kicked the bucket on the spot. Stashed the leftover poison under Su Wenyuan's bed. And the forged letter? To frame Su Wenyuan, I'd imitated his handwriting and written a letter, basically instructing Wang Wansai to set up He-Bashan so He-Bashan could be thrown in prison and his assets seized. Tucked under Wang Wansai's pillow. Good. Sure, I could just kill him outright, but there was still such a thing as the authorities in this world. Beyond Su Wenyuan was the prefecture, and above that the imperial court. In a famine year with a rotten court, there was no point in openly picking a fight. Better to play dirty first. I gave the crow his orders. Take the monkey and the fox and lie in ambush on the road to the prefectural office. The fox knows Su Wenyuan's household scent. The moment he smells a runner, cut him off, kill him, and dump the body far away. The crow nodded, eyes gleaming with excitement. Tonight, slip the poison into his wine. Send him off to meet his ancestors. The crow hopped up and down. Yes, master. I love doing bad things. In the front hall, Ma Wang had already laid out breakfast. Knife-shaved noodles, braised pig ears, stir-fried potato slivers, and a big steamed bun apiece. After eating, I planned to head into the mountains to hunt. To scale up the braised meat business, I needed to catch more wild boars, but not kill them. I had to wound them and haul them back alive to raise. Just as I stepped out the door, Yang Jingyue came chasing after me with a small basket on her back. Husband, I want to gather herbs on the mountain. Can I come with you? Of course. Su Wenyuan's runner tore down the road to the prefectural office on horseback, petition in hand. A fox and a monkey darted out from the woods by the roadside. The monkey shrieked at the horse, and its legs buckled beneath it. The runner tumbled off and bolted. The monkey grabbed him by the back of the collar and dragged him into the trees. The runner screamed for help, until the fox, with a ball of grass in its mouth, spat it right down his throat the moment he opened his mouth. That shut him up for good. The monkey shredded the petition into confetti, stood at the windward side, and let the breeze carry the scraps away. Business finished. The 3 little ones slipped stealthily back into Su Wenyuan's compound. Worried about Yang Jingyue's safety, I kept her with me wherever I went. Without the 3 little ones, and with an extra person in tow, I only managed 1 mountain goat and a few rabbits all morning. Not a single wild boar. Nothing in sight. Rather than keep hunting, I just tagged along while she gathered herbs. This time of year the balloon flower and buplurum were plentiful, and she filled her back basket to the brim. Yang Jingyue had a first-rate figure. Every time she bent over and stuck out her rear to pluck an herb, I felt a jolt of heat surge straight up. For hours passed, and we came out onto a stretch of flat grassland. Panting from exhaustion, Yang Jinghua plopped down on the grass, chest heaving, and rubbed her flat little belly in a coy pout. Husband, I'm hungry. I want to go home for lunch. I stared at her flower-like face and that heaving spot on her chest. She wanted lunch. I wanted to have her for lunch. Oh, husband, why are you looking at me like that? A man and a woman all alone out here. Are you thinking of taking me to bed? This girl, so blunt about it. I fished 2 piping hot pork buns out of my space and handed them over. Everything inside the space stayed vacuum fresh. Whatever went in came out the same way. She nibbled at them, and I poured her a cup of spirit spring water on top of that. Once she'd eaten, her energy was back. But what came next wore her out worse than any mountain climb. The green grass made a bed, soft and cozy. And so was she, soft and cozy. Rolling around in a silent mountain forest is one hell of a wild ride. We went at it for 2 hours, and it was already getting on toward evening before I finally pried myself up, still reluctant to stop. I stashed her basket into my space and hoisted her onto my back for the trip down. Each bounce, each jolt, the vibration effect was really something. At dinner back at the house, I noticed that my newest wife, Su Qinghuan, had red rims around her eyes. After the meal, I went to her room. The moment I pushed open the door, she hurried to wipe her tears away and pretend nothing was wrong. Did husband need something? I pulled her into my arms and stroked her head. Qinghuan, what's wrong? Have you been crying? She nodded. I led her to a seat and poured her a cup of spirit spring water. Take your time. Her tears welled up all over again. She wrestled with herself for a long while before finally coming out with the truth. She was the daughter of Su Shinji, Vice Minister of the Court of Judicial Review in the capital, a 4th-rank official in charge of investigating criminal cases. While looking into a case of corruption, the trail led straight to Prime Minister Jia Tsuani, who turned around and framed the whole family for treason and embezzlement. Their household was seized and exiled to Nannan. Along the way, the Prime Minister sent men to secretly murder her father, her 2 elder brothers, and every male in the household. All the women were sold off. Mother took one last breath and never woke up. All that was left was my elder sister Su Jiyu, her maid Fengya, and my own maid Fengli. Each of them sold off to a different village. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Husband, all I want is revenge, but I'm just a woman. All I can do is scrape by, because I promised Mother I'd live on. My life is good now, but my poor sister and the 2 maids, I have no idea what's become of them. Suddenly, she slid off the chair and dropped to her knees. Husband, I know this is asking too much, but you're so powerful. I beg you, help me find my sister Su Jiyu and the maids Fengya and Fengli. Will you help me? I'm so worried about them. I didn't say anything. She thought I was reluctant and wiped away her tears. It's all right, husband. If it's too much trouble, you don't have to agree. You already took me in. I'm grateful beyond words. Adding 3 more mouths to feed could bring the Chancellor down on you. My request was too much. I pulled her up and into my arms. Silly girl, it's nothing. Your sister's name is Su Jiyu, right? And the maids are Fengya and Fengli. Do you know which village they were sold to? I only know Sis was sold to Wang Jiga next door, but not which family. As for Fengya and Fengli, I have no idea at all. I brushed her cheek. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll head to Wang Jigu to find your sister, and I'll track down the maids too. I promise I'll bring them back. She trembled all over from emotion, tears spilling again. Husband, you truly are my great benefactor. Qinghuan could never repay you, not in this lifetime or the next. I laughed. Just bear me a few brats. That'll be repayment enough. Her face flushed red. All right, I'll do my best. I almost laughed. What good would her efforts alone do? I had to work at it with her. Silly girl, I'll be right there with you. I guarantee you'll be pregnant soon. But tonight's Lingnurse turned to share my bed. When your turn comes around, then we'll be together. The rule was mine, out of order, and the other wives would complain. Okay. I went back to my room. Fu Linger was already washed up and lying in bed, smelling sweet. Another sleepless night. The bedboards creaked in protest till dawn. Early the next morning, I set off for Wang Jigu with my slave, Lao Chi. The moment I stepped out of the courtyard, I noticed the crow, the monkey, and the fox tagging along. Fine, let them come. They might come in handy when it mattered. After a few li, we reached Wang Jigu. I found this village was in even worse shape than our own Yintu village. The moment I entered, a sense of ruin hit me, as if the place had been raided. Junk was strewn across the yards, and the gates of 2 houses had been kicked clean off their hinges. I knocked on a broken courtyard gate. An old white-haired woman came out. When she saw me with Lao Chi and the 3 animals, she turned to bolt in terror. "Don't be afraid, Granny. I'm from Yintu village next door. I'm just here to find someone." She turned back around. "You're so tall and broad. I thought you were a mountain bandit." "Mountain bandits? What mountain bandits?" No idea where they came from. 15 or 16 of them showed up yesterday, marched right into the village and took everything, money, food, whatever they saw. They even hauled off a few of the women. Nobody fought back. In these times, they were carrying big broadswords. Who'd dare resist? Resist and you die. Anyway, young man, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Sujiyu. She was sold into slavery in your village a few days ago. The old woman thought hard for a while, then slapped her thigh. Oh, I remember. That little lady was a real beauty. She was sold to old Wang at the east end of the village as his second wife, but old Wang kicked the bucket before he'd even had a taste. She became a widow. Never would have guessed. Yesterday bandits raided the village and carried her off. Carried off? I flinched. Once a woman was taken, 9 times out of 10 she lost her chastity, if not her life. Granny, do you know where these bandits live? The old woman shook her head. I pulled a steamed bun from my space and handed it to her as thanks. She was so moved she dropped to her knees and wept. In times like these, who had ever tasted a fluffy white bun like that? I kept walking into the village and asked an old man, "Where did the bandits come from?" He broke out in a cold sweat. "They live on Erling Mountain, 20-some li away. They've never come down to our village before. No idea why they raided us yesterday. My guess is today they'll hit Yintu village next door. It's the closest one to us." I took old 7 and the 3 little ones and bolted straight for Erling Mountain. In a straight fight, no one alive could beat me right now. Even if those Erling Mountain thugs had some muscle, with my archery on top of it, they were no match. Of course, that was pure physical superiority. If this world turned out to have cultivators, demons, or supernatural monsters, my little bag of tricks wouldn't cut it. I was afraid even at top speed I'd be too late. Su Qinghuan's sister, Su Jiu, had already been held on Erling Mountain overnight. God knew what might happen. I quickly gave orders to Crow, Monkey, and Fox. You 3 go ahead to Erling Mountain. Su Jiu looks like Qinghuan, and her scent is close too. Follow the smell, find her, and keep her safe. I'll be right behind you. The 3 critters shot off. Crow flew the fastest, streaking straight for Erling Mountain and diving right into the shabby stronghold to search. Fox and Monkey were hot on his tail. By the time I reached the foot of the mountain, Crow flew down and landed on my shoulder. He leaned close to my ear. Master found her, locked in the woodshed, hands tied behind her back, gag in her mouth. I nodded and looked up at the gate. 3 crooked characters were scrawled above it. Qingfeng Stronghold. A few bandits poked their heads over the wall and shouted, "Who goes there? You dare barge into Qingfeng Stronghold." I planted my hands on my hips, tilted my head back, and bellowed, "Your granddaddy's here. Open the gate." Insolent fool. Where'd this idiot come from? At a shouted command, the gates swung wide and 30-odd bandits came pouring out with blades drawn. With a flick of thought, the rusted black iron sword appeared in my hand. Today was a fine day to try out the out-of-print swordsmanship the system had given me. Draw, swing, rise, fall. In the space of a few blinks, all 30-plus bandits lay on the ground, sent to meet the king of hell without so much as a grunt. The little squad leader spun and ran, terrified. "Help, someone's breaking in." Before he finished, his head parted ways with his shoulders. Dripping sword in hand, I strode into the stronghold. Every bandit I met along the way, one sweep of the blade, and they dropped in heaps. "Chief, second chief." Someone's storming the stronghold. 2 men emerged from the main hall. The one in front was broad-shouldered and burly, built like a tiger. He was the head chief, Fan Ho-Hu. The other one, gaunt and draped in wolfskin, was the second chief, Xiao Along. Fan Ho-Hu barked, "Who the hell are you? Why'd you barge into my stronghold?" I flicked the blood off my sword tip. "I go where I damn well please. Since when do I need a reason?" Xiao Long leapt forward. "Fool, you know who my big brother is? Nobody within 100 miles can beat him. Drop your sword and surrender, or you'll die ugly." I sneered. "Head chief? So what? I was about to just cut these two clowns down in one stroke, but then I remembered what the old woman from Wangjia Gully had said. These bandits had never come down to raid the village before, so why the sudden change yesterday? I asked. You've never gone down to the villages. Why come down the mountain yesterday? Xiao Yilong snapped impatiently. Why the hell should I tell you? Fine. Then die. In a flash I was on him, sword slashing across his throat. Blood sprayed everywhere. His death face was so ugly it disgusted me, so I kicked the corpse a good 20-odd meters away. Fan Ho-Hu had already pissed his pants and stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. I laid the sword against his neck. Talk. Why did you raid the village? Fan Ho-Hu trembled. The border. Fighting broke out at the border. Jin's 100,000-strong army is pressing down on us. The border troops can't hold. We just wanted to grab one last score and flee north. My brow furrowed. If Jin's 100,000 troops were bearing down, Great Qi's border defenses would fall sooner or later. Great Qi had gone downhill in recent years. Ever since the new emperor took the throne, power had fallen into the hands of imperial in-laws and eunuchs. The emperor only cared about pleasures in the harem, and the court was riddled with parasites. The new emperor of Jin, meanwhile, was hell-bent on expanding his territory. Suing for peace was useless. Having spilled it all, Fan Ho-Hu looked up at me hopefully, thinking I'd let him live. I sneered. I never said I wouldn't kill you. One clean stroke ended him. The remaining 30-odd bandits took one look and bolted. I couldn't be bothered to chase them. I did a sweep of the stronghold and found the food and valuables. Over 600 caddies of coarse rice and wheat bran, 20 or 30 caddies of fine rice, and gold, silver, and jewelry worth around 50 taels. I stashed it all into my space. Sabers, bows and arrows, tables and chairs, clean clothes. Anything useful, I packed up and took. I'd need it later when I started taking in people. Better to grab the goods first and rescue the captives after. Stashing things into my space in front of all those kidnapped women would look bad. The crow led me to a woodshed at the southern end. Because Su Jiu had a fiery temperament, she'd been locked up alone. I pushed the door open. She was inside, hands bound behind her back, hair in a wild mess, a cloth stuffed in her mouth, her eyes full of terror. I'm a direct man. I walked over, grabbed her wrist, and pushed up her sleeve. The palace guard vermilion mark was still there, bright red. Only then did I relax. I have my principles. Any woman I bring back has to be useful. If her chastity's intact, she can be my woman. If not, she can only be a maid or servant. I yanked the cloth out of her mouth and untied the rope. You're Su Jiu? Warily she stared at me. I said gently, don't be afraid. Your sister Su Qinghuan sent me to save you. She's already married to me. I'm not one to make losing deals, though. Come with me and marry me, and I'll save you. If you won't, you can stay right here. But I won't force you. I'll take you back first, let you reunite with your sister, and give you 5 days to think it over. Her eyes lit up, and she grabbed my arm. Where's Qinghuan? In Yintu village, right next to Wangjiagu. My name is Lu Chongfeng. She looked me over. I was tall and strapping, and I'd stormed a bandit stronghold single-handedly. 1,000 times better than that old widower. She nodded on the spot. All right, I'll go with you. I pulled her up off the floor, but her legs had gone numb and she staggered. I raised my left arm, hoisted her onto my shoulder, and strode out the door. Her bottom bounced against my shoulder with every step. Flushed with embarrassment, she murmured, Brother Lu, I can walk on my own. No need. You're not heavy. Oh, by the way, I said. Qinghuan mentioned you had 2 maids, Fengya and Fengli. Do you know where they are? Fengya's in Qinghe County, I think. Fengli, I don't know. Before I'd gone a few more steps, the other side rooms burst open, and a crowd of women rushed out weeping, throwing themselves at my feet, begging me to take them along. I'm a straightforward man. I got right to the point. Are your guardian marks still there? Is your virginity intact? Women were only worth keeping if they had a use. The system only rewarded me for taking in goddess-tier beauties. What kind of reward would some plain girl get me? Damn all. One woman screwed up her courage. Young master, mine's gone, but no man took it. I fell. I sneered. Should I believe you, or the ghosts? Another muttered under her breath. What does it matter if it's there or not? The radish is pulled, but the hole's still fine, works just the same. Even the weeping women burst out laughing. The whole scene turned absurd. I shook my head. If your virtue's gone, I'm not taking you. I've already killed off the bandits. Run for it yourselves." The women realized it was hopeless. They scrambled to their feet and staggered off in every direction. I left the crow, the fox, and the monkey behind at the stronghold to keep looting, and carried Sujiu back on my shoulder. I really needed to get my hands on a horse, but this was famine season. The draft animals had long since been slaughtered for meat, and any decent horse was in the army barracks. No hope there. I'd have to rely on my own 2 legs. After about 10 li, Sujiu couldn't take the jolting anymore. "Brother Lu, please put me down." I set her down, but after only a few steps, she pitched forward onto the ground, scraping her knee raw. She bit hard on her lip, refusing to cry, afraid I'd think less of her. My heart softened. I stepped over quickly, lifted her up, and set her on a ridge of earth by the roadside. Only then did I remember she hadn't eaten all day. "Brother Lu, I'm sorry. I'm just causing you trouble. I got dizzy, that's all." I patted her shoulder. "You're hungry." A flick of thought. I pulled a flask of spirit spring water and 2 steamed buns out of my space. Her eyes went wide, but she didn't dare ask a thing, afraid I'd get annoyed and toss her aside. The moment the spirit spring water went down, her energy snapped right back. She hadn't even finished the buns before the tears started falling, out of sheer gratitude. I chuckled. "It's just 2 buns. Wait till you get home. Then you'll see what a good life really looks like." Once she'd eaten, she could walk, but there was no way that scrawny frame of hers was going to make it 20-some miles. I scooped her up sideways and set off at a brisk pace. Held tight against me, her soft body kept rubbing and shifting, and even a man like me, who normally never breaks a sweat, started breathing a little heavier. But she reeked and was filthy. I'd have to get her home and cleaned up first before... Afraid my breathing would get out of hand, I shifted her onto my back instead. Turned out the sensation against my back was even more intense. Finally, I made it to Yentu village. Standing at my front door, Sujiu looked up at the spacious courtyard and the brand new house, her eyes going blank. She'd never imagined Big Brother Lu was this rich. Several dainty beauties came drifting out from the front hall. "Sis." Su Qinghuan came flying out, holding up her skirt. "Qinghuan. Sis, I thought I'd never see you again." "Wah." The 2 sisters clung to each other, sobbing. They cried so hard the other women started tearing up too, and even I felt sorry for them. After they'd wept for the better part of an incense stick's worth of time, I walked over and patted Su Qinghuan. "Don't cry anymore, wife. Let your sister go take a bath and rest." Su Qinghuan obediently helped her sister off to bathe. I turned to Sujiu. "You're exhausted. After lunch, go sleep in my room. I'll have someone clean out another room for you." "Okay." She nodded meekly. I'd carried her in my arms and on my back the whole way, catering to her every need. Her mind was already made up. She'd been sold off before to the old widower next door, and the codger had died before they'd even consummated the marriage. Now she'd run into me, tall, handsome, capable of storming a mountain stronghold alone, wealthy enough to build a mansion, with her little sister thriving here in fine clothes and rosy cheeks. Even if I hadn't offered her my room, she would have been looking for her own chance to snuggle up. A thigh this thick. Where else was she going to find one to hang on to? Auntie Wong already had lunch ready. Spicy shredded potatoes, dry-fried pork intestines, braised pork ribs in yellow sauce, deep-fried beef pupae, and a light wild herb soup, all served with rice and steamed buns. Sujiu stared at the table, swallowing hard, her eyes turning even more worshipful when they met mine. "Why aren't you eating? Dig in." I placed a piece of braised rib in her bowl. The instant it hit her tongue, the sauce salty, sweet, and rich, the meat falling off the bone at the slightest bite, the fragrance of star anise and cinnamon mingling with the pork spreading through her mouth. Su Qinghuan asked gently, "Is it good?" Delicious." She nodded again and again. I picked out several more pieces for her. The other women were all calling her little sister this and little sister that, heaping food into her bowl, until she was glowing from the inside out. After the meal, I told her to go rest. She really was exhausted. She had been dragged up the mountain the day before, and those bandits had yanked her by the hair, forced a mouthful of moldy bran soup down her throat, and were about to haul her into a room to have their way with her. Watching Sujiu carry herself with such fierce pride, I let out a quiet sigh. According to Su Qinghuan, when her sister had been dragged up the mountain that day, the sight of a whole row of men lined up behind her, clutching at their waistbands, had turned her eyes red with rage. She'd snatched the hairpin from her hair and pressed it to her own throat, ready to die before giving in. Her father had been a clean official his whole life who despised bandits above all else. She'd sooner marry that old widower than lose her honor in some mountain stronghold. Luckily, the bandits had seen how beautiful she was and decided to save her for the first and second chieftains to enjoy, so they'd bound her in the woodshed. As luck would have it, both chieftains happened to be off the mountain that day and didn't return until dawn, which was how she'd escaped ruin, long enough to end up with me. Sister, come on, let me help you rest. Su Qinghuan was a sensible girl, and she led her sister into my room. My room was spacious, a bed, a table, a wardrobe, and a fine tea set. Nanny Wang changed and aired the bedding every day, so the quilt still carried the scent of sunlight. After dinner, I sat in the courtyard cooling off, with Chu Wanru nestled close beside me. She was pregnant now, and there was a soft, motherly warmth about her. A pity you couldn't touch a woman in the early months, otherwise I really would have enjoyed a tumble. Ah well, with so many beauties in the house already, I could spare her. While I was chatting with her, my three little rascals, Crow, Monkey, and Fox, finally came back. The moment they saw me, they started gesturing frantically. Monkey pointed at his mouth and made swallowing motions. Fox tilted her head up pleadingly, and Crow just opened his beak. Master, we're thirsty. I had Nanny Wang fetch some spiritual spring water for them. Once they'd drunk their fill and shaken off their fatigue, Crow stepped forward to report. Master, big news. There are several wild boars in the woods near Erlang Mountain. My eyes lit up. Excellent. I've hunted out every boar around here. Was just wondering where to find more. We'll go tomorrow. Catch them alive and bring them back to raise. There's another big discovery. Crow flapped his wings. Monkey spread his hands and chattered, then made a riding motion. Except the way he thrust his hips back and forth, it looked downright obscene. I shook my head, unable to watch. Crow smacked Monkey across the face with one claw. Get lost. What the hell kind of gesture is that? What discovery? Out with it. Master, we spotted a horse on the northern slope of Erlang Mountain. Handsome beast, fast as anything. A horse? I was delighted. Really, all three little creatures nodded in unison. Perfect. It's too dark tonight to chase it down. First thing tomorrow, we head for Erlang Mountain. We've got to catch that horse. I sat with Chu Wanru a while longer, then helped her back to her room. After a bath, I returned to my own room. I lit a candle, and the light woke Su Jiyu. I walked to the bedside and asked gently, Nanny Wang said you didn't eat when she called you to dinner. Aren't you hungry? At noon. I ate too much at dinner and got sleepy, so I didn't get up. She rubbed her eyes. I'm actually a bit hungry now. You just sit tight. I'll have Auntie Wang whip up a bowl of noodles. Before long, a steaming bowl of hand-pulled noodles topped with several thick slices of braised pork was brought over. She slipped on her shoes, hopped off the bed, sat down at the table, and dug right in. I also poured her a cup of spirit spring water. We chatted for a while. I pushed open the window and saw pitch darkness outside. It's late. Time for bed. She didn't put up any resistance and, familiar with the routine, climbed onto my bed. I peeled off my shirt and slid under the covers bare-chested. What happened next? You know the drill. Propping myself up over her, I asked, So you've made up your mind? You'll be my wife. She buried her face in my chest and nodded shyly. I'll go slow. I'll be gentle. And so, 3 times in one night, the bed creaked and groaned its own little song until it was nearly dawn before things finally quieted down. Su Jiyu may have been married before, but that night was the first time she truly became a woman. Afterward, she pressed close to my ear and whispered, Husband, I never knew being a woman hurt so much. But her flushed cheeks said everything. Past the pain came the wanting. She loved it. The next day around mid-morning, she was still fast asleep from exhaustion, so I got up to check the spoils. The panel lit up. Wives collected. 8. Bonus reward triggered. Strength raised to level 9, equivalent to the combat power of 30 grown men. Storage space expanded to 2,000 cubic meters. Divine tier archery, ability to understand animal speech, an out-of-print swordsmanship manual, more spirit spring water, 1 additional set of Qishao war god armor, 30 more bulletproof vests, 300 loyalty pills, 5,000 taels of silver, 300 taels of gold, 300 bolts of shoe brocade, plus 3 attribute points. Also thrown in 10,000 caddies of premium rice, 3,000 caddies of potatoes, 500 eggs, assorted seeds, underwear, sanitary pads, 500 caddies of crayfish, 500 caddies of prawns, 20 old hens, and 2 roosters. But the biggest surprise of all, a 1,000-li steed named Red Hair. Wasn't that the very horse the crows had told me about yesterday? The panel suddenly flashed a warning. Hens and roosters will suffocate if not released immediately. With a flick of my will, all 22 chickens tumbled onto the floor in a heap, clucking and crowing in a deafening racket. I hurried to open the door and shoo them outside before they crapped all over the place. Old Seventh was standing outside, jaw dropped. I ordered him, "Don't just stand there. Go build a big coop, quick." After lunch, I gave each of my wives a hug in turn, then set off for Mount Erlang with the crow, the fox, and the monkey. Once we reached the mountains, the 3 little rascals split up to do their jobs. Half an hour later, the monkey came scampering back and made that same lewd gesture again. He'd found the horse. I followed the monkey for 5 or 6 li, and sure enough, there it was. Its body was as red as flame from head to hoof, its 4 legs strong and nimble, clearly a fine steed at a glance. I burst out laughing. Red Hair, the 1,000-li steed. Truly a fine specimen. The moment I tried to get close, the horse took off. It would run a stretch, then stop and wait for me. Once I got near, it bolted again, like it was toying with me. From Mount Erlang all the way to the border between the 2 kingdoms, dozens of kilometers, I finally couldn't run another step. The horse stood 20 meters off, head high, chest out, a body of pure sinew, giving me a sidelong glance. That did it. I whipped out my bow, took aim, and shouted at the top of my lungs, "Hey, I know your name is Red Hair." The instant it heard the words Red Hair, the horse visibly froze. Surprise flashed in its eyes, mixed with a stubborn defiance. Yep, that's the one. A 1,000-league horse, of course it had its pride. It had to be broken in. Red Hair, this is my final warning. Run again, and I'll put an arrow through you. Divine tier archery from the system. You want to test that? If you're not convinced, let's make a bet. You stand still and let me ride. If you throw me off, I let you go. If you can't, from now on you do as I say. Deal. The horse was silent a moment, then suddenly nodded. Knee-eye. I walked toward it step by step, stopping again a few meters away. Don't run now. Let me see what you've really got. Its eyes gleamed with the thrill of the wager. I lunged forward and swung myself up onto its back. The moment I settled, Red Hair went berserk, bucking, kicking, twisting left and right, doing everything it could to throw me off. There were no reins on its neck, so I clung to its mane for dear life, gripping its flanks with my thighs. Ha ha ha, little guy. Once I'm on your back, you're not shaking me off. Horse and rider locked in a stalemate. The wilder it got, the steadier I became. After nearly an hour of thrashing, Red Hair finally ran out of strength and accepted me as its master. Ready to admit it now? I said smugly, patting its neck. It said nothing, but stopped resisting. I rode Red Hair back the way I'd come, the monkey and the fox trailing behind, the crow circling overhead. We'd just cleared the woods and stepped onto the main road when, from a bend up ahead, came the sound of a woman wailing. A woman in her 40s came stumbling out, dragging 2 girls of about 15 or 16. Behind them chased 5 thuggish-looking men. One of the daughters tripped and fell. Before the 3 could scramble back up, the 5 hoodlums had them surrounded. Ha ha ha. Don't run, sweetheart. You'll never get out of our hands. Beat it, old lady. We're keeping these 2 little ones. Gonna have some fun. War's coming to the border. Once the Gene army rolls in, we're all dead men. Might as well enjoy ourselves while we can. The woman spread her arms to shield her daughters, sobbing and pleading, and the 2 girls begged from behind her, but the thugs had already started tearing at their clothes. Refugees kept passing by on the road, every one of them pretending not to see, giving the scene a wide berth, terrified of getting drawn in. I sat on my horse watching from a distance, weighing my options in my head. These 2. The girls were only 15 or 16, but their features were already striking. Give them another year or 2, and they'd be absolute stunners. If they'd come with me, the old woman could sweep floors and play housekeeper, and the 2 girls could serve as handmaids until they filled out. Then I'd break them in proper. With that thought, I gave my heels a squeeze. Red Hair tossed his head, let out a long neigh, and strode out from the trees. The refugees turned to look. The 5 thugs paused mid-grab and stared too. The 4th one muttered, "That horse, it's a 1,000-league steed, no question. Anyone who rides a horse like that is no ordinary man. Bad news, guaranteed. Worse than us. Way worse. Then do we keep going or not? Keep going. He might not stick his nose in." And with that, they started dragging the 2 girls toward the woods. My face darkened. I patted Redhair's back. The great horse strode forward, and one earth-shaking whinny sent all 5 bandits trembling. Looking down at them, I said coldly, "Let them go." The 4th one raised his club, all bluster and no spine. Why should we? Who the hell are you? You're not worthy of knowing. I'm counting to 3. Get lost. 1, 3. You skipped 2. So what if he counts to 3? 5 against 1. You scared? Get him. Get me? Don't make me laugh. Before the words had faded, I swung down from the saddle, grabbed one of the thugs, and hurled him a good 10 meters. Then, quick as lightning, I snatched up 2 more, one in each hand, and flung them aside. Screams erupted all around. The last 2 turned to bolt. Redhair charged, caught one by the collar in his teeth, and flicked him 5 or 6 meters through the air. The monkey pounced on the other, his invincible long claws raking left and right, leaving the man's face striped with blood. The crow circled overhead, cawing his approval. In moments, the 5 thugs were half dead on the ground, kneeling and slamming their heads against the dirt, begging for mercy. Redhair gave each one a kick that sent them flying. The mother and her 2 daughters dropped to their knees in gratitude. Tears streamed down the mother's face. "Thank you, young hero, for saving our lives. This is my daughter Menglingi, and this is her younger sister Menglanxin." The 2 sisters kowtowed again and again. I sized them up. One like a lotus rising fresh from the water, the other like a flower just beginning to bud. Their faces were smeared with dirt, no doubt to keep from drawing eyes on the road. Even under the grime, though, their features were exquisite. No wonder those thugs hadn't wanted to let them go. Only pity was, they were a bit too young. I helped the 2 sisters up, one on each side, then eased the old mother, Zhou Guanyang, to her feet as well. "Just saw an injustice and lent a hand. That's all," I said. "Where are you headed?" Zhou Guanyang sighed. "Young sir, you may not know, the state of Jin has 100,000 troops massed at our border, and our Qi has only 30,000 on defense. That line's bound to break sooner or later. Once it does, those soldiers will come pouring in, burning, killing, and looting, and the first to suffer will be our border villages, our Nanyu village and the others nearby. So we're fleeing while we still can, before the fighting starts. My old man died young, and now there's a drought on top of everything. All our grain. Nothing left. All I can do is take my 2 daughters and flee north." Something clicked in my head. I asked straight out, "How old are your 2 daughters?" "The older one's 18, the younger one's 17. Damn, both grown." That was good news. I got right to the point. "Auntie, I'm from Yintu village up north. Name's Lu Changfeng, 19 years old. I've got a few wives at home, a big house, plenty of food and meat. If you don't mind, come back with me. You can work as a rough labor maid, and your 2 girls can be maidservants attending to me." I lowered my voice. "Come closer." The 3 of them huddled around me. The monkey, the fox, and Redhair stood guard outside, so no other refugees dared approach. I reached into my pocket and secretly pulled 3 steaming hot meat buns out of my space, pressing them into their hands. "Lots of refugees around here. Don't let anyone see." The 3 of them were shocked and overjoyed, tears streaming down their faces. Zhou Guanyang took just one small bite before quickly tucking the rest away in her pocket. Her 2 daughters followed suit. I felt a little helpless, but I understood. In a famine year, even wild greens weren't enough to fill your belly, let alone big meat buns. Zhou Guanyang choked out, "Young hero, you must be a living Buddha reincarnated. No need to thank me. That's just breakfast at my house. Lunch and dinner, we eat rice and meat." I pulled a water flask out of my space and handed it over. "Drink up, big gulps. We've got plenty of water at home." The 3 took the flask and drank properly, holding their mouths just above the spout without touching it. After drinking, they instantly felt refreshed. I hung the flask back on my belt and swung up onto the horse. "Think about what I said. If you're willing, come find Lu Changfeng in Yintu village. If not, we'll just call this a chance meeting. Farewell. A squeeze of my legs, and Red Hair took off at a gallop. I knew in my heart, they'd definitely come looking for me. Red Hair in the lead, Monkey and Fox close behind, crows circling overhead. This kind of entourage, any way you looked at it, I was like a god descended from heaven. That whole speech just now, basically, I was just showing off. I hadn't ridden far when I remembered the actual business at hand. I still needed to head into the mountains to hunt wild boar. Whoa. I turned the horse around and had the crow lead the way into the mountains. Red Hair was tall and powerfully built, sure-footed, able to climb the steepest slopes. A 1,000-li horse truly lived up to its name. Caw, master, wild boar, the crow suddenly cried out. I looked up. About 10+ meters ahead, a wild boar was tearing past, a big one. Where do you think you're going? I drew my bow, firing 4 arrows at once. This time I deliberately aimed off target, wounding all 4 of the boar's hooves. The boar crashed to the ground. Red Hair charged over. I leapt off, pinned the boar down with one hand. With my level 256 combat power and the strength to shove 960 grown men, the wild boar was a total pushover. I pulled out some rope, trussed the boar up, tied its snout shut too, tossed it to the Monkey and Fox to watch, and rode off following. We all went off to find the next one. In less than an hour, I'd bagged 4 wild boars. These mountains were crawling with wolves, tigers, and leopards, so the villagers didn't dare set foot in them, and the wild boars ran rampant as a result. But to me, this place was like a stroll through an empty field. 2 boars were slung across Chida's back, one on each side, 300 caddies apiece. I gave him a pat. Little guy, you've got some muscle on you. Knee-eye. Chida tossed his head proudly, as if to say, I could carry another 100 caddies, easy. I shouldered the other 2 myself. These were bigger, 400 caddies each. By the time I reached the main road, I still had dozens of miles to go, and I couldn't be bothered to walk it. Then it hit me, exploit a loophole in the space. Living things could only stay inside the space for 3 minutes before suffocating. But what if I pulled them out each time before the 3 minutes were up? Then there'd be no problem at all. I set the boars down and told Chidu, in a moment, I want you to carry me at a full gallop and stop after about 30 or 40 breaths. Chida nodded. With a flick of thought, I stashed all 4 boars into the space and vaulted onto his back. Chida tore off at a dead run, then stopped on his own after about 2.5 minutes. One sprint covered 5 miles. The moment we stopped, I let the boars out to breathe, stashed them again, and ran another 5 miles. 8 rounds of this, and we were back at Yintu village. The moment I entered the village, the locals swarmed around me, all staring at the horse beneath me. Chongfeng, where did you get this horse? That's a fine steed if I ever saw one. Isn't that a 1,000-li horse? Did you buy it or find it? These days commoners weren't allowed to buy horses, and among the ones asking, there were probably some looking to report me. I shook my head. Found it in the mountains. Inwardly, I sneered. Even if I'd bought it, so what? With a combat rating of 256, anyone who came at me would get put down. What luck! With war brewing at the border, a horse like that'll help you outrun the trouble. I couldn't be bothered to humor them. Seeing that the 3 minutes were almost up, I galloped straight to my front door and released the boars from the space. I hopped down and told Chidu, remember this well. This is my home. From now on, when I hunt boars in the mountains, you carry them back and then come find me again. Chida nodded. HNNF. Old 7 opened the door, took one look at the horse and the 4 boars, and stood there thunderstruck. Master, you're incredible. I told him to haul the boars to the pig pen out back. The 12 I'd caught alive earlier were being kept there. The pen was large, with plenty of stalls, so there was room to spare. I led Chida to the back and pointed at a spacious room. This is your stable from now on. Chida nodded. Mama Wong brought over 2 big basins, one of wheat bran, one of spirit spring water. Chidu was parched. He slurped down half a basin in one go, then nuzzled up to me with a happy snort. My father-in-law Song Qingshan beamed. Son-in-law, you're really something. I grinned. Old man, we'll have a drink together after dark. Song Qingshan. I clapped my hands. Done. Back in the front courtyard, Slave 1 and Slave 2 had just returned with the cart to haul in the wild boars for making braised meat. How's business? I asked. Master, the 2 biggest taverns in the county want to buy braised meat and liquor at a premium. A tavern from the neighboring county came knocking too. We've already lined up 10 of them. I nodded. Not bad. But with the Gene army bearing down on us, the tavern trade won't last. Shut down the braised meat and the liquor both. Tell the other 4 to close up shop and come back. Slave 1 suddenly lowered his voice. Master, Wang Wankai and the county magistrate dropped dead out of nowhere. The higher-ups sent people to investigate for 2 days, then let it drop. Slave 2 added. The storytellers reckon it's because the Gene army's closing in. The court's sending reinforcements and can't be bothered with small county matters. I nodded. That was about the size of it. Speaking of Wang Wankai reminded me. We were about to flee the famine, and I still hadn't dealt with the ones who'd reported me. Lu Dakue, Lu Eryong, Yang Laosan, Zhou Qing. Tonight would be the day they died. It was still early. Time to start dinner. I thought of the 500 caddies of crayfish the system had rewarded me with, my favorite dish back in the modern world. The system really got me. Wang Ma fetched 2 big pots from the kitchen. Wang Ma briskly hauled them over. I pointed beside the water jar. Put them there. With a flick of thought, 60-odd caddies of crayfish tumbled out of my inventory into the pot. The vacuum environment kept them fresh. They still looked lively. Wang Ma went pale. She'd never seen creatures like these monsters before. The wives crowded in for a look too. Chu Wanru gasped. Changfeng, what are these? They look like insects, and those pincers look like they might pinch. Shen Qingluo chimed in. They look terrifying. I laughed. These are called crayfish. Stir-fried. They're incredibly delicious. Yang Jingyue crouched down and picked one up between 2 fingers, turning it over. Husband, I've read many medical texts and old records, but I've never seen anything like this. Where did you get them? I brushed it off. Never mind where they came from. Just enjoy them later. As you say, husband. Slaves 7, 8, and 9 came back after settling the boars, and I had them help wash the crayfish. I told 7 to grab a brush and demonstrated scrubbing the belly. Just brush them like this. All the women pitched in, except the pregnant Chu Wanru. Many hands made light work, and in under half an hour, everyone was clean. Firewood blazed up in the courtyard. Wang Ma got a pot going and poured in oil, half a pot of it, glistening. The women stared, moved to the core. When had they ever cooked with this much oil before? Stand back, don't get splashed. I tossed the crayfish into the oil handful by handful. The oil crackled and popped, the aroma exploding outward. Fu Linger was the first to cheer. Wow, husband, I can smell it already. I grinned. That's nothing. Wait till it's finished, then you'll really smell something. When the crayfish had turned red and their shells curled, I scooped them out to drain. Oil in the pan. I tossed in ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, and dried chilies, sizzling them till fragrant. Then dumped in the crawfish and stir-fried on high heat till they turned bright red. A splash of rice wine to kill the fishy smell, then soy sauce, salt, a pinch of sugar, water added to braise, perilla leaves tossed in, heat cranked up to reduce the sauce, until every crawfish was slicked with glossy red oil. A whole big iron pot of crawfish, gorgeous in color, aroma, and flavor. The women crowded around, swallowing hard. Shin Furong pleaded, Husband, can I please have just one first? Silly girl, eat if you want to. Grab your chopsticks. She plucked one out and shoved it straight into her mouth, but the shell was too hard to bite through. All she could do was lick the sauce off. I laughed at her impatience and fished one out to demonstrate. Watch closely. First suck the sauce, then twist off the head, peel the shell, pull out the vein. Yes, just like that. What's left is the meat. One bite and you'll die happy. Wow, husband, you're amazing. Shin Furong gazed at me in adoration. Dig in. Ningmei, go call your father from the back courtyard. Song Qingshan's voice was already booming over. No need to call. I'm coming on my own. Smells so good. The whole Yentu village can smell it. Father-in-law, get over here. I had old 7 bring more stools, and we all sat in a ring around the pot. 9 wives plus Song Qingshan, me, Annie Wong, and 3 slaves, 15 mouths in all. Since it was their first time eating crawfish, I let the slaves join in too, but had a separate pot dished out and taken elsewhere for them. You can't eat crawfish without instant noodles. I had Annie Wong brew 20 tubs of instant noodles, then dunked handfuls into the crawfish pot to soak up the sauce before eating. So good, the women exclaimed between bites. Husband, this is incredible. Just as everyone was tucking in happily, A sudden knock came at the gate. Chongfeng. Chongfeng, open up. It's your father-in-law. That was Yang Henian's voice. He hadn't come by in ages, but today he'd shown up right on cue. Perfect timing. Let him taste my cooking too. I went to open the gate myself. The moment Yang Henian stepped in, he blurted out, "What are you all making? It smells amazing. Let me try some." He practically ran into the courtyard. Auntie Wang, quick on her feet, handed him a bowl and chopsticks, and old Seven scooted over to make room. Yang Henian stared into the pot. "What is this? Why does it smell so good?" Yang Jingyue quickly fished one out to show him. "Father, you eat it like this, see?" "Right." Yang Henian couldn't wait to try, sucking down the sauce. One bite in, his eyebrows shot up, his eyes went wide, and his whole face filled with disbelief. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. There's actually food like this in this world. Father-in-law Yang Henian peeled another crawfish and stuffed it in his mouth, eyes glazed over, then went at it in silent, furious concentration. Not another word out of him. I sat next to him, watching in amusement. When people love what you cook, that's the highest praise for your skill. I picked up a bunch of instant noodles with my chopsticks and dropped them in his bowl. After that mouthful, he nearly fainted from the pleasure. The crawfish feast lasted a solid 2 hours, and even the sauce got scraped clean by the slaves. I laughed and said, "If you liked it, come back tomorrow for another." Yang Henian quickly asked, "What time?" "Around dusk." He rubbed his round belly. "Then I'd better hurry back tonight to get things in order. I'll be here first thing in the morning." "Good son-in-law. You'd better wait for me before you pick up your chopsticks." I nodded. "Father-in-law, what really brought you all the way out here in the middle of the night?" His face darkened. "There's going to be war. Jean has 100,000 troops massed at the border, and we've only got 30,000 on defense. The court is corrupt. The soldiers don't even get enough to eat. There's no way we can hold them off. I came to talk it over with you. What do you say we head north and take our chances as refugees? However capable you are, you can't stand up to 100,000 men. If you go, I go. If you stay, I stay. We live or die together." I was moved. My old father-in-law treated me better than his own son. I thought it over. "All right. We'll do as you say, we'll go." Yang Henian blinked. He hadn't expected me to agree so readily. "When do we leave?" "Tomorrow I'll have everyone start packing. I'll head into the forest to hunt some game. We move out in 3 days." The women were heartbroken to hear we were leaving. The big house wasn't even warm yet, and they were abandoning it, handing it over to the Jin army for free. But I was outnumbered and outmatched. If we had to go, we had to go. 3 days from now, we meet at my shop in the county town, Yang Henian said. He drank a few more cups with Song Qingshan, played a couple of games of chess, and finally headed back into town. Night deepened. Song Mingmei sidled up to my ear, coy and bashful. "Husband, tonight I'll be serving your bed. I'll go wash up and wait for you." I pinched her cheek. "Good girl. Wait for me. I've got something to take care of first." She flushed red and scampered off. I picked up an oil lamp and headed out with the crow and the monkey. The fox stayed behind to watch the house. In Yintu village, not a chicken or dog was left in any household. Anything edible had long since gone into somebody's stomach. At night, everyone shut their doors tight for fear of thieves. I walked up to Lu Dakuei's door and heard the bed creaking inside. 30 or 40 breaths, and it was over. I shook my head. Pathetic. 2.5 minutes. A dog lasts longer than you. I kicked the door in. Inside, Lu Dakuei and his wife Yuan Zhu were sprawled naked on the bed. The shower of splintered wood sent them bolting upright. Lu Dakuei shouted in terror, "Who's there?" Then he saw it was me, and his face went sour. "Lu Dasha, you idiot, kicking my door down in the middle of the night. Are you sick in the head?" I sneered. "I'm not sick, but you're about to be, and there won't be any cure." A few strides and I was on him, grabbing him by the hair and dragging him off the bed. Yuan Zhu shrieked for help. One slap knocked her out cold, and the world went blessedly quiet. I grabbed Yuan Zhu's baggy underpants, stuffed them into Lu Dakuei's mouth, and lashed him to the bedpost. Then I sent the monkey to fetch a good thick stick. "Lu Dakuei, I've got no quarrel with you. So why did you go and report me to the county yamen?" He shook his head desperately. I jerked my chin at the monkey. The monkey hoisted the stick and went to work, beating him until he was one big bruise. Only then did it stop. "I was going to slit your throat, but I changed my mind. The Jin army's about to break through, and everyone's going to have to flee. I'll break your legs." Let's see you run then. 2 quick stomps. Crack, crack. His kneecap snapped clean. Then I wrenched one of his arms out of its socket. For the sake of our being cousins, that's enough. You'll have plenty to remember on the road. I walked straight out and headed for Lu Erkuei's place. The commotion had already roused Uncle Lu Qingyan's household. They came charging out with torches, Lu Eryong cursing. Lu Changfeng, what the hell are you doing at my house, you idiot? Aunt Li Zulian and cousin Lu Yunyao piled on with their shouting. I said nothing. After tonight, they wouldn't have many chances left to speak. Uncle Lu Qingyan had never openly bullied me, but whenever Li Zulian and the others did, he'd turn a blind eye. The old dog was just as guilty. Changfeng, Lu Qingyan said, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Getting even. I folded my arms and leaned against the courtyard wall. Lu Yunyao rushed into Lu Dakuei's room and found her brother stripped naked and trussed up, legs twisted, arm dangling, long since passed out. She let out a piercing wail. Li Zulian and Lu Qingyan rushed in after her. Li Zulian slapped Lu Dakuei's face until he came to, then yanked down his shorts. Lu Dakuei sobbed, Ma, my legs are broken. That half-wit Lu broke them. Lu Qingyan snatched up a shovel and came charging at me. Lu Changfeng, you moron. If I don't beat you to death today, I'm not your uncle. I didn't even bother to move. Monkey sprang into the air and sent him sprawling with a spinning kick. Lu Qingyan struggled to get up, only for Monkey to pin him back down with another stomp. Crack. His old back gave out, and he couldn't get up again. Lu Eryong ran over to help him. Pa. Lu Qingyan pointed a trembling finger at me. Your father died young. You wouldn't have grown up without me looking out for you. How can you repay kindness with hatred? I sneered and crouched down in front of him. Lu Qingyan, your wife, your son, your daughter. Was there a single day they didn't bully me? Would they have dared without you letting them? Everything I've made it through, I owed his sister-in-law Chu Wanru. What the hell did you have to do with it? I slapped him across the face. Lu Qingyan was stunned speechless. Lu Eryong turned to run, but Monkey grabbed him by the hair and slammed him to the ground. Uncle, why don't you ask Lu Eryong what he's done? My voice went cold. A few days back, he and Lu Dakuei got together with Yang Laosan and Zhou Qing from the village and went to the county to report me, trying to sic Squire Wang and the magistrate on me. What kind of trash are those two? If they've got no regard for our bond as kin, why should I? With Lu Dakuei, I only broke both his legs and took off one arm. That already counts as showing mercy. I just want to see how a cripple manages to flee in a famine year. Tisk, it'll be a sight to see. Now it's Lu Eryong's turn. No. Lu Qingyan struggled and begged. Breaking his legs is the same as cutting off. Mercy, give me a way out. He never gave me a way out. Why should I give him one? I picked up a rock and smashed it down twice. Crack, crack, shattering both of Lu Eryong's legs, then wrenched one of his arms out of joint. His screams echoed through the whole village. The villagers cowered in their houses, not daring to come out for fear of getting caught up in it. Li Zulian and Lu Yunyao came rushing over to stop me. One slap each, and I sent them flying 5 or 6 meters. That takes care of things here. I'm going after Yang Laosan and Zhou Qing. I vaulted over the courtyard wall. The monkey turned back and clawed up Li Zulian's and Lu Yunyao's faces before catching up. Yang Laosan and Zhou Qing had heard the commotion. They'd already grabbed their tattered bundles and torches and were bolting for the edge of the village. Where do you two think you're running off to? My voice came from right behind them. The two exchanged a look and took off at a dead sprint. The monkey and I charged. We each grabbed one, stacked them on top of each other, and slammed them down together. Know why I'm coming after you. Yang Laosan played dumb. Lu Changfeng, we've got no quarrel with each other. Then how about that little trip to the county yamen to report me? That shut them up. I picked up a big rock and started pounding. Legs snapped, arms wrenched out of joint, flesh and blood pulped. Lu Dakuei and Lu Eryong are my cousins. I at least left them one good hand to beg with. You two morons? You don't get to keep a single limb. Despair and rot. 2 shrieks scattered the sparrows from the trees. A quick blade would have been letting them off easy. Crippled hands and feet. Dying in despair during a famine year. That's revenge. I pulled out spirit spring water from my space, washed my hands, washed the monkey's paws too, and headed home. Nearing my front gate, I spotted a few figures skulking not far off, peering into the courtyard. Before I could say a word, the fox on top of the wall shot out like a bolt. pouncing on the man in front and tearing into him. Ah, merciful fox, spare me. We weren't stealing. We were just curious what your courtyard looked like. The fox wasn't buying any of it. The others scattered, but the fox was faster, snapping left and right until they were shredded bloody messes. I recognized the voices, all villagers. Curious my ass. They were clearly planning to steal from my place before fleeing the famine. I patted the monkey. Go. Cripple them. Hee hee. The monkey had been itching for it. It charged in and crack went to work, snapping both arms on every last one. Let them go flee the famine with broken arms. Let them despair and die. Once the fox finished, it trotted up to me and lifted its head smugly. Its nose was sharp. It had known I was standing in the shadows all along. I rubbed its head and pulled a big meat bun from my space as a reward. The monkey scratched at itself, desperate. Laughing, I tossed one to it and one to the crow too. All right, you three guard the courtyard. It's late. I've got to get back and exercise with my wives. Remember, anybody peeks again, no meat buns tomorrow and you get a beating. Whenever I was working out with my women, these three were always sneaking around trying to. Peeking. The three quickly nodded. I bathed, changed into my inner robe, and went into the room. Song Mingmei was already asleep. I slipped under the covers and got right down to business. If I just went to sleep like this, she'd be upset, thinking I didn't love her anymore. What had to be done had to be done. Song Ningmei was stirred awake, murmuring softly, "Husband, you're back. Back to love you." Right in the middle of things, a ding went off in my head. I froze. What the hell was this system playing at? Weren't rewards only given the first time? Whatever. Business first. We went at it until the roosters crowed. The reward wasn't going anywhere. Might as well sleep first. I'd been short on sleep lately. Had to set myself a schedule. First half of the night was fine, but the second half was for sleeping. I slept straight through till noon. Song Mingmei was still out cold. With a flicker of thought, I pulled up the system panel. Shun Qingluo detected to be 1 month pregnant. Rewards issued. 1. For 1,000 taels of silver plus 200 absolute loyalty pills. 2. Shun Qingluo body enhancement plus 10, equivalent to the combat power of 3 grown men. 3. After the child is born, reward, divine grade archery beginner level skill. 4. Dryland rice, sorghum, and tomato seeds, 20,000 of each. Spirit spring water accelerates growth tenfold. 5. 2,000 free-range chicken eggs. 6. 5 laying hens, 1 rooster. Warning, please remove promptly, or they will suffocate. 7. 100 large watermelons, 200 tubs of instant noodles. 8. 500 caddies of crayfish, 500 caddies of white shrimp, 50 Australian lobsters at 10 caddies each, 50 king crabs at 10 caddies each. 9. 100 packs of Wong Wong snow cakes. I quickly let the chickens out. I got dressed and stepped outside, shooing the chickens along. Old Seven said respectfully, "Master, someone's at the gate asking to see you." "Who?" "An older woman with her 2 daughters." "Ah, them. Open the gate." Then to Old 8, "Put the chickens in the coop." The 3 walked in, gazing up at the tall house and the spacious courtyard, their eyes filled with awe. Zhou Guanyang knelt with her 2 daughters. "Young master, your home really is magnificent. Thank you for taking us in." All 3 were in tattered clothes, their straw sandals worn through, their swollen toes poking out. They looked wretched and pitiful. I helped Zhou Guanyang up. "Mother-in-law, please, get up." "Mother-in-law." She was startled, but caught on quickly and spun to her elder daughter Meng Lingyi and her younger daughter Meng Lanqin. "Hurry, greet your husband." The 2 girls were quick-witted. They kowtowed and called out sweetly, "Husband." "Good girls, get up." I helped them both to their feet. They looked at me with grateful, adoring eyes, thanking their lucky stars they'd latched on to the right man. With a flicker of thought, I produced an absolute loyalty pill and handed it to Zhou Guanyang. "Mother-in-law, please take this pill for me." Zhou Guanyang didn't. Whatever the pill was, she took it and swallowed it down in one gulp to prove her loyalty. Good. I was pleased with my mother-in-law Zhou Guanyang's attitude. This woman knew how to read the situation, had good sense, and could get things done. "There's a bathhouse in the side room," I told them. "Go clean yourselves up, change into some fresh clothes, and come back out for dinner." The 3 of them thanked me profusely, and Auntie Wang led them to the side room, bringing along several sets of clean clothes. In the kitchen, Number 8 and number 9 were helping Yanni Wong. When I walked in, the shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs, and twice-cooked pork were all prepped, and pork rib soup was simmering in the clay pot. Master, shall we add another dish? Add one. I pulled 30 pounds of prawns from my space and dumped them into a large basin, calling everyone over to help peel. I demonstrated once, and they picked it up quickly. Half an hour later, the prawns were peeled and rinsed. Auntie Wong heated the oil, and I took over the stir-frying myself. The moment the prawns hit the pan, the aroma shot straight up my nose, and the women watching swallowed hard. Even the three in the bathhouse caught the smell and kept gulping. A huge pan of stir-fried prawns went to the table, and I left the rest of the dishes to Auntie Wong to cook in the leftover prawn oil, especially fragrant. The mother and two daughters emerged washed and dressed in new clothes. Zhou Guanyang, the mother-in-law, held no interest for me. What I was interested in were her two lovely daughters, the elder, Meng Lingyi, and the younger, Meng Lanxin. Freshly bathed and combed, they looked like lotus blossoms rising from the water. I seated Zhou Guanyang next to Song Qingshan. Song Qingshan was an old bachelor who'd raised Song Ningmei on his own. Zhou Guanyang was a good mother. If those two hit it off and got together, that wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Being older, at least there'd be no worry about babies. Meng Lingyi and Meng Lanxin sat on either side of me. None of my other wives showed the slightest resentment. They all understood that the more wives I took, the stronger I became, the more rewards came in, and the more comfortable their lives got. So they never fought over my favor. The three of them stared at the loaded table and steaming white rice, barely able to hold back their drool. After just 2 bites, Zhou Guanyang set down her chopsticks, dropped to her knees, and kowtowed. Chongfeng, I've never tasted white rice in my whole life, let alone oil and meat. Your kindness. The two daughters knelt too. Husband, we're willing to serve you for the rest of our lives. I quickly helped them up, laughing. Eat up. From now on, this'll be everyday fare. After the meal, I had Auntie Wong set the three of them up in a side room, gave a few instructions, then mounted Red Hair and headed off to Erling Mountain with the crow, monkey, and fox. Hunting couldn't wait. With the famine flight coming, we needed to stockpile plenty of meat. Arrow after arrow flew from my bow, the sound of them cutting through the air ringing constantly through the forest. That day's haul beat the last several days combined. 10 wild boars, 8 mountain goats, 5 water buffalo, plus a black bear, 6 deer, and a pile of pheasants and hares. I stuffed everything into the space. On the way home, it suddenly hit me. I'd promised Su Qinghuan I'd help her find her maids Feng Ya and Feng Li, and I still hadn't gotten around to it. I headed straight for Su Qinghuan's room. She and her elder sister Su Jiyu were stitching shoe soles, and they hurried to their feet when they saw me come in. Keep at it. I just came to mention something. These last couple of days have been so hectic I forgot about finding you two maids. I'll head over to the next county tomorrow and take a look. Su Qinghuan said quickly, Husband, you've got this whole household to support. You're worn out enough as it is. No one blames you for not having time. Su Jiyu added, Just being able to reunite with my sister is already an immense kindness from you, husband. I ruffled both their heads. Come on, let's go make dinner. Out in the courtyard, Wang Ma was washing meat. With a flick of thought, I pulled 5 Australian lobsters from the space, each one about 10 catties. These were the reward the system had given me for Shun Qinglua's pregnancy. 50 in all. I was taking 5 for now. Everyone's eyes bugged out. Su Qinghuan asked, Husband, is this that crawfish from before? No, these are called Australian lobsters. They're a completely different thing from crawfish. Number 7 scrubbed them clean with a brush, and number 9 set up the steamer. Big as the wooden steamer was, it could only fit 2 at a time. I had Wang Ma mince garlic while I heated up oil. Once the lobsters were steamed, I spread the minced garlic on top and poured the sizzling oil over them. The ziti burst out, and the aroma of garlic exploded into the air, making the women watching swallow hard. Shen Qingluo came in from outside, and her eyes glazed over at the smell. Husband, my appetite's been so good lately. The moment I smell something tasty, I just can't help myself. I only smiled and didn't answer. She still didn't know she was pregnant. Unlike Chu Wanru, she hadn't had a bit of morning sickness. Shen Furong teased, Sister, husband can afford to feed you. What are you worried about? I left the last lobster for the servants and brought 4 to the table. Together with Song Qingshan, Zhou Guanyang, and her 2 daughters. We had 13 mouths in all. 40 caddies of lobster, 3 caddies per person, plenty. Dig in. Everyone piled meat onto meat, cracking the hard shells open with iron hammers and dipping the flesh in the sauce. The flavor was out of this world. Halfway through the meal, I announced, "Everyone, big news. Qing Luo is expecting too." The whole table erupted, the women cheering in excitement. From now on, Qing Luo, no more chores. You and Wanru both, just focus on the baby. It was late at night. I just finished bathing and was heading back to my room when I saw Zhou Guanyang standing at the doorway with Meng Lingyi in tow. She shoved her daughter straight into my arms. "Good son-in-law, she's already your wife. Whether it's early or late, it's got to happen. Get her into that room. I've already washed her up nice and fragrant for you." I froze for a moment. This mother-in-law didn't waste any words. I liked her. "Then off to bed with you, mother." The moment Zhou Guanyang was gone, I scooped Meng Lingyi up sideways in my arms, hooked the door shut with my foot. Outside the door, Zhou Guanyang wrapped a fist in her palm. Done. She walked to the corner of the courtyard wall, pressed her hands together and murmured, "Father of my children, I've found our daughter a solid man to lean on. You can rest easy now." As she spoke, tears began to fall. Afraid her younger daughter might see, she wiped them away before going back inside. In the room, Meng Lanxin noticed her sister hadn't returned and tilted her head to ask, "Ma, is sis sleeping with brother-in-law?" "Silly girl, what brother-in-law? That's your husband." Zhou Guanyang lay down and cautioned her. "Lanxin, Changfeng taking us in is our greatest fortune. You must follow him all your life, never betray him, even if it costs your life. Treat him as your heaven, understand?" Meng Lanxin nodded, eyes brimming with tears. "Ma, I understand." In my room, the candlelight flickered. Afraid the little beauty would be nervous, I first pulled her to sit at the table, drink some spirit spring water, and chat. But this little beauty was surprisingly quick on the uptake. She climbed onto my lap of her own accord, gazed at me with dewy eyes, and cooed, "Husband," before throwing herself into my arms. Me, I like it. The bed creaked all night long. Meanwhile, in the village, for families couldn't sleep, the households of Lu Dakue, Lu Eryong, Yang Laosan, and Zhou Qing. These four had had their arms and legs broken by me, and their families were hastily building carts to flee as refugees. They hated me to the bone, but didn't dare curse me aloud. One word, and the 3 beasts perched on my courtyard wall would charge over and tear them apart. The day before, Zhou Qing's younger sister Zhou Ying had wrapped poison inside a wild vegetable cake, hoping to kill the 3 beasts. But the fox took one whiff and its fur bristled. The monkey and the fox pounced and mauled her from head to toe. The skin of her face was left hanging in shreds. From that day on, no matter how much those families hated me, none dared cross me. At daybreak, I woke refreshed. Meng Lingyi was still asleep, and I couldn't bear to wake her. I opened my panel. Besides the gold and silver, the system had given me new rewards. Added, refined white rice, 50 gene times 300 bags, cotton, 500 gene, white radishes, 500, lotus roots, 100, spicy Latiao snacks, 100 packs, Lao Gan Ma chili sauce, 500 jars, fresh pork ribs, 500 gene, dried rice noodles, 500 gene, pea shoots, 500 gene, Napa cabbage, 500 gene, prawns, 500 gene, crayfish, 500 gene, Australian lobsters, 100, deep-sea king crabs, 100, instant noodles, 500 cases times 40 cups, large wooden water buckets, 10, mineral water, 500 cases times 40 bottles, spicy self-heating hot pot, 500 boxes. With refugee flight looming, the system dropped a whole load of food on me. Awesome. I'd make one more run into Erling Mountain tomorrow, then set out. I gulped down a quick breakfast, then rode off into Erling Mountain with the 3 beasts. Why not hide my family deep in the mountains? Erling Mountain sits near the border. Once the Jin army breaks through the pass, they're bound to sweep the mountains. Crouching there would be like sitting as a lamb waiting for slaughter. No matter how strong I am, I can't hold off 100,000 strong Jin army fighting in formation with volleys of arrows, especially not with a whole family. The best route was to head north, straight for the capital. We set out early today, and the haul was impressive. 10 wild boars, 5 wild goats, 3 black bears, 2 non-venomous pythons, 10 wolves, 15 hyenas, 20 rabbits, 30 sparrows, 10 turtle doves, 9 pheasants, plus 3 water buffalo, 5 sika deer, and 1 leopard. Toward evening, I rode out to the border to scout the situation. There were even more refugees than before, every one of them in rags and dead on their feet. I grabbed hold of an old man and asked, "Grandfather, how goes the fighting up ahead? Been at it 2 days now. Jinan City's holding out, but they're outmatched. The walls will fall any minute. Get out while you can, young man." "Didn't the court send reinforcements?" The old man sighed. "The commander of the relief force is Wang Anping, nephew of Censor-in-Chief Wang Wenhang. Good-for-nothing lout who wormed his way into the army through his uncle and Chancellor Jiatsuani. Brought 50,000 men and parked them 30 li from the city at Yewu Slope. Drinks and carouses all day. Won't send a single soldier to help. Why would he do that? Isn't he afraid of the emperor punishing him when he goes back? He and General Guxiong, the city's defender, have a grudge. He's using this to settle scores. Punishment? Oh, someone will cover for him. All right." I ground my teeth in fury. How can anyone put a personal grudge above the fate of the nation? In my past life, I'd just been another wage slave, but my love for my country had never wavered. Now that I'd landed in the Great Qi Kingdom, this was my home too, and seeing scum like that put private feuds above the greater good made me sick. "Young man, it's a lost cause. Just run." The old man wept openly, shook his head, and shuffled off. I gazed toward the border. Beacon fires filled the sky, and the faint sounds of slaughter drifted through the air. The fighting had reached fever pitch. Even if Jinan City held out, their grain and provisions would run out sooner or later. Once the Jin army laid siege, it wouldn't be more than a few days before the city fell. This Wang Anping was a truly vicious piece of work. But it wasn't my problem. I was just a common man, and right now the important thing was getting my wives somewhere safe. I spurred red hair and galloped for home, arriving just in time for supper. Before leaving, I'd set aside 10 Australian lobsters for Annie Wong to cook. As I stepped through the door, the sizzling hot oil lobster was already on the table, its fragrance so rich my mouth started watering. I couldn't help swallowing, not because Annie Wong's cooking was that good, but because I was starving. To think, before I transmigrated, I'd been nothing but a corporate workhorse pulling in a few thousand a month. A 2 or 3 pound lobster was a rare treat, the 10-pound kind I'd never even smelled. That one day, I finally closed a big contract and got a bonus. I ordered giant lobster, liquor, and hostesses, only to be so wiped out from overtime that I never touched the lobster or the girls. My vision blacked out, and next thing I knew, I'd landed here. Nuyi and the others had finished the shop inventory and were waiting on my instructions. "Eat first. We'll hold a meeting in the courtyard after." After the meal, I stood in the courtyard and addressed. I addressed everyone. "The fighting's gone on 2 days now. The city won't hold much longer. Turn in early tonight. Tomorrow we pack whatever we can carry, and the day after we hit the road." The mood turned grim. No one dared say a word. Whatever the master said went. Stay here, and once the Jin army breached the walls, they'd be lambs to the slaughter. That's all. Get some rest. My mother-in-law Zhou Guanyang sidled up and murmured, "Dear son-in-law, will Lanxin be warming your bed tonight? She had her coming-of-age ceremony at 15. She's a woman now, ripe for the plucking." I looked over at Meng Lanxin. She was looking at me too. Our eyes met, and her cheeks flushed red. I'd meant to get a proper night's sleep, but since my mother-in-law had brought it up, plucking it was. I took Lanxin by the arm and led her to the bathhouse. Everyone else retired to their rooms too, leaving Crow, Fox, and Monkey up on the wall to stand watch. Tomorrow would be busy. I needed to save my strength. The girl was sweet and tender, and I was mighty fond of her. But with the coming exodus on my mind, I only went at it for a couple of hours before calling it quits. Lanxin was worn out and fell asleep quickly, but I tossed and turned. If the Jin army broke through, sooner or later they'd march on the capital. If the country fell, what would become of my wives? What about the babies in Chu Wanru's and Shun Qinglua's bellies? Then I thought back to what that old man had said. The garrison commander fighting to the last while the relief force stood by and watched. And I got even more worked up. It wasn't until near dawn that I finally drifted into a shallow doze. I got up in the morning and glanced at the system panel. Name, Lu Changfeng. Age, 19. Strength, level 11. equivalent to 36 grown men. Space, level 11, for 1,000 cubic meters. Bonds, 10. Rewards, divine grade archery, beast speech comprehension, spirit spring in space, out-of-print swordsmanship. New supplies, compressed biscuits, beef jerky, brown sugar, self-heating rice, nuts, spicy strips, vegetarian tripe, spicy enoki mushrooms, 1,000 packs of each. The sight of vegetarian tripe and spicy enoki mushrooms put a grin on my face. Nobody knows me like the system. I was dreaming about those two just last night. With a thought, I pulled out a pack of vegetarian tripe, tore it open, and shoveled it in. Crisp, springy, tongue-numbing spice. One bite, and I was hooked. Lanshin caught the smell and cracked open her eyes, half awake. "Husband, what are you eating?" "Vegetarian tripe." "Want a pack?" She nodded. Without so much as brushing our teeth, the two of us polished off 6 packs, then finally got up to brush, which, honestly, was a bit like pulling your pants down to fart. Outside, the slaves were already up and packing: dry rations, water skins, loose silver, coarse cloth, pots and spatulas and flint, seeds and herbs, sickles and short blades, all bundled up. Auntie Wong was in the kitchen frying flatbread. I told her to make plenty extra and stashed what was left in my space. Then I had Auntie Wong steam meat buns and sweet buns. Aside from the pregnant Wanru and Qingluo, the whole household pitched in kneading dough. By days and we'd made 1,000 meat buns and 1,000 sweet buns. The buns had just come out of the steamer when a knock came at the door. My father-in-law, Yang Henian, had arrived with 3 carriages. Together with the one I already had, that made 4. I knew he'd emptied his life savings to buy them. "Good son-in-law, where are we headed?" "Where's safe?" Yang Henian asked. I looked up at the sky. It was clear and cloudless, but my heart was heavy. The country is falling, our homes are gone. Nowhere is safe. Huh. Yang Henian sighed. True. In the end, we'll all just be someone else's slaves. At those words, everyone's eyes grew wet. "Let's head to the capital first," I said. "It's heavily garrisoned. However strong the Jin army is, it'll take them time to break through. My cousin lives in the capital. He's a renowned physician too. We can take shelter with him." Good. Everything in the house that could be stored, I stored in my space. Chickens, wild boar, all of it. Living creatures could only survive 3 minutes inside. They'd suffocate for sure, but there was no helping it. Who keeps livestock while fleeing? The house was newly built, the timber still fresh and clean. I couldn't bear to leave it. I had the slaves tear it down and stored every plank in my space. Once we reached the capital, we could find a plot and rebuild. Beds, cabinets, stools, the boards from the pigsty and chicken coop, not a scrap left behind. Nothing for the Jin army to profit from. I left just one room standing, so we could all sleep on a communal pallet for one last night. Early the next morning, I tore down that last room and the courtyard walls too, packed them into my space, and prepared to set out. The carriages rolled slowly out of the village. Everyone looked back at the leveled yard with tears in their eyes. The one hit hardest was my sister-in-law Wanru. She'd lived here the longest and had truly made it her home. I walked over and pulled her into my arms. "Don't grieve. Once things settle down, we'll come back and build an even bigger house." Her tears only fell harder. "Stop crying, silly. The baby in your belly is over 2 months old now. If you keep crying, he won't feel well either." At that, she immediately wiped her tears and nodded. She could suffer, the baby couldn't. "Get in." I lifted her onto the carriage. There were 24 of us now, my 2 fathers-in-law, Song Qingshan and Yang Henian, my mother-in-law, Zhou Guinyang, 11 wives, 10 slaves, and Nanny Wang. The pregnant Wanru and Qingluo took one carriage, with Nanny Wang looking after them. My 2 fathers-in-law shared another. The remaining 9 wives split between the last 2. The slaves drove. I rode Qi 2 at the front. Before leaving the village, I brought out the 30 attribute points the system had given me. Each point, once consumed, boosted the user by 10 stat points, roughly the combat power of 3 grown men. 24 people, 1 point each. That left 6. I gave 3 more each to Slave 1 and Slave 2. They now each carried the combat power of 12 grown men, and given how tall and strong they already were, they could effectively match more than 15 men apiece. Monkey, Crow, and Fox had been fed attribute points earlier, each now equal to 3 men in combat. As for myself, Barehanded, I could take on 36 men. On top of that, I had divine tier archery and out-of-print swordsmanship art, plus the system's Reva, a full set of Crimson Sky War God armor, protecting me from head to toe, light and supple. In one-on-one combat, few could take me down. The trouble was facing a full-scale army. The carriage rolled out of Yintu village, heading south toward Nanning County. 10 months of drought had cracked the earth wide open. The road was crowded with ragged refugees fleeing from the border, dragging their families along. After 70-odd li on foot, they were already spent. I knew in my heart this was only the beginning. Once Jinan City fell and the Jin army swept north, burning, killing, and looting, then would come the real famine. Corpses piling in the fields, families trading children to eat. We reached Nanning County. The bustling town of just a few days ago was now deserted. Every door and window was shut tight. The streets were littered with torn clothes, shards of pottery, bamboo baskets, and dried food pouches. Utter chaos. Huh, I sighed. I missed the old days, rosy dawns, glowing sunsets, the warm smoke of hearth fires. Everyone in the carriage lifted the curtain to peer out, their faces bleak. Song Qingshan sighed. My spice shop. Who knows when it'll ever open again? I probably won't live to see the day. Yang Hinian was in tears too. My clinic, passed down for generations, has saved countless lives. And now I'm just abandoning it. The two old men huddled together in the carriage, weeping. I turned in the saddle and called out loudly. As long as the Green Mountains stand, there'll never be a shortage of firewood. Once we reach the capital, we'll be safe. The court may be corrupt, but it can't all be men like Wang Anping. They're bound to send reinforcements. Song Qingshan nodded, forcing a smile. That's right. As long as we're alive, there's always a chance to come back. Past Nanning County, our next stop was Qinghe County. Qinghe wasn't on our northbound route. The reason for the detour was that I'd promised Su Qinghuan I would look for her two maids, Fengya and Fengli. Fengli's whereabouts were unknown, but Fengya was said to have been sold to the Liu family village in Qinghe County. Truth be told, I knew the border counties had all but emptied out. Finding someone here was like fishing a needle from the sea. But I'd promised my wife, and I couldn't live with myself if I didn't try. When we arrived at Liu family village, the houses were empty, the people gone. Su Jiyu and Su Qinghuan, the two sisters, were teary-eyed, but there was nothing to be done. Trying to find someone in times of chaos, easier said than done. I'd done my part. That was enough to keep faith with the sisters. We turned and headed north, traveling 5 kilometers to rejoin the main road. More and more people were fleeing north, wealthy merchants and destitute refugees alike. On the road, I watched with my own eyes as starving refugees, driven mad by hunger, mobbed a rich merchant's carriage. They killed the man, seized his grain, then turned on each other in the scramble. By the end, the ground was strewn with the dead and dying. Our carriages, though hardly luxurious, still looked like fat prizes to those famine-crazed refugees. When we were hungry, we ate Mom Ma's flatbread. When we were thirsty, we drank the spirit spring water I supplied. Even when nature called, I stood guard. We didn't stop the whole way. By dusk, we reached Yonghe County. I clicked, whoa, and reined Red Hair to a halt. The road's not safe at night. Let's head into town and find an abandoned inn to bunk down. The county officials and soldiers had long since fled, and Yonghe had become a ghost town, though refugees kept streaming into shelter for the night. I led the caravan into town and found an abandoned tavern called Warm Village Pavilion. Drive the wagons into the back courtyard. We stay here tonight. A few refugees were already hiding inside the tavern, but none posed any threat to me. The wagons stayed in the back courtyard, with the crow, monkey, and fox on watch. I brought my fathers-in-law, mother-in-law, and wives up to the second floor. There was a row of rooms. I took one for myself. My 2 fathers-in-law shared one. My mother-in-law took Meng Lingi and Meng Lanxin into another, and the rest of my wives paired up 2 to a room. The 3 slaves outside the doors took turns on watch. I'd slept until the middle of the night when suddenly I heard a shout from beyond the door. Refugees incoming. I sprang from the bed, threw on my shoes, and charged out. Dozens of refugees were storming up the stairs, tangling with Slave 4, Slave 5, and Slave 6. Down in the back courtyard, over 100 refugees waved torches, locked in battle with Red Hair, Crow, Monkey, and Fox. Red Hair kicked and bit. Crow snatched men out of the air. Fox darted and savaged them. Monkey leaped and pounced from every direction. A thought, and the rusted black iron sword was already in my hand. Another few dozen refugees rushed up, brandishing wooden clubs. I stood in the corridor and roared, out of pity for refugees fleeing famine. Get lost now, or die where you stand. The refugees all turned their eyes on me. Their leader bellowed back, we're going to the capital. On foot it'd take us forever. Leave the wagons, and we'll spare your lives. Spare us. I sneered. Don't open your mouth if you haven't got the strength to back it up. The wagons are ours. Now get out. Ha ha. The mob broke into mocking laughter. They had no idea what I was capable of. Took me for some rich merchant from the south, outnumbered and easy pickings. They'd butchered a wealthy merchant earlier that same day and stolen his grain and wagons. Same script, second act. The leader lifted his torch and leered wickedly. Brother, you've got so many pretty little brides in those wagons. Can one man really handle them all? Share a few with your big brother here. Once we've had our fun, we'll give them back when you meet us in hell. I hadn't wanted to kill, but when refined liquor gets refused for the punishment cup, when refugees turn into bandits, well, they'd have no one but themselves to blame. I drew my blade. In a few exchanges, every man who'd charged up the stairs lay slaughtered across the steps and corridor. The leader staggered back, aghast. Why your kung fu? How can it be this strong? I gave you a chance to live. You didn't take it. One thrust through the heart. Down below, the bandits were being torn apart by Red Hair and the others. Arms broken, legs shattered, groaning on the ground. The slaves rushed down to help. Anyone who tried to climb onto a wagon was hoisted up by Monkey and flung through the air, or hurled several meters with a single toss of Red Hair's head. The tavern's door had been smashed in, so 3 of the animals had to be left guarding the entrance. It was fine. During the day, they could sleep on top of the wagons. Outside, the surviving bandits, beaten and bloodied and having lost their men, took one look at the snarling, gore-stained Monkey, Fox, Red Hair, and Crow standing at the door, and no one dared step inside again. They lay meekly scattered across the ground beyond the entrance. My 2 fathers-in-law, my mother-in-law, and the women, only now catching up to what had happened. Ju scrambled up. The fighting had stopped. I stood in the corridor and called out, everyone's fine. Go back to sleep. We keep moving tomorrow. Zhou Guanyang was uneasy. Chongfeng, are you sure everything's all right? It's fine, mother-in-law. Get some rest. All right. Everyone went back to their rooms. I turned in too. On the run like this, I had no mood for bedmates. The next morning, once everyone was up, I used Spirit Spring water for them to wash with, handed out a few big steamed buns apiece, and we climbed into the wagons and set off again. Late autumn, 10th month, the drought was brutal. Even the autumn wind blew hot and dry. I rode Chi-Tu out front, for wagons trailing behind, cutting through Yonghe County and onto the official road toward Pingchong County. Yonghe County sat too close to the border. The moment the Jin army broke through Jinan City, this whole area would be a death zone. No one dared linger. The road was choked with refugees. Robbery, parents selling off their own children, we saw it all along the way. We'd gone maybe 10 li when, thud, a family of 7 dropped to their knees right under Chi-Tu's hooves. Thank God Chi-Tu had quick instincts and skidded to a stop. The one in front was a man in his 50s, hair wild and loose, face so filthy you couldn't make out his features. He slammed his forehead into the dirt. Young master, have mercy. We can't hold on any longer. I've got 2 little girls at home. Please, buy them off my hands. I glanced past him. Behind him were his wife and 5 children, 3 boys, 2 girls. The 2 girls looked about 5 or 6, thin as bean sprouts, eyes full of terror. When I didn't answer, the man kept banging his head on the ground until it thumped. Young master, just a few steamed buns will do. I'm begging you. His wife wailed, husband, don't sell them. The 2 little girls cried too. Mama, I don't want to be sold. Nini will eat nothing but grass roots from now on. Please don't sell me. The 3 older brothers wiped at their eyes and shouted, don't sell our sisters. A ring of refugees had gathered to watch the show. I knew exactly what would happen. If I took those 2 girls today, every parent behind them would be lining up to sell their kids, and I'd never get through. I hopped down, walked over to the man, and made a show of looking him over with distaste. Then I leaned close to his ear and murmured, If you can hold out, hold out. Don't sell your children. As I spoke, I reached over and straightened the coarse hemp shirt across his chest, slipping a few red-hot things inside as I did. Careful. Too many eyes around, I said under my breath. The man froze, then flooded with joy, but he clamped down hard, didn't let it show, and went right back to wailing on the ground. Young master, take her. I'm begging you. I played along, raising my voice to a snarl. Get lost. What good are little brats this small? 2 more mouths to feed. That's all. I wouldn't take them if you paid me. I waved my hand, and the wagons rolled on. The man got to his feet, gratitude written all over his face as he watched me go. Song Qing-shan and Yang Henian dropped the curtains, unable to keep looking. Chu Wanru stroked the swell of her belly, her eyes rimmed red. Shen Qingluo tried to comfort her from the side. Big sister, don't grieve. The baby in your belly won't take it well. My own chest was tight, but I was just an ordinary man. I couldn't save the whole world. All I could do was hurry my family on toward the capital. Another 5 li down the road, an old woman sat by the roadside cradling her daughter, already fainted from hunger and wailing at the top of her lungs. My girl, you can't leave me. Your father died years ago. If you go too, how am I supposed to live? I glanced at the girl. Coarse hemp clothes, straw sandals, face streaked with dirt, but the bones of her face marked her as a beauty, and even through the shabby cloth her figure had all the right curves. Husband, let me take a look. Yang Jinghua had already stepped down from the carriage. As a physician, she'd saved quite a few people along the way. Yang Jinghua checked the girl's breath, took her pulse, and shook her head. Only the last breath left. Auntie, my condolences. The old woman collapsed onto her daughter, sobbing as if her heart would tear apart. I dismounted and checked as well. She really was beyond saving. Except that I had spirit spring water. I tilted the girl's chin up and poured spirit spring water straight from my flask into her mouth. Her brow twitched faintly. I poured in a little more. A quarter of an hour later, the girl's throat moved. She swallowed on her own and opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was my face. She blinked a few times, as if in a dream. Girl, you're alive. It's this young lord who saved you. The old woman cried through her tears. The girl's voice was soft and sweet. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. I nodded and started to leave, but the old woman caught hold of my sleeve and whispered, My lord, we mother and daughter have no one in the world. I beg you, take us in. The girl bit her lip and gathered her courage. My lord, this humble girl is 18 this year, never betrothed. Please take me in. Yang Jinghua poked me in the chest and laughed. Husband, she's a graceful little thing. Take her in. I sighed on purpose. One more mouth on the road is one more burden. Forget it. Both women dropped straight to their knees. The girl's voice came clear and soft. My lord, we don't eat much. A handful of wild vegetable roots a day is enough. The old woman nodded frantically. A few roots is plenty for me. Fine. Take an in. Get in the carriage. But auntie, first swallow this pill. Without a second's hesitation, the old woman tossed it back. Yang Jinghua laughed. Auntie, aren't you afraid it's poison? If the young lord meant harm, he wouldn't have saved my girl. My name is Niu Tsuehua. My daughter is Wu Jianmei. I couldn't help laughing. Wu Jianmei, root girl Wu. Down to earth indeed. Yang Jinghua picked it up. From now on, following my husband, you'll be a girl with roots to call your own. I helped Wu Jianmei and her mother up into the carriage. Blushing, she murmured, Thank you, husband. Her voice was so clear and bright it made me itch inside. I'd have to find a chance tonight for a proper chat with her. At nightfall, we came upon an abandoned post station. The station master had long since fled, packed with refugees. I handed each of them a steamed bun and, in exchange, secured 6 rooms. Once things were settled, I deliberately picked the room farthest in the corner. I had plans tonight, and I didn't want my father-in-law overhearing. The moment I stepped inside, Wu Jianmei followed me in obediently. I pulled her into the room. She tumbled softly into my arms and mumbled bashfully, Husband, I haven't bathed in days. I'm afraid I stink. Then bathe first. With a flick of my mind, a large wooden tub appeared on the floor, and I poured in a bucket of spirit spring water. Wu Jianmei's eyes went wide. Husband, am I seeing things? You're not. Your husband knows a trick or two. After all that traveling, she really was filthy. It took 2 changes of water before she was clean. Once she was done, She was pale and smooth all over, like a different woman entirely. I carried her to the bed. It had been 2 days since I'd touched my wife, and I saved every ounce of strength for her. Wu Jianmei was worn out to the point of tears and soon fell fast asleep. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, I pulled up my panel. Name, Lu Changfeng. Strength, level 12, equivalent to 39 grown men's combat power. Space, level 12, 5,000 cubic meters. Bonds, 12. Rewards, 200 absolute loyalty pills, 30 attribute points. Supplies, 5,000 sets of winter cotton clothing, 10,000 caddies of cotton, 500 each of crossbows, bows and arrows, and armor. Instant noodles, dried rice noodles, glutinous rice flour, 3 yellow chickens, chicken pot seasoning, garlic, ginger, scallions, peanuts, sunflower seeds, beef and mutton, mangoes, watermelons, duck intestines, beef balls, day-lily buds, chili powder, Sichuan peppercorn powder. I chuckled. The system was getting the hang of things. Everything it handed out was either marching supplies or food. Sure, the way I got it wasn't exactly above board, but I happened to like doing things the shady way. Wu Jianmei was still asleep, her back and legs aching. I gave her half a flask of spirit spring water, and she perked right up. I personally delivered spirit spring water to Chu Wanru and Shun Qinglua's room too. We left the way station and pressed on. It was still 80 li to Pingchong County. Around noon, thunderous hoofbeats erupted behind us, kicking up clouds of dust. Out of the way. Imperial troops coming through. Stare again, and I'll take your head. The refugees scattered in every direction, faces stricken as if they'd seen a ghost. The Great Cheese soldiers were no better than foreign invaders. They'd rob anyone they came across. I reined in red hair and turned to look. 8 war horses charged at the front, and the man in the lead wore full armor. A general, trailed by some 300 soldiers, each with the character Wang embroidered on his uniform. Wang Omping and his deserters. Didn't he have 30,000 troops? This was all that was left. Odds were the Jin army had breached the city and he'd bolted with his personal guard. Slack in battle, first to run when the walls fell. Scum like this deserved to die. Wang Omping's column caught up behind me. One of his officers brandished a saber and roared. Who do you think you are? You see Imperial troops and don't. Hide. I couldn't even be bothered to laugh. Cowards abroad, tyrants at home. That was them. I glanced at the 7 officers flanking him. Puffy eyelids, bloated bellies, every one of them hollowed out by wine and women. Their combat skills couldn't amount to much. 300 soldiers didn't scare me either. But Chu Wanru and Shun Qingluo were both pregnant. I couldn't take the risk. I waved the carriages toward the side of the road. Make way, everyone. Let his lordship pass. Wang Omping couldn't be bothered with us. He led his troops on ahead at a run. Song Qingshan lifted the curtain. Changfeng. Looks like the Jin army really has breached the city. Wang Omping's running back to the capital to pass the blame. Yang Henian cursed in fury. Everyone in Great Qi knows General Gu Xiong is the pillar of the realm. If it weren't for that dog Wang Omping, General Gu wouldn't have lost the battle and died in it. I nodded. I'd heard of Gu Xiong's reputation too, a man devoted to country and people. With the city fallen, he would certainly have died for it. Honest officials are hated, treacherous ones prosper. It had always been so. Something wavered inside me. With snakes like Wang Onping running the capital, would there even be room for my family there? But the capital was our only option for now. Its walls were strong, guarded by the capital garrison and the Imperial Guard, safe, at least for the moment. Once we arrived, I'd find somewhere quiet, far from the muck of politics, to settle down. Another 10 li on, hoofbeats sounded behind us again. Wang Omping's stragglers were catching up in scattered bands, robbing anyone they met, sparing neither women nor children. We'd already driven off several groups. Around midday, the road turned rocky and the carriages bounced badly. I stopped and climbed up to check on my 2 pregnant wives. Chu Wanru hurried me. Husband, keep moving. The Jin army will catch up soon. I climbed down, swung back into the saddle, and pushed the group faster. That was when a troop of soldiers came charging up and cut across the road in front of us. 30 or so men, all mounted, all armed, clearly not ordinary soldiers. They swept past, then wheeled back around to block our path. The leader raised his blade and barked, "Who are you people?" I didn't bother answering. The man roared, "You deaf? I'm talking to you. Reluctantly, I answered. Villagers from Yentu village. Fleeing the famine for the capital. Fleeing famine on a horse like that? That's a 1,000-li stallion. You think a peasant like you deserves to ride it? Get down and hand it over, and I'll spare your life. I blinked. This horse is mine. Why should I give it to you? One of his men glared. Insolent. This is our second general. Second general? Which one? The younger brother of our Grand General Wang Anping. Second General Wang Anquan. Wang Anquan sneered. Hand over the horse, and leave the 4 carriages too. Lowlifes like you have no right to use them. I laughed coldly inside. The stragglers before had been easy pickings, nameless nobodies. But this time, it was Wang Anping's own brother. This was going to be trouble.